Immortal King Xianxia and the others suddenly realized that the grotto heavens that they had condensed were being devoured by the dark grotto heaven that Desolate Marshal had transformed into. Their major grotto heavens were being torn apart. The immortal kings were shocked. Desolate Marshal's grotto heaven could devour their major grotto heavens. Throughout history, there had been countless paragons and monster incarnates. There were also some monster incarnates who cultivated unprecedented and terrifying grotto heavens that possessed devouring powers. However, even those grotto heavens could only devour the divine powers, secret skills, grotto heaven powers, divine weapons or dermic treasures of others. There had never been any immortal king who could devour the grotto heavens of other immortal kings whole like Desolate Marshal. All of their grotto heavens contained the profoundness of their cultivations. It could be said that every immortal king was practically the god within their grotto heavens. Devouring the grotto heaven of the other party meant that he wanted to devour the dermic Tao contained in the grotto heaven. However, the dermic Tao in every grotto heaven was different. If one devoured another person's dermic Tao into their grotto heaven forcefully, it would mean that an intense dermic Tao conflict would break out within his grotto heaven. This was equivalent to shifting the battlefield into his grotto heaven. If he could not suppress it, his grotto heaven would explode and his cultivation would vanish into thin air before the other party even attacked. In the top auction houses and trading houses of the upper world, there would indeed be some priceless treasures such as the grotto heaven fragments of fallen immortal kings. Those grotto heaven fragments contained the dermic Taos of the fallen immortal kings. For some grotto heaven realm experts, they could make use of a long period of time to gradually digest and smelt such grotto heaven fragments to comprehend the dermic Taos without much conflict. However, the way Desolate Marshal was forcefully devouring their grotto heavens was an unprecedented and frenzied act. Furthermore, Desolate Marshal was not only devouring a single major grotto heaven of one supreme immortal king. He wanted to devour 19 major grotto heavens of 19 supreme immortal kings in one go. Aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? Immortal King Long Night shouted with a furious expression. They were still alive and in their peak condition. The grotto heavens did not only contain their dermic Taos, but also their powerful wills. Desolate Marshal was way too domineering and unreasonable. Not only did he want to devour their dermic Taos, he wanted to subdue their wills as well. Heavenly King Luoshan channeled his essence spirit, and the major grotto heaven behind him shone with a Buddhist light that was filled with a blinding golden radiance. Since this fiend wants to die, let's fulfill his wish. The 19 supreme immortal kings channeled their blood chi and forced themselves to hold on to their major grotto heavens while continuing to exert pressure on the Martial Tao Prime body. The figure of the Martial Tao Prime body was faintly visible in his dark grotto heaven. He did not repel any of the 19 major grotto heavens and devoured them with all his might. If it was an ordinary grotto heaven, it would indeed not be able to devour the grotto heaven of other immortal kings directly. However, the grotto heaven of the Martial Tao Prime body was a variable and was not within the three realms or restricted by the laws of this world. The grotto heaven of the Martial Tao Prime body could not refine 19 major grotto heavens in a short period of time. However, his grotto heaven was like a bottomless abyss that could absorb everything. He would first absorb the dermic Taos of the 19 major grotto heavens forcefully before refining them slowly in the future. Both parties were only in a stalemate for a moment. The expressions of Immortal King Xianxia and the others turned terrible. When Desolate Marshal devoured their different dermic Taos, his dark grotto heaven did not explode. Instead, it became even more terrifying. The radius of the grotto heaven became larger and its devouring power was even stronger. Immortal King Xianxia and the others could clearly sense the dermic Taos contained in their grotto heavens weakening alongside their strength. If this continued, their hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation might be devoured by Desolate Marshal. In fact, their major grotto heavens might even drop in Cultivation realm and be relegated to become minor grotto heavens. This was a loss that they could not endure. Retreat! That thought flashed through the mind of Immortal King Xianxia. He could not let this drag on any longer. Otherwise, Their major grotto heavens would be devoured cleanly before desolate Marshall's grotto heaven even exploded. He had to leave as soon as possible while he still had the strength to break free. Desolate Marshall's Dermic Dao was way too evil. The only people who could suppress him were probably peak immortal kings with perfected grotto heavens. At that thought, Immortal King Xianxia retreated and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, hold on first. I'll send a message to Divine Firmament Palace." The moment the Immortal King Xianxia retreated, the other supreme immortal kings retreated before he could finish. The combined forces of the 19 supreme immortal kings dissipated instantly. The figure of the martial Dao prime body reappeared and many mysterious and terrifying Dermic Daos spewed from his body, transforming into countless blinding runes that circled around him as his aura surged. His gaze was burning as he locked onto the aura of Immortal King Long Night. Instantly, he closed in and punched forward, tearing through the air. The major grotto heaven of Immortal King Long Night was torn into pieces by the martial Dao prime body and its aura was weak. Right now, it could not defend against this forceful punch of the martial Dao prime body at all. Bang! Boom! That punch was earth-shaking. The major grotto heaven of Immortal King Long Night collapsed completely. The fist of the martial Dao prime body charged right in and broke through the major grotto heaven of Immortal King Long Night. The fist still had strength left and struck the chest of Immortal King Long Night. The overwhelming and terrifying power shattered the body of Immortal King Long Night instantly. Blood filled the air. The immortals and monks on the peak of the Builder Tree were shocked and horrified. Immortal King Long Night was not an ordinary immortal king, but a supreme immortal king with a major grotto heaven. But now, his body was shattered by a single punch from Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain. The other 18 supreme immortal kings had wary expressions and did not dare to advance. If that was the case for the supreme immortal kings, the remaining 100-odd ordinary immortal kings were even more afraid of attacking. The Fiend Domain's Desolate Marshal had just condensed his grotto heaven, but he was already so domineering and ferocious. He suppressed the immortal kings of the two domains until they could not raise their heads and dodged him. The reason why the martial Dao prime body targeted Immortal King Long Night was not because they had any deep feud. It was because the Grand Pure Jade Manual was now in the hands of Immortal King Long Night. As a supreme immortal king, Immortal King Long Night had expected that his body and bloodline would not be able to withstand the punch of the martial Dao prime body. The moment the fist of the martial Dao prime body descended, his essence spirit attached itself to the Grand Pure Jade Manual and fled into the distance with a ball of essence blood. Indeed, his body was shattered by a single punch from the martial Dao prime body. The tremendous power charged towards his essence spirit and essence blood. However, it was dissipated by the power of the seal on the Grand Pure Jade Manual. Immortal King Long Night made use of the essence blood to condense his body rapidly and tear through the void, prepared to escape back to the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain. The martial Dao prime body chased relentlessly like a shadow. The moment Immortal King Long Night tore through the void, the martial Dao prime body had already caught up to him. Right then, a change happened. 2622 Awakening of the Builder Tree in the deep void torn apart by Immortal King Long Night. An evil power suddenly burst forth. A ghastly green light flashed and disappeared, entering the glabella of Immortal King Long Night. The attention of Immortal King Long Night was entirely focused on the martial Dao prime body chasing after him. He had not expected that a fatal killing intent would be hidden in the void before him. At the same time, he had not expected that apart from Desolate Marshal, there was someone else who would dare to kill him at the 9 Firmament meet. Immortal King Long Night was in a state of panic to begin with after being hunted by the martial Dao prime body. Coupled with the fact that he was caught off guard, he was killed by the ghastly green light that suddenly flashed through the depths of the void. A supreme immortal king died on the spot. The immortal kings were shocked. Up till this point of the 9 Firmament meet, although the cultivators on the perfected Immortal and Arhat rankings suffered immense losses and even the Supreme Arhat was killed by Desolate Marshal, no Immortal King expert died. The death of an Immortal King was extremely important. Furthermore, a Supreme Immortal King had died. In fact, an Emperor might be activated with the death of a Supreme Immortal King. MMM? The martial Dao prime body frowned slightly and suddenly stopped in his tracks. He felt an extremely dangerous aura from the existence hidden in the deep void. There was a high chance that this expert had already surpassed the Grotto Heaven realm and was at the Emperor realm. That was also the reason why he could kill Immortal King Long Night cleanly before disappearing rapidly. Who was this person? How long had he been here? Was it an enemy of Immortal King Long Night? Was he here for the Grand Pure Jade Manual, or were there some other reasons? What puzzled the martial Dao prime body the most was that the ghastly green aura seemed familiar and made him feel extremely disgusted. Could it be the witch race? At the level of an immortal king, it was already difficult for them to die. The fact that the intruder could kill Immortal King Long Night so cleanly was proof of how terrifying his methods were. The martial Dao prime body did not continue chasing. He had completely lost track of the mysterious expert's aura. This person laid an ambush here and vanished after killing Immortal King Long Night, as though he had never appeared. His spirit perception warned him repeatedly. He could not linger here. Even without the reminder of his spirit perception, the martial Dao prime body was prepared to retreat. Not far behind him, a powerful life form was awakening. The builder tree, perhaps due to the commotion of the 9 firmament meet or for some other reason, the builder tree had already awakened in advance. Given the power of the builder tree, apart from emperors, all the Immortal King experts present had to avoid it. Furthermore, there was a high chance that the death of Immortal King Long Night would alarm the immortal emperor of the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain. Even with the current capabilities of the martial Dao prime body, he could not take on an emperor expert head-on. He had already achieved his goal of using the supreme immortal kings to shatter his true martial Dao body. There was no need for him to linger here. Hurry and leave. Return to Tianhuang's sect immediately. Before the martial Dao prime body left, he sent a voice transmission to Feng Cantion using his spirit consciousness. Feng Cantion had been paying attention to the commotion the entire time and had already sensed the violent aura released by the builder tree. Once this ancient divine tree was awakened, it did not matter if one was from the 9 firmament immortal domain, pure land of bliss or fiend domain. Within its territory, any living being that barged in would be viewed by it as an anomaly, a provocation and threat. When Feng Cantion heard the voice transmission from the martial Dao prime body, he was extremely decisive and tore through the void, bringing Yan Beichen, Ming Zhan and the others into the spatial tunnel and disappearing. On the other side, the builder tree was completely awakened and released a violent life force. As though they could sense the living beings around them, thick branches danced like green anacondas. They were filled with a resplendent glow and fell into a frenzied rage. Piak, piak, piak. A few branches swept past and whipped the crowd of more than 100 Immortal King experts. Instantly, more than 10 Immortal Kings were sent flying and their bodies exploded. An Immortal King released his Grotto Heaven, but it was shattered by a tree branch and collapsed instantly. Ordinary Immortal Kings were helpless against the Builder Tree. If that was the case for Immortal Kings, all the perfected Immortals and Arhats present would have to die once all the branches of the Builder Tree started flailing. Retreat! Immortal King Qingyang let out a long howl. Even with his capabilities, he could not care about too many people. He could only bring the 3 great fairies and the other perfected immortal paragons of the divine firmament immortal domain who were closest to him to break through the void, prepared to escape back to the divine firmament immortal domain. As for the thousands of perfected immortals of the divine firmament immortal domain on the peak of the Builder Tree, he could not care less about them. Immortal Queen Linglong was on the peak of the Builder Tree the entire time and did not descend. At that moment, she brought Lin Lei and Lin Luo with her and shifted her gaze towards Su Zimo. She sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. "Don't worry. I'll take you out of here first." All the Immortal Kings could not care less and could only bring along the perfected Immortals and Arhats around them. They shattered the void one after another, prepared to escape from this place. However, right then, a gigantic green halo burst forth from the body of the Builder Tree and spread rapidly, enveloping the surrounding 50 kilometers. The voids that were broken by the Immortal Kings were repaired instantly under the envelopment of the green halo, and the spatial tunnels vanished as well. The voids healed and the spatial tunnels were gone, leaving the cultivators of the two domains stranded. Pest! The immortal kings gasped and were secretly alarmed. What was this builder tree trying to do? Was this divine tree trying to keep them all here and start a massacre? Initially, the martial Tao prime body could have left right away. However, he suddenly paused when he saw the green halo emitted by the builder tree. Unlike the panic and fear of others, the martial Tao prime body looked at the green halo and seemed to have thought of something. Purple flames danced in his eyes as he pondered. Piak! A tree branch was flung down and tore through the void wildly, smashing onto the builder tree mountain range, causing the entire mountain range to collapse. Dozens of perfected immortals and arhats on the mountain range, who could not dodge in time, were whipped to death by the builder tree's branch. Their essence, spirits, and souls were destroyed. As for the thousands of thick branches on the builder tree, they were already raised and could descend at any moment. At that time, even the entire builder tree mountain range might be destroyed, let alone the many perfected immortals and arhats present. Most likely, only the Immortal King experts could escape from the attack range of the builder tree with the help of their movement techniques. Everyone else was going to die here. The paragons and monster incarnates of the two domains were gathered at the 9 firmament meet this time round. If the perfected immortals and arhats of the two domains were to die here, it would cause irreparable losses for the 9 firmament immortal domain and pure land of bliss. The current situation had already spiraled out of hand and was beyond the control of the immortal kings. Now that the builder tree had awakened in advance, all the immortal kings only wanted to protect themselves and escape from this place. None of them could care about the martial Tao prime body anymore. Right then, an unstoppable might came from the direction of the 9 firmament immortal domain and enveloped the builder tree. On the other side, in the direction of the pure land of bliss, a resplendent and divine golden light passed through the layers of clouds and tore through the firmaments, scattering down and dissipating the green halo around the builder tree. 26-23 Appearance of emperors in the direction of the 9 firmament immortal domain. A figure with a terrifying aura appeared slowly. It seemed to be looking down on the world and was unparalleled, emitting an endless might. Against such a majestic might, even the immortal kings and heavenly kings present could not defend against it, let alone the perfected immortals and arhats. An immortal emperor had appeared. Su Zimo focused his gaze. The facial features of this immortal emperor were similar to Prince Qin Su. If he was not wrong, this should be Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament. Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament stood in midair, and his tremendous might faced the builder tree from afar, blocking the thousands of branches temporarily, as though he was communicating with something. However, the builder tree had already fallen into a berserk state and did not give Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament any face at all, releasing an even more terrifying might. The thousands of branches of the builder tree broke free from the control of Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament instantly and enveloped in the direction of the builder tree mountain range. The builder tree's thousands of thick branches were lush and covered the skies. A large shadow enveloped down in a suffocating manner. Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament's expression was terrible. Even with his combat strength, he could not fight against the enraged builder tree. In a flash, Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament made a decision. Waving his robes, he protected the cultivators of the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain and retreated into the distance. Given his strength, if he chose to protect all the cultivators from the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain and Pure Land of Bliss at the peak of the builder tree, he would definitely be severely injured by the builder tree as well. As an immortal emperor in charge of an entire immortal domain, there was no way he would take that risk. It was already extremely benevolent of him to protect the immortals of the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain. When the other cultivators of the two domains saw that, they quickly realized the intentions of Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament. All of them had been heartlessly abandoned. The immortals and monks were indignant. However, although they harbored resentment, they did not dare to offend Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament in any way. Furthermore, they would not get the chance either. The attack of the builder tree had already descended, and cultivators of the two domains on the peak of the builder tree were about to die on the spot. Right then, the blinding golden light in the direction of the pure land of bliss shifted rapidly, and shone on the immortals and monks on the peak of the builder tree through the gaps in the leaves. Everyone seemed to be covered in a layer of sacred gold foil that shone brightly. Bang! Boom! Thousands of branches smashed down with a series of deafening bangs. The builder tree mountain range beneath everyone had already collapsed completely. However, the immortals and monks were shrouded by a layer of divine golden light that blocked most of the damage released by the builder tree. Unknowingly, a middle-aged monk was shielding everyone from the builder tree alone, protecting all of them. An emperor of the Buddhist monasteries had descended. Compared to the builder tree, the middle-aged monk seemed incomparably tiny. His body was not even as thick as a branch of the builder tree. However, at that moment, to everyone, the back view of the middle-aged monk seemed extremely tall and mighty. It was especially so when they compared him to Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament. The difference was obvious. Patrons, hurry and retreat. I won't be able to hold on for much longer. The middle-aged monk's body swayed slightly and his voice turned hoarse, as though he had suffered quite a blow. The immortals and monks seemed to have woken up from a dream as they hurriedly circulated their movement techniques and fled into the distance. The golden light of the middle-aged monk destroyed the green halo released by the builder tree previously. This meant that the Immortal King experts could tear through the void and leave this place at any moment. When the martial Tao prime body saw the two emperors appear, he did not dare to hesitate and tore through the void hurriedly, entering a spatial tunnel. Thereafter, he summoned the Hell Suppression tripod rapidly and guarded it behind him before glancing in the direction of the middle-aged monk. As an emperor expert, there was naturally a chance that the middle-aged monk might attack him. The reason why he summoned the Hell Suppression tripod was to prevent any accidents. For some unknown reason, perhaps because the middle-aged monk was too busy facing the builder tree, or because he was injured and was unwilling to bother about the martial Tao prime body. In any case, from the moment the martial Tao prime body tore through the void to the moment he left this place, the middle-aged monk did not attack him. However, the moment the martial Tao prime body turned back and looked at the middle-aged monk, he realized that the latter was looking at him as well. Their eyes met. For some unknown reason, the martial Tao prime body suddenly felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. The middle-aged monk had handsome features and a benevolent expression that left a favorable impression. However, the martial Tao prime body was certain that he had never seen this person before. How could that be? Where did that sense of familiarity come from? The martial Tao prime body was not the only one. The green lotus true body was also reminiscing. Su Zimo believed that the sense of familiarity that flashed through the martial Tao prime body's mind earlier on was definitely not without reason. The cultivators of the Nine Firmament Immortal Domain and Pure Land of Bliss made use of the time bought by the middle-aged monk to finally escape from the attack range of the builder tree. The cultivators had pale expressions as they looked in the direction of the builder tree with lingering fear. If not for the appearance of the emperor of the Buddhist monasteries, everyone present would have been buried at the peak of the builder tree beneath the rubble. As expected of someone from the Buddhist monasteries, he's compassionate and sacrificed himself to save others. He's truly on a different level from us. Impressive. That's right. This accomplished monk saved all of us. We shall definitely remember this life-saving grace and repay him till our deaths. I wonder who this emperor of the Buddhist monasteries is. What's his dharmic title? After escaping, many cultivators looked at the middle-aged monk in the distance and could not help but discuss softly. Zen Master Huiwen pondered for a moment and said thoughtfully, "This senior looks like Heavenly Lord Six Brahma?" After the middle-aged monk appeared, his back was facing the immortals and monks and no one could see him clearly. Before long, the middle-aged monk escaped unscathed from the builder tree and arrived here. Everyone could clearly see that the kasaya on the middle-aged monk's chest was stained with blood. It was clear that he was injured after fighting against the builder tree. It's truly Heavenly Lord Six Brahma. Zen Master Huiwen's heart skipped a beat when he saw the middle-aged monk. Delighted, he hurried forward and clasped his palms together, bowing. "Greetings, Senior Six Brahma." He was not the only one. A few other heavenly kings of the Buddhist monasteries recognized the middle-aged monk and hurried forward to greet him as well. They were surprised and delighted with deep respect in their eyes. When the other monks saw that, they no longer had any doubts and knelt down hurriedly with elated expressions, chanting the name of Heavenly Lord Six Brahma. Heavenly Lord Six Brahma? Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled a piece of information that Lu Ping had told him back in Heaven and Earth Academy. It was said that after Emperor Bo soon appeared and killed a few heavenly kings in succession, he disappeared and only Heavenly King Six Brahma survived. Heavenly King Six Brahma was enlightened after the calamity. He advanced courageously in Buddhism and became an emperor, now known as Heavenly Lord Six Brahma. This accomplished monk even opened a forum in the Buddhist monasteries to preach sutras and spread Dharmic Tao widely. He attracted countless Buddhist monks and had a huge impact in recent years. Su Zimo frowned and fell into deep thought. It was a nagging feeling, as though he had neglected something. 26-24 Bo Sun's ambition at that moment. Su Zimo was not standing with the cultivators of the divine firmament immortal domain. Instead, he was standing beside Immortal Queen Ling Long. Immortal Queen Ling Long did not notice Su Zimo's abnormality. Instead, she looked in the direction of Heavenly Lord Six Brahma and lamented. As expected of an accomplished monk from the Buddhist monasteries of the Pure Land of Bliss. It's admirable that he can be so magnanimous. That's right. At the side, Lin Luo whispered as well. Compared to this accomplished monk, Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament is far inferior. It's not merely in terms of their levels as human beings. The cultivation realm of Heavenly Lord Six Brahma seems to be above Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament as well. Immortal Queen Ling Long pondered for a moment. Yes, I heard that this senior has just entered the Emperor realm not long ago. The fact that he's able to cultivate to this point is admirable indeed. Su Zimo was in deep thought and tried his best to recall. When he heard the words of Immortal Queen Ling Long, a thought flashed through his mind. Pest! Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he gasped. He finally recalled why the martial Tao Prime Body felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when he saw Heavenly Lord Six Brahma. It was because the martial Tao Prime Body had experienced that familiarity from Emperor Bo Sun before. Initially, Su Zimo had not connected Emperor Bo Sun to Heavenly Lord Six Brahma of the Pure Land of Bliss. However, at that moment, when he recalled the information Lu Ping told him and what Immortal Queen Ling Long had just said, everything seemed to make sense. Back when Emperor Bo Sun appeared, the heavenly kings of the Buddhist monasteries that surrounded him died, including the true Heavenly King Six Brahma. The reason why Heavenly King Six Brahma did not die was because the Heavenly King Six Brahma that appeared later on was transformed by Emperor Bo Sun. Others might not have the ability, but Emperor Bo Sun cultivated both the Buddhism and Fiend Taoist. Many years ago, he had already achieved extremely deep attainments in Buddhism. Now that he had broken free from Avicii, his comprehension of Buddhism had probably reached an unimaginable realm. If Emperor Bo Sun were to transform into a Buddha, apart from a great emperor, there was probably no one else who could see through him. That could also explain why Emperor Bo Sun seemed to have vanished from the world after he appeared, and there was no news of him in the Fiend domain. That was because Emperor Bo Sun was not in the Fiend domain at all. He had long transformed into Heavenly King Six Brahma of the Buddhist monasteries and cultivated openly in the Pure Land of Bliss. Gaining enlightenment after his life and death experience was naturally just a facade. Emperor Bo Sun was an expert among emperors to begin with. All he had to do was suppress and conceal his original cultivation realm before revealing it slowly. In the eyes of others, it was because he gained a blessing in disguise to become an emperor. Emperor Bo Sun's true combat strength was definitely far above Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament, so he could naturally defend against the attacks of the Builder Tree. In fact, Su Zimo suspected that the struggle demonstrated by Heavenly Lord Six Brahma earlier on, as well as the bloodstains on his chest, were merely intentional acts of Emperor Bo Sun. That was the only way he could subdue the hearts of others. In reality, the effect of Heavenly Lord Six Brahma's performance earlier on was indeed not bad. It was not just the monks of the Pure Land of Bliss. The cultivators on the side of the Nine Firmament Immortal Domain were in awe of Heavenly Lord Six Brahma as well. Even Immortal Queen Ling Long praised Heavenly Lord Six Brahma endlessly. Su Zimo had a grim expression. If his deduction was not wrong and Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma was Emperor Bo-sun, the fact that Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma was opening a forum in the Buddhist monasteries to preach sutras and spread Dharmic Tao was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Back then, Emperor Bo-sun had already unified the fiend domain. He was surrounded and killed by emperor experts of the two domains when he tried to conquer the Pure Land of Bliss. Now that he had reappeared, he hid his identity and transformed into a Buddha. There was a high chance that he was after the entire Pure Land of Bliss. If the influence of Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma in the Pure Land of Bliss grew and eventually reached its peak, he would have countless believers and monks under his lead. Bo-sun's ambitions were frightening. In that case, there was a high chance that the Pure Land of Bliss would turn into a second fiend domain. Once cultivators fell into blind faith and worship, they would no longer possess rationality. The difference of whether they were Buddhas or fiends would lie on a single thought. At that time, there was a high chance that the Pure Land of Bliss would fall into an endless massacre and blood would flow like rivers. Su Zimo did not dare to continue thinking. Zimo, what's wrong? Right then, Immortal Queen Ling Long seemed to have noticed something amiss with Su Zimo and turned around, asking softly, "Senior, you have to be careful." Just as Su Zimo was about to reveal the identity of Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma to Immortal Queen Ling Long, he felt a searing gaze. Instinctively, Su Zimo looked over and met with the eyes of Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma. Those eyes were filled with benevolence and wisdom. However, at that moment, there was a strange look in his eyes when he looked at Su Zimo. Pest! Su Zimo shuddered and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. His hairs stood on end and his scalp prickled. That gaze, Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma seemed to have already sensed something, and that gaze was a warning for him to watch his words. Given Emperor Bo-sun's capabilities, nobody could save Su Zimo if Emperor Bo-sun wanted to kill him right now. "Are you all right?" Noticing the change in Su Zimo's expression, Immortal Queen Ling Long frowned slightly. She followed Su Zimo's gaze and looked at Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma, who was not far away. At that moment, Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma had already shifted his gaze elsewhere, as though he had not looked at Su Zimo the entire time. Su Zimo's body stiffened and he lowered his head slowly. Upon hearing Immortal Queen Ling Long's question, Su Zimo was silent for a moment before shaking his head. "It's nothing much." Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma's gaze earlier on had two layers of meaning to it. First, it was to threaten him. Second, it was to remind him not to watch his words. Su Zimo was worried that if he revealed the true identity of Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma to Immortal Queen Ling Long, he would bring upon death for her and the human monarch. Although Su Zimo did not say anything, his abnormality earlier on still attracted the attention of Immortal Queen Ling Long. Her gaze inadvertently lingered on Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma. Actually, from the beginning, she had already felt that something was amiss. Why would the cultivation realm of Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma rise so quickly? However, those were merely passing thoughts in her mind. She did not think too much about them. Coupled with Su Zimo's reaction earlier on, although Immortal Queen Ling Long did not notice anything unusual about Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma, she made it a point to be cautious. At that moment, Su Zimo lowered his head slightly with a dark gaze and remained silent. There was something that he could not understand. Logically speaking, Emperor Bo-sun had only met the Martial Tao Prime body once. Today was the first time the Green Lotus True Body was meeting Emperor Bo-sun in his Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma form as well. How did Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma know that he was the Martial Tao Prime body? That was the only possibility why Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma noticed him right away and warned him with that gaze. Emperor Bo-sun once pushed the Martial Tao Prime body into Greater Avicii. Why did he not attack the Martial Tao Prime body earlier on and allowed the latter to leave? 26-25 Think at length. Su Zimo had no intention of revealing the true identity of Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma for the time being. On the one hand, it was the warning from Emperor Bo-sun. More importantly, it was not only in the Pure Land of Bliss. After this incident, Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma had also gained an extremely positive reputation in the hearts of the 9 firmament immortal domain immortals. If Su Zimo were to stand out and tell the truth that Heavenly Lord Six Brahma was Emperor Bo Sun, there would only be a single outcome for him. He would be treated as a lunatic with ulterior motives. In fact, countless people would suspect his motives and suspect that he was a spy from the fiend domain who was here to slander Heavenly Lord Six Brahma and sow discord between the two domains. Even without Heavenly Lord Six Brahma making a move personally, countless fanatic believers would stand out and tear him into pieces. Who would suspect a benevolent emperor of the Buddhist monasteries who sacrificed himself for others over the words of a grade 9 heaven immortal like him? Looking at the benevolent Heavenly Lord Six Brahma, who was surrounded by many immortals and monks, Su Zimo felt a chill in his heart. The situation in the heavenly world was getting more chaotic and no one knew what would happen in the future. Of course, what made Su Zimo feel relieved was that Emperor Bo Sun was not without opponents. In this generation, Emperor Bo Sun was not the only one who had appeared. A fiend emperor that was even older than him had reappeared and was now presiding over the fiend domain. Even if Emperor Bo Sun could wreak havoc in the pure land of bliss, he could only occupy that domain at most. If he wanted to regain control of the fiend domain, he would definitely have to go against Fiend Emperor Apocalypse. At that time, there would definitely be a battle between the two fiend emperors. It would naturally be for the best if it was an internecine outcome. Even if one party was defeated, the other party would probably suffer immense losses. This might be an excellent opportunity for the 9 Firmament Immortal domain. At that time, the 9 Firmament Immortal domain could even accumulate strength to suppress the remaining Fiend Emperor and calm the chaos. Who was that earlier on? Right then, a furious shout sounded and a tremendous might enveloped the immortals and monks of the two domains, causing their hearts to tremble. This was the wrath of an emperor. Su Zimo looked in the direction of the voice and saw Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament surveying his surroundings. His gaze swept past Immortal King Xianxia and the others as he asked coldly, "Long Night died and so did Qin Su, but you guys saw no one? Are all of you blind?" Immortal King Xianxia and the others lowered their heads and did not dare to utter a thing. Although all of them were revered as immortal kings and many of them were supreme immortal kings, they had to bow down obediently in front of an immortal emperor. They did not even dare to refute the immortal emperor's scolding. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Prince Qin Su was dead as well. Although Qin Su was severely injured by the martial Dao prime body and his body was destroyed, there was still an essence spirit carried and protected by Immortal King Long Night. To think that the mysterious expert hidden in the deep void had not only killed Immortal King Long Night, but also the Emperor's son, Qin Su. Initially, Su Zimo thought that Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament was alarmed due to the death of a supreme immortal king. From the looks of it, Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament probably only chose to come out of seclusion because he loved his son so much. Of course, there was another reason. That mysterious expert should have taken away the Grand Pure Jade Manual while killing Immortal King Long Night and Prince Qin Su. Which of you has the Grand Pure Jade Manual? Right then, Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament glared at Immortal King Xianxia and the others and asked coldly with a sinister tone. Immortal King Xianxia and the others were alarmed and shook their heads hurriedly. This was no small matter and they did not dare to be perfunctory. Immortal King Xianxia said in a deep voice, "Immortal Emperor, Qin Su was first severely injured by Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain, and his body was destroyed. Only his essence spirit managed to escape with the Grand Pure Jade Manual. Fellow Taoist Long Night carried Qin Su's essence spirit and the Grand Pure Jade Manual with him in order to protect the latter. Now that fellow Taoist Long Night and Qin Su are dead, the Grand Pure Jade Manual should have been snatched away by that mysterious person." Immortal King Qi Ping hesitated for a moment. "Immortal Emperor, I noticed that the methods released by that mysterious person were a little similar to—" He wanted to continue but paused. "Speak!" Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament hollered. "They resemble the methods of the witch race," Immortal King Qi Ping said. Immortal King Xianxia nodded slightly as well. At that time, a ghastly green light indeed flashed in the depths of the void and entered the glabella of fellow Taoist Long Night, killing him. The witch race! Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament frowned slightly with a dark expression. If this matter involved experts outside the heavenly world, it would be difficult to deal with. Could he possibly rush over to the witch world to demand for the culprit with just a few words from Immortal King Xianxia and the others? Even if it was truly done by an expert of the witch race, there was no way the culprit would confess to it foolishly. The greatest possibility was that this matter would be left unresolved. At that thought, Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament felt frustrated. He merely felt pity for the death of Immortal King Long Night. However, Xianxia's premature death and the loss of the Grand Pure Jade Manual enraged him. Immortal King Xianxia and the others could tell the likely outcome of this matter as well. As such, they could naturally guess the frustration and resentment in the heart of Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament right now. Zen Master Huiwen could not help but say, "In my opinion, the culpability of this matter lies on Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain. The supreme arhat of the Pure Land of Bliss, Shi Wunyan, was killed by the Martial Dao Prime Body. Naturally, the monks of the Buddhist monasteries hated the Martial Dao Prime Body to the core. Since nothing could be done to the witch world, they might as well redirect the anger of Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament onto Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain." Zen Master Huiwen said, "If Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain hadn't come over to wreak havoc in the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain and severely injured young friend Xianxia before chasing after fellow Taoist Long Night, the two of them wouldn't have been ambushed and died." Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain. Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured. A moment later, he said, "Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain has the Hell Suppression Tripod and is already hiding in Avicii. Even with my capabilities, I can't do anything to him." Zen Master Huiwen said hurriedly, "Although Desolate Marshal is hiding, his Tianhuang sect is still in the Fiend Domain. Why don't—" Zen Master Huiwen's meaning was clear. He wanted to get Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament to destroy Tianhuang sect of the Fiend Domain. However, he was interrupted by a Buddhist proclamation before he could finish. Amitba. Heavenly Lord Six Brahma shook his head gently and looked at Zen Master Huiwen with a burning gaze. He said slowly, "Huiwen, your killing intent is too strong. If you don't wake up in time, you might be in danger of turning into a fiend." Zen Master Huiwen shuddered. The gaze of Heavenly Lord Six Brahma looked wise, as though it could read his thoughts and intentions. All his thoughts seemed to be exposed under the gaze of Heavenly Lord Six Brahma. Zen Master Huiwen was sweating profusely from the gaze of Heavenly Lord Six Brahma. He lowered his head hurriedly and said, "Thank you for your warning, Heavenly Lord Six Brahma. I understand my mistake now." "Excellent." Heavenly Lord Six Brahma nodded slightly. "You have to remember that the difference between becoming a Buddha or a fiend lies within a single thought. Always guard your heart and make sure you don't fall into the fiend Tao." Zen Master Huiwen agreed repeatedly. Heavenly Lord Six Brahma turned to look at Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament and nodded slightly. "Patron, please calm down and listen to me. Although Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain is hiding in Avicii, we don't know if Emperor Bosun is hiding in Tianhuang sect. Furthermore, Fiend Emperor Apocalypse is presiding over the Fiend Domain. Patron, if you were to head to the Fiend Domain and Fiend Emperor Apocalypse notices you, it'll be difficult for you to escape unscathed. We still have to think about this matter at length." 2626 Arriving at the Battle Kingdom, you're right, fellow Taoist. Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament nodded slightly and replied. In reality, even without the persuasion of Heavenly Lord Six Brahma, he could not have rushed to the Fiend Domain to destroy Tianhuang sect just to vent his anger. Tianhuang sect definitely had backing to be able to stand strong in the Fiend Domain for so many years. Ever since Fiend Emperor Apocalypse appeared, he swept through the Fiend Domain and conquered endlessly. However, he did not touch Tianhuang sect. That was a little interesting. Of course, it could be explained that Tianhuang sect was located at the borders of the Fiend Domain and Fiend Emperor Apocalypse did not fancy it. However, there was another possibility. Perhaps there was some faction or person backing Tianhuang sect that made Fiend Emperor Apocalypse feel wary. Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament had lived for millions of years and was 10 times older than Zen Master Huiwen and the other immortal kings, What had he not seen before? How could he not understand that Zen Master Huiyuan was trying to kill with a borrowed knife? Since Heavenly Lord Six Brahma also stood in to persuade him, he did not insist and went along with the flow. To think that there were also traces of people from the witch world in today's incident. Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament's gaze was dark. Although he could not attack the witch world because of this, he was still prepared to head to the witch world to see if he could find any clues. At that thought, Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament cupped his fists towards Heavenly Lord Six Brahma before turning to leave. He tore through the void and vanished. Everyone, please disperse. Heavenly Lord Six Brahma looked at the immortals and monks of the two domains and said with a smile. In the eyes of everyone, although Heavenly Lord Six Brahma was an emperor, he did not have the arrogance of one and was very approachable. He was unlike Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament, who had a condescending attitude the entire time. The cultivators expressed their thanks once more. Heavenly Lord Six Brahma nodded slightly. Before leaving, his gaze seemed to brush past Su Zimo's face inadvertently before turning to leave, disappearing at the end of the firmaments. After the two emperors left, the immortals and monks present heaved a sigh of relief. In the face of the two emperors, even immortal king experts would feel an ubiquitous pressure. This was the might unique to emperor experts. The might of an emperor was not to be offended. One could only be considered as the peak existence of the upper world after cultivating to the emperor realm. They looked down on the world and ruled over millions of living beings. Initially, the cultivators of the two domains were delighted to be able to escape. However, before long, the joy in everyone's hearts faded and they had conflicted expressions. The 9 firmament meet held by the two domains this time round was a complete failure. Initially, the 9 firmament meet was meant to select the Supreme Perfected Immortal and Supreme Arhat of the Perfected Immortal and Arhat rankings. To think that the two ranking lists would end up benefiting someone else. The so-called Supreme Perfected Immortal and Supreme Arhat became stepping stones for someone else's notoriety. Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain. Shi Wunyan had just become the Supreme Arhat when he was killed by a single punch from Desolate Marshal. For people such as Sword Immortal Yuhua and Zither Immortal Meng Yao of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, they met with extremely tragic fates as well. Not only did Meng Yao lose to the Zither Fiend of Tianhuang sect in the Zither Dao, her appearance was even destroyed and could never be repaired. It could be said that Meng Yao had lost everything she once had at this 9 firmament meet. Her glory, her Zither Dao, her appearance and everything that made her proud were trampled beneath the feet of Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain. As though she had lost her soul, Meng Yao had a lost expression and hollow eyes as she followed the crowd of Mountain Sea Immortal sect like a walking corpse. There was no longer anybody surrounding her as the center of attention. In fact, many fellow sect mates of Mountain Sea Immortal sect revealed looks of disgust when they saw the menacing scar on her face and hid far away instinctively. Sword Immortal Yuhua's outcome was even worse. He was struck by countless remnants of eternal damnation. Even if he could survive, it would be a fate worse than death. At the 9 firmament meet, the cultivators of the two domains were initially high-spirited. The paragons and monster incarnates of the Perfected Immortal and Arhat rankings were even more vigorous. To think that such a beautiful scene would be shattered by someone in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the cultivators of the two domains were a little despondent. They were not the only ones. Even the Immortal King experts present felt bitter. In fact, Immortal King Qinyang and the others did not even want to recall the scene earlier on. The immortals and monks of the two domains, more than 20 Supreme Immortal Kings and more than 100 ordinary Immortal Kings were defeated by Desolate Marshal alone. Among the cultivators of the two domains, a few of them had different moods compared to others. Yunju had a relaxed expression. Mo Qing lowered her head slightly and seemed to have thought of something with a faint smile. Why didn't someone as decisive to kill as Desolate Marshal kill me? I've already comprehended level 8 of the 9 palace subtle steps. How did he dispel it instantly? Jun Yu's eyes were still filled with confusion. Lin Lei could not help but lament. To think that Desolate Marshal would be stronger than he was in Langfeng City in just 2,000 years and have grown to such an extent. Prior to this, Lin Lei had a sliver of hope that he would be able to challenge Desolate Marshal one day. However, after today, that thought no longer crossed his mind. If you're in no hurry to return to the academy, why don't you head over to my place to rest? Immortal Queen Linglong sent a voice transmission to Su Zimo. I happen to have something I want to talk to you about. All right. Su Zimo agreed hurriedly. I can pay a visit to Senior Human Monarch too. Su Zimo informed Mo Qing before following Immortal Queen Linglong and the others to teleport back to the Battle Kingdom of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain. After arriving at the Battle Kingdom, Immortal Queen Linglong dispersed some of the cultivators of the Battle Kingdom before returning to the palace with Lin Lei, Lin Luo, and Su Zimo. The two of you should head back and rest first. Immortal Queen Linglong said to Lin Lei and Lin Luo. Mother, Lin Luo and I have yet to greet father? Lin Lei frowned and glanced at Su Zimo at the side, muttering internally. Why was his mother so polite to Su Zimo? There's no need for that today. You guys can rest first and come back tomorrow. Immortal Queen Linglong sent Lin Lei and Lin Luo away first before saying to Su Zimo, Thank you for saving Lair and Luor previously. Only when he saw that there was no one else around, Su Zimo asked, Right? How are Senior Human Monarch's injuries? Immortal Queen Linglong hesitated for a moment before shaking her head gently and sighing. Indeed, it had not worked. Su Zimo frowned slightly. Back when he gave Lin Luo the Soraka fruit, he had also vaguely guessed that the Soraka fruit and 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir alone might not be able to heal the human monarch's injuries. That's also the reason why you led the group personally this time round, right? Su Zimo continued. Immortal Queen Linglong nodded. If I hadn't appeared this time round and stayed in the Battle Kingdom, others would definitely know that the Battle King's injuries have yet to recover. My appearance at the 9 Firmament meet this time round can at least negate the suspicions of many factions. 26-27 entering Greater Avicii once more before long. Immortal Queen Linglong brought Su Zimo to a chamber. The chamber was filled with an immortal fog and a strong medicinal scent. Through the thick fog, one could vaguely see a figure sitting in a lotus position on the bed, cultivating. Although they had not seen each other for many years, Su Zimo recognized human monarch Lin Zhan right away. Compared to when he was in Tianhuang mainland, the human monarch did not look much different. However, unlike the peerless glory and sharpness he possessed in the battle in Tianhuang mainland, the human monarch at that moment looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. Lin Zhan closed his eyes and frowned slightly, as though he had fallen into a critical juncture that could not be resolved. Su Zimo did not disturb him and merely waved it off to Immortal Queen Linglong. Immortal Queen Linglong nodded somewhat apologetically and guided Su Zimo to the other side to rest. Avicii, the martial Tao prime body, was domineering and invincible at the 9 Firmament meet. He was able to condense a grotto heaven and suppress the immortals and monks of the 2 domains before escaping unscathed. It was practically a perfect situation. However, at that moment, beneath the Mara mask, the expression of the martial Tao prime body was a little grim. He recalled something. Earlier on, when he broke through beneath the builder tree and condensed his grotto heaven, he suddenly sensed tremendous danger. At that time, no one on the battlefield could threaten him. The sense of danger came without any warning and disappeared rapidly. Even with his spirit perception, he could not determine the origin. At that time, he was surrounded by 19 supreme immortal kings and did not think too much about it. Now that he recalled the fleeting sense of danger after calming down, the martial Tao prime body felt a vague sense of uneasiness. Did it originate from the mysterious expert that hid in the void and killed Immortal King Long Night? Or did it come from Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma, who descended later on? Or was it some other powerful existence that he could not predict? The feeling was way too terrifying. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the first time he had felt such a strong sense of danger since the birth of the martial Tao prime body. Even when he faced Fiend Emperor Apocalypse back then, he had never felt such a strong feeling. The martial Tao prime body pondered in Avicii for a long time without any clues. Under the builder tree, his combat strength increased exponentially after transforming into a grotto heaven. Right now, the martial Tao prime body was already interested in heading to the great wilderness. Back then, before Dai Yu mended the heavens, she noticed a sentence he wrote at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley and praised, "What boldness! You're comparable to me. I'll wait for you in the upper world. I hope that you can break through the mountains and rivers of the upper world and meet me again." Those were the final words left for him by Dai Yu. And now, the martial Dao Prime body had cultivated to this point. In terms of his martial Dao realm, he was not a king yet. However, he made use of the variable true martial Dao body to condense a grotto heaven, allowing him to gain control of the grotto heaven realm first through another pathway. Given his current strength, although he was not at the point where he could break through the mountains and rivers of the upper world, he was already qualified to head to the great wilderness to look for Dai Yu. However, the martial Dao Prime body was in no hurry to move. He still had many questions about Avicii and wanted to find an answer. All these years, he had often cultivated in seclusion in Avicii. He possessed the hell suppression tripod. Apart from greater Avicii, he could roam freely in the various lesser hells and was long familiar with every single corner of this place. However, the martial Dao Prime body could not understand why Great Emperor Infinite created Avicii back then. Was it to suppress the fiends? Indeed, there were many powerful living beings buried in Avicii. However, none of them worthy of this much attention from Great Emperor Infinite. The true core of the infinite hell was greater Avicii in the depths. Legend has it that greater Avicii was transformed from the flesh of Great Emperor Infinite. What sort of opponent would cause Great Emperor Infinite to come this far and even sacrifice himself to create a hell with his own flesh to suppress? What happened back then? Did this have anything to do with the legendary Fiend Lord who wreaked havoc in the Trichiliocosm? All sorts of questions lingered in the mind of the martial Dao Prime body. Before heading to the great wilderness, he was prepared to explore the core and depths of the infinite hell, Greater Avicii. All the answers might be in Greater Avicii. Back then, he was thrown into Greater Avicii by Emperor Bosun and was trapped within, tortured. If not for the arrival of the Green Lotus True Body, the martial Dao Prime body would never have been able to escape. Now, he controlled the hell suppression tripod and could into a grotto heaven. His combat strength was sufficient to suppress supreme immortal kings. That was enough for him to explore Greater Avicii again. Apart from the hell suppression tripod, he carried the soul lantern with him. Furthermore, in the tomb of Great Emperor Heaven Burial, the soul lantern burned many ghost immortals and the oil was long filled. Once ignited, it could sustain him for a long time. Even if he encountered any danger in Greater Avicii, he could retreat at any moment with the hell suppression tripod and soul lantern in his hands. At that thought, the martial Dao Prime body summoned the hell suppression tripod and held it in his hands. In a flash, he crossed layers of space and arrived above Greater Avicii. There was a gigantic pitch-black vortex beneath that resembled a door in the middle. It was bottomless and emitted a shuddering aura. Behind the door, it was as though malevolent ghosts were wailing and specters were flickering. The scene of him being thrown into the Avicii gate by Emperor Bosun flashed through his mind. At that time, he was forced into Greater Avicii. But this time round, the martial Dao Prime body took the initiative to head to Greater Avicii to find the answer. The martial Dao Prime body carried the hell suppression tripod and leaped. Previously, it was as though countless pale arms were dragging him into Greater Avicii. This time round, he held the hell suppression tripod in his hands and the pitch-black vortex beneath stopped. The Avicii fiend chi dispersed rapidly, revealing a passage. The hell suppression tripod was the emperor weapon of Great Emperor Infinite after all and was the key to Avicii. The martial Dao Prime body passed through the Avicii gate and returned to Greater Avicii. The strange and terrifying feeling surfaced once more. After entering Greater Avicii, his five senses and spirit perception were completely lost. Although he had already controlled the power of a grotto heaven, the martial Dao Prime body could not see anything in Greater Avicii. Here, there was no darkness or light and everything was unknown. He could not sense the passage of time and seemed to be floating in midair. He had nowhere to exert strength and could not sense the existence of space. Unlike the previous time, he held the hell suppression tripod in his hands this time round. The hellfire that was enough to cause one to fall into endless pain did not descend on him. The martial Dao Prime body could not sense the direction and could only walk forward instinctively. The surroundings were silent without a single sound. Even his footsteps could not be heard. After a long time, the martial Tao prime body still did not discover anything. As he had expected, he possessed the hell suppression tripod and did not encounter any danger in Greater Avicii. However, he gained nothing as well. Should he continue walking aimlessly or should he leave? Just as the martial Tao prime body was hesitating, a commotion came from the depths of the unknown darkness or chaos on his left. 2628 Netherworld Treasure Mirror The martial Tao prime body turned around suddenly with a grim expression. He propped his hell suppression tripod in front of him as a shield and his figure was faintly visible, prepared to transform into a grotto heaven at any moment and release his full strength. However, before long, the martial Tao prime body relaxed. The commotion over there was not a living being, but a will. After walking in Greater Avicii for so long, this was the first time that the martial Tao prime body sensed the existence of something else, even if it was just a will. The owner of that will had existed in Greater Avicii for a long time. After it appeared, it released immense hostility towards the martial Tao prime body. It tried to shake the Tao heart of the martial Tao prime body and released various terrifying scenes in the consciousness of the latter, be it temptation, intimidation, or threat. The martial Tao prime body stood on the spot motionlessly and allowed the will to cast its arts nonchalantly. Such tricks were of no threat to the martial Tao prime body. It was just a remnant will without any material power and there were limited methods it could release. The martial Tao prime body had a calm expression and there was no contempt or mockery in his eyes, only sadness. The owner of that will must have been a top-tier expert who ruled over a region in the past and was comparable to a great emperor. Otherwise, there was no way Great Emperor Infinite would sacrifice himself to create this hell with body and suppress that person here. The martial Tao prime body had endured endless pain in Greater Avicii. The so-called infinite hell did not merely refer to the infinity of space, time, and suffering. It was also an infinite cycle. The moment one fell into Avicii, they would suffer infinite pain without any pauses. There was also infinite life. From a certain perspective, living beings that fell into Avicii were almost immortal. Unless Greater Avicii was destroyed, the living beings here would have to endure pain forever and would never be free. There was also infinity of self. Be it living beings with flesh and blood or just souls, every single inch of those bodies and souls would endure infinite pain. How strong was this expert who was comparable to a great emperor back then? However, after falling into Greater Avicii and enduring the pain and torture for a long time, there was only a remnant will left. The fact that it could now only release such low-level tricks against the martial Tao prime body was admirable. When the remnant will saw the martial Tao prime body wielding the hell suppression tripod, it must have regarded him as the successor of Great Emperor Infinite. That was the reason why it was so hostile. However, the remnant will posed no threat to the martial Tao prime body. "Who are you?" the martial Tao prime body attempted to ask. However, he realized that there was no sound when he spoke and the other party could not hear him. Even if the other party truly said something, he would not be able to hear it. This was Greater Avicii. All sounds or spirit consciousness voice transmissions were useless. There was no way to communicate. Because of the appearance of that will, the martial Tao prime body decided to continue exploring ahead. When the martial Tao prime body decided to leave, the remnant will revealed a pleading expression and wanted the martial Tao prime body to stay. Over a long period of time, while enduring endless suffering, the owner of this will was also enduring loneliness and pain. There was no sound, space, time, or other life. There was only endless pain and torture. The martial Tao prime body ignored it and continued forward. After a long time, another will sounded from the depths of hell on his right. The martial Tao prime body could vaguely tell that this will was different from the previous one. However, similarly, this will was also extremely hostile towards the martial Tao prime body and released some low-level tricks to threaten him. The martial Tao prime body was unmoved and continued forward. A long time later, a third will did not appear. He walked in the empty Greater Avicii for a long time, but only two remnant wills appeared fleetingly. Even after the martial Tao prime body lingered here for long, he gained nothing. Even if he encountered the two remnant wills, they could not communicate and he did not obtain any useful information. His surroundings were vast and there was no light or darkness. Under such circumstances, even if I continue, I'm probably not going to find any answers. The Martial Tao Prime Body sighed gently. Just as he was about to turn and leave, his heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly took out the soul lantern from his storage bag. After transforming into a grotto heaven, the Martial Tao Prime Body could already defend against the powerful suction force on the essence, spirit, and soul when one's body came into contact with the soul lantern. The Martial Tao Prime Body released an essence spirit fire and ignited the soul lantern. The soul lantern lit up and a ball of light appeared in Greater Avicii. Light lit up and darkness accompanied it. Initially, there was no light or darkness in Greater Avicii. However, as the soul lantern was ignited, the surrounding chaos turned into darkness and was gradually purged. There was a 10-foot radius of light around the Martial Tao Prime Body. That bit of light made him feel slightly relieved. Right then, the flames that were initially burning vertically in the soul lantern suddenly deviated slightly in a direction. The Martial Tao Prime Body focused his gaze. It was as though the flames of the soul lantern were guided in that direction by some power. In Greater Avicii, the Martial Tao Prime Body had already lost all sense of direction and merely continued forward. But now that he obtained the guidance of the soul lantern, he was invigorated. No matter what, the abnormality of the soul lantern was at least a clue. The Martial Tao Prime Body took a deep breath and strode in the direction indicated by the flames of the soul lantern. After a long time, the footsteps of the Martial Tao Prime Body gradually slowed down and he looked at the ground not far away with a confused expression. Initially, the soul lantern was the only source of light in Greater Avicii. However, another light shone on the ground not far away. The Martial Tao Prime Body walked over and focused his gaze. Half of an ancient mirror-like object was buried in the dust on the ground. The light he saw earlier on was reflected by the ancient mirror through the light emitted by the soul lantern. The Martial Tao Prime Body pondered for a moment before squatting down and taking out the half of the ancient mirror from the sand. The ancient mirror had been buried in Greater Avicii for a long time but still looked intact. The mirror shone with a strange blood color, giving off a sinister aura. This ancient mirror buried in Greater Avicii was definitely not an ordinary item. Furthermore, it was a treasure from the era of Great Emperor Infinite. The Martial Tao Prime Body held the ancient mirror and touched it with his palm. There seemed to be some marks on the back of the ancient mirror. He flipped the ancient mirror over. There were a few words etched on the back of the ancient mirror. Netherworld Treasure Mirror. 2629 Living being. The Martial Tao Prime Body attempted to release his spirit consciousness and swept it across the Netherworld Treasure Mirror. However, apart from a sinister and cold feeling, he did not discover anything else. No matter how he tried, even when he released the power of the Grotto Heaven, there was no reaction from the Netherworld Treasure Mirror. The Martial Tao Prime Body stood up and intended to put away the Netherworld Treasure Mirror first before continuing to explore in the direction of the flames of the Soul Lantern. However, he suddenly realized that the Netherworld Treasure Mirror could not be placed in his storage bag. Although the storage bag was open, there was an irreconcilable resistance between it and the Netherworld Treasure Mirror. The Martial Tao Prime Body did not dare to throw the unknown ancient mirror into his consciousness casually either. After pondering for a moment, the Martial Tao Prime Body placed the Netherworld Treasure Mirror in his embrace first and raised the Soul Lantern before continuing in the direction indicated by the flames. After a long time, a tall silhouette vaguely appeared in the darkness ahead. When he approached, the Martial Tao Prime Body was shocked to discover that what stood before him was a desolate and lonely ancient city. There was an ancient city in the depths of Greater Avicii. The ancient city did not have city walls. The entrance of the ancient city was like the mouth of an ancient behemoth. It was deep and dark within and one could not see the path ahead. The Martial Tao Prime Body hesitated for a moment before heading into the ancient city. The ancient city was silent and there was no life on both sides of the street. However, after entering the ancient city, the despair, pain, and suffocating atmosphere in Greater Avicii seemed to have vanished. The ancient city seemed to be a world of its own, isolating the city from Greater Avicii outside. The martial Tao prime body held the hell suppression tripod in his left hand and the soul lantern in his right as he walked along the street. There was nothing on the empty street except for his faint footsteps. After a while, the martial Tao prime body seemed to have reached the end of the street and gradually slowed down. In an empty space at the end of the street, an ancient well was erected, looking a little abrupt. The martial Tao prime body scanned his surroundings and only headed towards the ancient well after discovering nothing. By the time he arrived at the edge of the ancient well, the flames of the soul lantern had returned to normal. It was as though the ancient well before him was the endpoint guided by the soul lantern. The martial Tao prime body lowered his head and glanced into the ancient well. It was dark inside, sinister and lifeless. His spirit consciousness entered the ancient well and vanished instantly like a rock entering the sea. The martial Tao prime body leaned over slightly and extended the soul lantern into the ancient well slowly, wanting to see if he could discover anything. Right then, a voice sounded from behind him. It was extremely close. "What did you see?" "Pest." The body of the martial Tao prime body froze and he felt a chill run down his spine. Shocked. That voice was not a remnant will within Greater Avicii. The martial Tao prime body could truly sense that there was indeed someone standing behind him. A living person. In fact, he could even sense the breathing of the person behind him. How was that possible? How could there be anyone alive in this ancient city in the depths of Greater Avicii? Furthermore, he had clearly scanned carefully earlier on, and there was no life in the surroundings, let alone a living being. In fact, he did not even know when this person arrived. How did this person appear behind him? That voice sounded familiar. However, the voice appeared way too suddenly and strangely. The martial Tao prime body was shocked and did not think too much about it. His spirit perception did not give him any warning. It was all right to assume that the intruder was not hostile towards him. However, there was another possibility. The intruder was strong enough to hide from his spirit perception. The martial Tao prime body did not escape right away. If the person behind him truly wanted to attack him, there was no need for him to say anything. The martial Tao prime body was completely unprepared. The martial Tao prime body turned around slowly and held the hell suppression tripod and soul lantern horizontally in front of his chest, on guard. Although he was prepared, he was still shocked when he turned around and saw who it was with disbelief in his eyes. "Senior, it's you?" A realization flashed through the mind of the martial Tao prime body. It was no wonder why that voice sounded familiar. The person standing before him was the long-browed old monk known as the Tombkeeper from the backyard of Azura Monastery on Great Tai Wei Mountain. The martial Tao prime body did not have much interaction with this old monk who guarded the tombs. Back then, the two of them had met once. The martial Tao prime body could vaguely sense that the old monk was extraordinary. Later on, the Green Lotus True Body, Yunzhu and Emoqing left Avicii and were hunted by 8 heavenly kings of the Buddhist monasteries. At that time, the old monk guarding the tombs was the one who killed more than half of the 8 heavenly kings of the Buddhist monasteries. To be precise, the old monk did not attack at all. A single sentence from him was all it took for a heavenly king of the Buddhist monasteries to die. He glanced at another heavenly king of the Buddhist monasteries and that heavenly king died on the spot. Out of the 8 heavenly kings, only 3 of them escaped in time by hiding in Avicii, allowing them to escape from the hands of the old monk. However, at that time, the martial Tao prime body presided over Avicii, so the 3 heavenly kings could not escape the fate of death in the end as well. Thereafter, he had not heard any news of the old monk. He had asked Yunzhu about it, but to no avail. Although the old monk looked like he was at the end of his road and could exhaust his lifespan at any moment, his strength was frightening. The martial Tao prime body had not expected to see this old monk again in this ancient city of Greater Avicii. He only managed to get through Greater Avicii and arrive here thanks to the hell suppression tripod and soul lantern. How did the old monk manage to get here? Even emperors might not be able to leave alive if they were trapped in a lesser hell outside, let alone Greater Avicii. Could this old monk that guarded the tombs be a great emperor? That thought flashed through the mind of the martial Tao prime body and he was shocked. However, he calmed down before long. There was no way he was a great emperor. According to his understanding, ever since great Emperor Longevity passed away, there had not been a great emperor born in this generation. If someone had truly become a great emperor, the news would have long spread through the trichiliocosm. Senior, why are you? The Martial Tao Prime Body had many questions in his mind and could not help but ask when he saw that the old monk was not hostile towards him. However, before he could finish, the old monk suddenly reached out with his skinny palm and pushed towards his chest. The Martial Tao Prime Body's heart skipped a beat. He watched helplessly as the skinny palm of the old monk pushed towards him. However, his body no longer seemed to be under his control and he could not move at all. Even with the hell suppression tripod and soul lantern in his hands, it was useless. What was this old monk trying to do? Was he trying to kill him? Why? In a flash, countless thoughts flashed through the mind of the Martial Tao Prime Body. 2630 loss of connection. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind, and the skinny palm of the old monk had already slapped the chest of the Martial Tao Prime Body. The Martial Tao Prime Body could not move at all and was prepared to die here. Given the strength of the old monk, even if he had a grotto heaven and a perfected true Martial Tao body, he would not be able to withstand a palm strike as such. However, the Martial Tao Prime Body did not feel any pain when the old monk's palm descended. To be precise, the old monk merely nudged him gently. At that moment, the Martial Tao Prime Body was standing at the edge of the ancient well. After being pushed by the old monk, he lost control of his body and balance, falling head first into the dark and sinister ancient well. The figure of the Martial Tao Prime Body was devoured by the darkness and he was falling into an endless abyss. The surrounding ancient city and ancient well seemed to have vanished instantly. The old monk was the only one still around. Arriving at the edge of the dark abyss, the old monk looked down at the falling Martial Tao Prime Body. He smirked slightly, revealing a mysterious smile on his wrinkled old face. A strange look flashed through the depths of the old monk's hazy eyes. The next moment, the Martial Tao Prime Body was completely devoured by the darkness and could not see anything. At the same time, he lost connection with the Green Lotus True Body completely. Green Firmament Immortal Domain Battle Kingdom. Human Monarch's Chamber. Enshrouded by the immortal fog, Su Zimo shuddered and clenched his fists instinctively. Suddenly, he stood up with a furious expression. When the Martial Tao Prime Body entered Greater Avicii, the Green Lotus True Body's attention had always been on the Martial Tao Prime Body. After the Martial Tao Prime Body refined the Hell Suppression Tripod, it was equivalent to him controlling Avicii. Even though the Martial Tao Prime Body was in Avicii and had even entered Greater Avicii, the two true bodies could still sense one another. Therefore, the Green Lotus True Body knew everything that the Martial Tao Prime Body experienced in Greater Avicii as though he was experiencing it personally. That was the reason why the Green Lotus True Body lost his composure when the Martial Tao Prime Body was pushed into the dark abyss by the old monk. He had completely lost the connection to the Martial Tao Prime Body. Su Zimo's expression was terrible. The Martial Tao Prime Body had just condensed a grotto heaven and the perfected true Martial Tao Body. In fact, he even had a direction for the dermic formulation for the next realm of the Martial Tao. To think that he would encounter such an undeserved calamity in Greater Avicii and his fate was unknown. Su Zimo had not expected to encounter the old monk in the depths of Greater Avicii. Less than that, he had not expected the old monk to push him into the dark abyss without a second word. Right then, Su Zimo felt something strange and looked over instinctively. Not far away, Human Monarch Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Ling Long were looking at him with worried expressions. His mind was focused on the Martial Tao Prime Body earlier on. It was only now that Su Zimo snapped out of his stupor and recalled that he was in the chamber of the Human Monarch. I'm Su Zimo of Tianhuang Mainland. Greetings, Senior Human Monarch. Suppressing his emotions, Su Zimo took a deep breath and bowed. Lin Zhan nodded slightly. Immortal Queen Ling Long had a worried expression, as though she could tell that something serious had happened to Su Zimo. She asked gently, "Are you all right?" "It's fine." Su Zimo forced a smile. Even if he revealed this matter, the Human Monarch and Immortal Queen Ling Long could not do anything about it. Even emperors could not come out of Greater Avicii, let alone the human monarch who was severely injured and minor grotto heaven immortal Queen Ling Long. How long have I been here? Su Zimo noticed that human monarch Lin Zhan had already woken up from his recuperation and realized that quite a bit of time must have passed. It's been 7 days. Immortal Queen Ling Long said, "We saw that you seemed to be immersed in a certain state and was experiencing something. As such, we did not disturb you." Su Zimo sighed internally. To think that although the trip of the Martial Dao Prime body to Greater Avicii seemed short, 7 days had passed. Indeed, the passing of time could not be experienced in Greater Avicii. "Seniors, have you heard of the Tomb Keeper?" Su Zimo pondered for a moment and asked. The human monarch and immortal Queen Ling Long recalled carefully with lost expressions. They exchanged glances and shook their heads slowly. Su Zimo had expected this. Even Yun Zhu, who read the ancient books and was well-versed in history, did not know the Tomb Keeper. It was understandable for the human monarch and immortal Queen Ling Long to not know as well. "Senior human monarch, how are your injuries?" Su Zimo asked again. No matter what, the human monarch's current injuries were caused because he disregarded everything and forcefully descended to Tianhuang mainland in the past, back when the human race of Tianhuang mainland met with a calamity. Lin Zhan waved it off and smiled in a carefree manner. "After obtaining your 9 revolutions soul return elixir and Sriracha fruit, I've recovered a little, and my combat strength has also recovered to the Grotto Heaven realm. My life is not in danger." Although the human monarch did not say it explicitly, Su Zimo could tell. His combat strength was probably only at the minor Grotto Heaven realm at the very most and was far from his peak. The human monarch smiled. "Don't worry about me. I'm long used to being haunted by these injuries in the upper world all these years. On the other hand, you're truly shocked me and Ling Long ever since your ascension. In less than 10,000 years, your green lotus true body has already cultivated to the peak of a grade 9 heaven immortal. As long as there's a suitable opportunity, you can condense a Dao fruit at any moment and advance to the perfected one realm. Also, that true body of yours with the title of Desolate Marshal is even more powerful. You wreaked havoc at the Immortal Peach Banquet of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain, and the battle in the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain shocked the world to its core. It's unfortunate that I did not get to witness it personally. What a pity." Human monarch Lin Zhan was all smiles as he praised Su Zimo with a gratified expression. All these years, he had been plagued by injuries as well, internal and external troubles in the Battle Kingdom. He was worried all day and barely smiled. Right now, seeing Su Zimo was the happiest thing that had happened to him in recent years. On the one hand, it was rare to see an old friend from Tianhuang mainland, and he felt extremely close. On the other hand, he was relieved that a junior from Tianhuang mainland managed to rise rapidly and become famous in the heavenly world. Back then, the reason why he endured the risk of being severely injured and forcefully descended was because he wanted to make use of Su Zimo's body to fight against the monarchs of the various races. That process was equivalent to him leaving his dermic Dao to Su Zimo. Before leaving, he even passed down the position of the human monarch to this young man back then. Even human monarch Lin Zhan did not expect that the young man back then would be able to make such a name for himself in the heavenly world after ascending to the upper world. "Bring me wine." Emotional and excited, the human monarch waved his hand. Immortal Queen Ling Long pursed her lips and smiled. She said with bravado, "I've prepared it a long time ago. Count me in. We'll drink to our heart's content today. Unfortunately, we're missing Brother Feng." The human monarch shook his head gently with a regretful tone. Immortal Queen Ling Long took out 3 jars of strong wine and left one for herself before sharing the other 2 with the human monarch and Su Zimo. 2631 Demon Empress Blood Butterfly. The 3 of them drank heartily before Su Zimo calmed down slightly. He then gradually let go of the matter of the Martial Dao Prime body. It was useless even if he thought about it. Back when the Martial Dao Prime body fell into Greater Avicii, he lost contact with the Martial Dao Prime body. However, at that time, the Hell Suppression Tripod was in the hands of the Green Lotus True Body. After the Green Lotus True Body entered Avicii, he established a new connection with the Martial Dao Prime body and saved the latter. This time round, the Hell Suppression Tripod and Soul Lantern were both with the Martial Dao Prime body. Given the current cultivation of the Green Lotus true body, he would definitely die if he entered Greater Avicii, let alone save the Martial Dao Prime body. The only thing that made Su Zimo feel slightly relieved was that before the Martial Dao Prime body fell into the dark abyss, the old monk revealed a mysterious smile. That smile did not seem hostile or murderous, as though there was a deeper meaning. Previously, when he lost contact with the Martial Dao Prime body, he at least knew where the latter was. However, this time round, he did not know where the Martial Dao Prime body went. Furthermore, this time round, there was probably no one who could help the Martial Dao Prime body. Whether the Martial Dao Prime body could survive and return safely depended on his own fate. At the mention of Feng Cantian and Tianhuang sect, they could not help but talk about the situation in the Fiend domain. Lin Zhan said deeply, because of the existence of Fiend Emperor Apocalypse, it might be difficult for Tianhuang sect to gain a foothold in the Fiend domain in the future. Immortal Queen Ling Long added, it's said that Emperor Bo Sun has reappeared in this generation as well. In the future, these two Fiend Emperors will definitely fight in the Fiend domain. Tianhuang sect should look for a way out lest they get embroiled in the flames of war between the two Fiend Emperors in the future. At the mention of Emperor Bo Sun and Fiend Emperor Apocalypse, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He recalled a question that had been buried in his heart for a long time and asked, legend has it that Fiend Emperor Apocalypse was an emperor expert from tens of millions of years ago. How did he manage to survive till this era? The human monarch and immortal Queen Linglong were both immortal kings after all. They definitely knew more about the cultivation realms and powers of emperors compared to him. Immortal Queen Linglong said, be it great emperors or emperors, their lifespans are similar and are almost always around 10 million years. In the records, only great emperor longevity managed to live for 20 million years, and that's already unprecedented. Although Fiend Emperor Apocalypse is strong, he can't have lived for tens of millions of years. Pausing for a moment, Immortal Queen Linglong said, I'm more inclined to think that Fiend Emperor Apocalypse had in fact died tens of millions of years ago. However, he was resurrected in this generation using some heavenly-defying dermic formulation. Resurrection. When he heard that, Su Zimo frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. He had a feeling that he had neglected an extremely important piece of information. Suddenly, Immortal Queen Linglong asked, Zimo, apart from us, did you know any other experts of the upper world before you ascended? Experts of the upper world? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Apart from the human monarch couple, Dai Yu was the only other expert of the upper world he knew before he ascended. I know someone indeed. Su Zimo nodded and did not hide anything. However, she's not in the heavenly world. She's in the great wilderness. Back when Senior Human Monarch descended, I even asked him about her but to no avail. Lin Zhan smiled. I'm only an immortal king of the green firmament immortal domain after all. I've only been to the great wilderness once and don't know much about it nor the many experts there. Back in the lower worlds, Su Zimo asked the human monarch about the name, Dai Yu. Later on, before Dai Yu mended the heavens, she told him that even in the upper world, there were less than 5 people who knew that her name was Dai Yu. Dai Yu even told him that if he were to ask anyone else, he might as well ask about the blood butterfly of the great wilderness. At that thought, Su Zimo asked again, Senior Human Monarch, have you heard of the blood butterfly of the great wilderness? MMM? At the mention of those words, Human Monarch Lin Zhan was not the only one. Even Immortal Queen Linglong's expression changed. Blood butterfly? Lin Zhan asked with a grim expression, Demon Empress blood butterfly? I think so, Su Zimo said. Back then, before King Yunyu's clone died, he begged Dai Yu for mercy and intermittently mentioned something about the blood butterfly and Empress. He was probably trying to call her name Demon Empress blood butterfly. Immortal Queen Linglong nodded and said, There's only one blood butterfly of the great wilderness. She's famous in the great wilderness, right? Su Zimo probed. In reality, he could roughly guess that from the reactions of the human monarch and Immortal Queen Linglong. It's not just in the great wilderness. Human monarch Lin Zhan shook his head gently and lamented. Demon Empress Blood Butterfly is one of the most renowned and strongest emperors in the entire upper world. The experts of the upper world might not have heard of the immortal emperors of the various immortal domains, but they have definitely heard of Demon Empress Blood Butterfly. I once heard Immortal Emperor Green Firmament personally mention that among the emperors of the upper world, Demon Empress Blood Butterfly has the highest potential and is the closest to being a great emperor. So strong. Su Zimo was secretly speechless and surprised. He had long imagined that Dai Yu was definitely extraordinary in the upper world. However, he did not expect her to be so strong. Immortal Queen Ling Long added, "The butterfly race is innately weak. Even though the monarch butterfly lineage appeared, they can't compare to other powerful living beings. However, the rise of Demon Empress Blood Butterfly changed the status of the butterfly race among the 10,000 races single-handedly. It's precisely because of her existence that other living beings don't dare to underestimate the butterfly race." At the mention of that information, Immortal Queen Ling Long's tone was filled with admiration and longing. Even her initially calm eyes rippled. Su Zimo was emotional as well. It was as though the figure in blood-red robes had appeared before him once more. She was invincible in Tianhuang mainland and killed all the witches in Tianhuang mainland with a single palm strike and a peerless bearing. He could not imagine how magnificent Dai Yu's past was. Immortal Emperor Ling Long continued, "What's even rarer is that Demon Empress Blood Butterfly is a woman with shocking talent. She doesn't give in to anyone. I admire her immensely. If I can even reach 10% of her in the future, that'll be enough." Su Zimo burst into laughter. From the looks of it, Immortal Queen Ling Long clearly viewed Dai Yu as a role model and a target to chase. Furthermore, Immortal Queen Ling Long had not even seen Dai Yu before. It was clear how much influence Dai Yu had in the upper world. Su Zimo recounted how Dai Yu made use of her bloodline phenomenon to descend upon Tianhuang mainland and resolve the calamity of the witch race before mending the heavens to leave. This was the first time the human monarch and Immortal Queen Ling Long had heard of this, and they were even more shocked. Lin Zhan said, "Back when I forcefully descended, I realized that I might leave behind a huge hidden ailment for Tianhuang mainland. To think that she was the one who stepped in to resolve it." 2632 Who is the mastermind? Immortal Queen Ling Long smiled as well. "So, there's such an expert backing you. Seems like the information back then should have come from this Demon Empress Blood Butterfly." MMM? Su Zimo did not really understand what she meant and asked instinctively, "What information?" Immortal Queen Ling Long said, "Back when you ascended, King Yun Yu tried to kill you. The reason why I could arrive in time was because I obtained a piece of information in advance. Otherwise, there was no way I could have divined the precise time and location of your calamity given my methods and capabilities." Su Zimo's expression changed and he narrowed his eyes. Immortal Queen Ling Long did not notice it and sighed gently. "Sigh, unfortunately, Lin Zhan was injured back then. Although I arrived, I was still a step too late and caused you to lose a true body. I don't know why Demon Empress Blood Butterfly did not appear personally back then. If she had, she could have crushed King Yun Yu with a single finger." Lin Zhan shook his head gently. "I heard that the situation in the Great Wilderness is rather chaotic and the flames of war are endless. There are a few demon emperors with terrifying strength. For some unknown reason, even Demon Empress Blood Butterfly was severely injured in the past. 12 demon kings under her lead suffered immense losses and more than half of her territory was snatched. In recent years, even after Demon Empress Blood Butterfly's domineering return, she has yet to recover her lost territory completely. She must be too busy handling everything personally." As the two of them conversed, they suddenly realized that Su Zimo, who was at the side, had been silent the entire time and looked terrible. Lin Zhan thought that Su Zimo was worried about the situation in the Great Wilderness and consoled him. "Don't worry, Zimo. Given the current strength of Demon Empress Blood Butterfly, no one should be able to hurt her." Su Zimo was not worried about Dai Yu. As the human monarch had said, given Dai Yu's strength and methods, there was no need for him to worry. Furthermore, he was not strong enough right now and could not help much even if he headed to the Great Wilderness. He was thinking about something else. Immortal Queen Linglong had just told him that she only managed to arrive in time back then because she received a piece of information. She thought that the information came from Dai Yu. However, given Su Zimo's understanding of Dai Yu, there was no way it was done by her. How strong was Dai Yu? She was someone who was unwilling to owe anyone favors. As such, why would she send a message to the human monarch and Immortal Queen Linglong to ask them for help? If Dai Yu wanted to save him, there was no need for her to beat around the bush. That was not Dai Yu's style of doing things. That style reminded Su Zimo of something else. Back when he killed Prince Yuanzhua in Absolute Thunder City and searched the latter's soul, he saw an image in the latter's memories. Initially, Prince Yuanzhua did not know where he was. It was because he suddenly received a letter that he knew that Su Zimo was taking part in the immortal sex selection and could recognize his appearance after changing. The styles of handling things in both events were way too similar. Su Zimo thought of that right away. At the same time, it confirmed a speculation in his mind. However, that speculation was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Su Zimo had once thought that the moment he arrived at the divine firmament immortal domain, it was as though a pair of invisible hands had appeared behind him, manipulating his fate and guiding his every move. And now, Su Zimo suddenly realized that the invisible hands might have already set a plan in motion from the moment he ascended. "What's on your mind, Zimo?" Immortal Queen Linglong noticed that Su Zimo did not look too good and asked again. Su Zimo said slowly, "Senior Linglong, the information you received shouldn't have been from Demon Empress Blood Butterfly." "It wasn't Demon Empress Blood Butterfly?" Immortal Queen Linglong frowned slightly and asked, "Who was it then?" Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo did not hide anything from the human monarch and Immortal Queen Linglong, and recounted everything that happened in the divine firmament immortal domain. This included how he offended Prince Yuanzhua, participated in the immortal sex selection, and eventually joined Heaven and Earth Academy after some twists and turns. After hearing that, the expression of Immortal Queen Linglong turned grim as well. It was clear that there was a problem. Lin Zhan was in disbelief and frowned. Someone has been manipulating things ever since he ascended? What's the person's motive? The complete creation Green Lotus. Immortal Queen Linglong said slowly, "There's only one creation Green Lotus in the entire world, and it's the most mysterious treasure with unimaginable potential. Throughout history, it has been extremely difficult for the creation Green Lotus to grow. Now that the creation Green Lotus has fused with Su Zimo in this generation, the conditions for it to grow are even more stringent. If Su Zimo is suppressed and imprisoned in advance, no matter what methods he uses, as long as Su Zimo is unwilling, he won't be able to grow the creation Green Lotus to its final mature state of grade 12. The best way was to give Su Zimo sufficient opportunities to cultivate and grow on his own. When he grows to the mature state of grade 12, he will finally make a move to pluck it. That way, he can obtain the greatest benefits." Through Su Zimo's recount, Immortal Queen Linglong deduced many things. All of them coincided with Su Zimo's previous speculation. Su Zimo was unwilling to believe it the entire time because the speculation would definitely point to a single person in the end. The sect master of the academy. Without that speculation, Su Zimo was indebted to the sect master of the academy through a life-saving grace. Back at the immortal sex selection, if not for Yang Ruoxu's persistence and the timely appearance of senior sister Mo Qing, he would have been killed by zither immortal Meng Yao. It was also because of the shelter of Heaven and Earth Academy that he could temporarily escape the threat of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Later on, when he obtained rank 1 of the Earth ranking and returned to Heaven and Earth Academy, he encountered an inexplicable assassination attempt. At that time, things were resolved after the sect master of the academy stepped in personally. Up till now, Su Zimo could not be sure if he was the target of the assassination attempt or if it was someone else. However, no matter what, the sect master of the academy had indeed saved them. Thereafter, he condensed the 10th step on the Tao Heart Stairs. The sect master of the academy appeared and accepted him as an in-name legacy disciple, even giving him a teleportation talisman. It was also because of this teleportation talisman that he could escape back to Heaven and Earth Academy with Tao Yao from the chaotic situation in Langfeng City. Later on, He headed to Absolute Thunder City alone and burned it to ashes. He killed many heaven immortals and even Prince Xianxia, alarming the immortal king of the great Jin immortal kingdom. At that time, the matter was also resolved after the sect master of the academy stepped in. Furthermore, after that incident, the sect master of the academy spoke to him and did not hide the fact that he already knew the secret of the creation Green Lotus. It was because of that conversation that Su Zimo's suspicions towards the sect master of the academy decreased significantly. If the sect master of the academy truly coveted his Green Lotus true body, why would he be honest with him? 2633 Technique Reserve. However, all the clues pointed to the sect master of the academy. Or rather, it was someone from Heaven and Earth Academy. That was because back at the Immortal sect selection, Su Zimo's initial intention was not Heaven and Earth Academy, but Mountain Sea Immortal sect. However, because of the appearance of Prince Xianxia and Zither Immortal Mengyao, a huge change happened at the Immortal sect selection. In the end, after a few twists and turns alongside Yang Ruoxu's insistence, as well as senior sister Mo Qing's appearance, he joined Heaven and Earth Academy. The entire process was filled with uncertainty and coincidence. If there was truly such a person plotting behind the scenes, it meant that this person had long divined all the coincidences and determined the eventual direction of the matter. What sort of wisdom was that? Furthermore, after the sect master of the academy spoke to him, Su Zimo even specially asked senior sister Mo Qing about her appearance back then. According to senior sister Mo Qing, it was because of Elder 8 of the academy that she rushed to the Immortal sect selection. Who was Elder 8 of the academy? What sort of a role was he playing in between? Could it be the sect master of the academy? Su Zimo looked at Immortal Queen Linglong and asked softly. Immortal Queen Linglong remained silent. The implications of this matter were extremely important. The sect master of the academy was Su Zimo's master after all, and even had a life-saving grace towards the latter. She could not make wild guesses without any evidence. I'm not sure if it's the sect master of the academy, Immortal Queen Linglong said in a deep voice. However, the sect master of the academy is able to divine the heavenly secrets, the human heart, fate, and karma. He does have the ability to set such a plan in motion. This was no simple plan. After all, Su Zimo was not the only target. There was also Prince Xianxia, the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, Yang Ruoxu, Zither Immortal Mengyao, painting Immortal Mo Qing. There was even King Yun Yu and Immortal Queen Linglong. Everyone Su Zimo had seen ever since he started cultivating could have been a chess piece. Immortal Queen Linglong said, "Although I'm also good at divination, I'm indeed inferior to the sect master of the academy when it comes to divining the heavenly secrets and fate. At the very least, given my capabilities, there's no way I could have divined the time and location of your ascension." Su Zimo nodded. The 9th stone step of Heaven and Earth Academy's Tao Heart Stairs, the wisdom step, was condensed by the sect master of the academy. Back when he ascended to the 9th stone step, he experienced the will of the sect master of the academy. The impact on his Tao heart was indeed extremely shocking. The reason why he could survive the 9th stone step and condense the 10th stone step of the Tao heart stairs was because his two true bodies resonated and his martial Tao will descended. It was no exaggeration to claim that the sect master of the academy could plan flawlessly. Suddenly, Immortal Queen Linglong asked, "I heard from Luo'er that back in Langfeng City, you unintentionally released the 9 palace subtle steps. Have you seen such a footwork somewhere?" Back when the martial Tao prime body underwent tribulation transcendence, a few humanoid heavenly tribulations descended. Among them, a black-robed woman held a turtle shell in one hand and a horsetail whip in the other. Su Zimo did not know why Immortal Queen Linglong suddenly mentioned this matter. However, he still nodded and did not hide anything. Upon hearing Su Zimo's description, the eyes of Immortal Queen Linglong lit up. Su Zimo continued, "This black-robed woman's combat strength is terrifying, and she once used this mysterious footwork. It was extremely enigmatic and left a deep impression on me. Later on, in Langfeng City, I released it by a stroke of inspiration." "Indeed," Immortal Queen Linglong murmured softly before asking with a smile, "Do you know who the black-robed woman you saw was?" "I don't know," Su Zimo shook his head. Immortal Queen Linglong said, "The era of this black-robed woman might be more than 1 billion years ago or even billions of years ago. No matter what, she should be the oldest great emperor in the records of the upper world." It was another great emperor. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Back then, Demoness Ji told him that the white-robed woman with a long sword that the martial Tao Prime body saw during the 10th tribulation was a great emperor in the past. Great Empress Nine Nether. If this black-robed woman was once a great emperor as well, that meant that the few people the martial Tao Prime body saw when he underwent tribulation transcendence should be great emperors who had left traces of Dermic Tao in the upper world. Immortal Queen Linglong continued. The black-robed woman you saw was Great Empress Nine Heavens' mystic maiden. She once left behind a Dermic Tao inheritance in the upper world. It's a taboo mystic classic called the Technique Reserve. Taboo mystic classics were extremely rare and only great emperors could leave behind taboo mystic classic inheritances. For example, although Emperor Bosun and Fiend Emperor Apocalypse were strong, their Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra and Apocalyptic Fiend Sutra were only comparable to taboo mystic classics at most and were not at the level of actual taboo mystic classics. The Technique Reserve is all-encompassing, including divination, geomancy, destiny, phenomenon, dream interpretation, auspicious choice, astral interpretation, astronomical phenomenon, talisman, everything. There are a total of 3 sections to the Technique Reserve, starting with Primordial Unity. The remaining 2 sections are Chimanduinjia and 6 Ren Divine Calculation. Back then, I obtained this opportunity at the same time as the sect master of the Academy. We were both chosen by the Dermic Tao of Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden, but we received different inheritances. The sect master of the Academy received Chimanduinjia, while I received 6 Ren Divine Calculation. In terms of divining heavenly secrets, fate, and offensive techniques, Chimanduinjia is superior. The Dermic formulation of the 9 Palace Subtle Steps is hidden in 6 Ren Divine Calculation. At that point, Su Zimo was enlightened. It was no wonder why Immortal Queen Linglong would suddenly mention this matter. So, there was such a relationship between her and the sect master of the Academy. The reason why the sect master of the Academy was superior to her in terms of divining fate was because he obtained Chimanduinjia of the Technique Reserve. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly asked, "Senior, you just said that there are 3 sections to the Technique Reserve. Who obtained the inheritance of Primordial Unity?" According to Immortal Queen Linglong, Primordial Unity was the first of the 3 sections in the Technique Reserve. Therefore, it should be even more mysterious. Immortal Queen Linglong said, "The Dermic Tao of Primordial Unity has a unique origin, and it was not passed down. Neither I nor the sect master of the Academy obtained it." Pausing for a moment, Immortal Queen Linglong suddenly took out an ancient turtle shell from her storage bag and handed it to Su Zimo. "Back then, when you saw the turtle shell in the hands of Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden, this should be what it looked like, right?" Su Zimo focused his gaze and nodded. The size of the turtle shell and even the patterns on it were identical to the one he had seen in the hands of the black-robed woman. From the looks of it, the weapon of Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden had already been passed down and was obtained by Immortal Queen Linglong. Right then, a thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. He thought of the other weapon in the hands of Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden, the jade-handled horsetail whip. It was completely identical to the Primordial Unity horsetail whip in his possession. Furthermore, the Primordial Unity horsetail whip carried the words Primordial Unity. There was also the Primordial Unity section in the Technique Reserve. Was there a connection between the two? 2634 Yin Yang Talisman Sutra. Immortal Queen Linglong smiled gently. "If I'm not wrong, the Primordial Unity horsetail whip of Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden should be in your possession." "Yes." Su Zimo did not hide anything and asked bluntly, "Senior, may I ask if there's a connection between the Primordial Unity horsetail whip and the Primordial Unity section of the Technique Reserve?" "Yes." Immortal Queen Linglong first gave a definite answer before asking again. "Did you obtain any secret skill sutras when you obtained the Primordial Unity horsetail whip?" "Indeed, there's a sutra called the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra. The two sections add up to less than 600 words. Su Zimo said, however, the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra is filled with strange runes, and I can't understand a single word. To be precise, the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra was a lineage memory that Su Zimo obtained when he stood on the 9th stone step of the Tao Heart Stairs and sorted out the heavenly secrets. As though he thought of a possibility, Su Zimo could not help but ask, could the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra be the first section of the technique reserve, primordial unity? Immortal Queen Ling Long smiled. Yes and no. Su Zimo was puzzled. Immortal Queen Ling Long said, back then, Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden only obtained the primordial unity horsetail whip after she obtained the creation green lotus and nurtured it to the mature state of grade 12. Of course, she also obtained the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. Immortal Queen Ling Long's words revealed another piece of information. The creation green lotus was extremely ancient and had already existed in the era of Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden. Immortal Queen Ling Long continued, in reality, the later two sections of the technique reserve, Qimenduanjia and Sixren Divine Calculation, were created by Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden. The first section, Primordial Unity, was the Dharmic Tao comprehended by Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden through the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. The technique reserve was only at the level of a taboo mystic classic after Primordial Unity was added to it. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and probed, Senior, do you mean that the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra is at an even higher level than Primordial Unity? Of course. Immortal Queen Ling Long nodded. Different people might obtain different Dharmic Tao comprehensions after reading the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. According to Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden, although the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra only has slightly more than 600 words, it contains endless secrets of the universe. Anyone who can comprehend a secret skill from it will benefit endlessly. If even the oldest Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden in the records had such a high evaluation of the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra, what was the background of the creation green lotus that gave birth to the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra? Su Zimo was secretly speechless and his heart skipped a beat. For a moment, he could not accept such overwhelming information. A moment later, he gradually composed himself and took out a white paper from his storage bag, prepared to write out the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra completely. What are you doing? Su Zimo had just written a few runes when Immortal Queen Ling Long stopped him hurriedly and asked in a deep voice. Su Zimo said, I don't recognize the strange runes on the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra, so I'm going to write them down to receive your guidance, Senior. Immortal Queen Ling Long said carefully, you have to think carefully. Once you write down the secret skill, I'll naturally see it as well. Su Zimo smiled nonchalantly. Both of you have saved my life before. There's nothing much for me to share the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. In fact, it would be best if you can comprehend the primordial unity section from this secret skill, Senior. In reality, back in Heaven and Earth Academy, when Su Zimo stood on the 9th stone step of the Tao Heart Stairs, he realized that the sect master of the academy should know about the strange runes. However, in the depths of his heart, he had always been wary of the sect master of the academy. Therefore, right from the beginning, he had not mentioned this matter to the sect master of the academy or sought guidance from the latter about the strange runes in the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. However, Su Zimo naturally had no doubts about the human monarch couple. All right. When Immortal Queen Ling Long saw that Su Zimo had already decided, she nodded in agreement and was a little excited. After all, this legendary sutra was extremely important to her as well. As Su Zimo had said, if she could comprehend the primordial unity section from it, it would be of immense help and advancement to her. Before long, Su Zimo recorded all the strange runes in the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra based on his memories on the white paper, and handed it to Immortal Queen Ling Long and the human monarch. Lin Zhan waved it off with a bitter smile. This is utter gibberish to me and I can't make tales of it. It's indeed these words. Immortal Queen Ling Long murmured softly with a grim expression. What words? What race are they from? Su Zimo asked. I'm not sure. Immortal Queen Ling Long shook her head. The first time I came into contact with these words was when I received the inheritance of Great Empress Nine Heaven's mystic maiden. These words don't seem to be from any race. They seem more like an extremely ancient civilization. In fact, at that point, immortal Queen Linglong suddenly paused for a moment before saying slowly, in fact, it might even be from the major kiliacosm. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He knew very little about the major kiliacosm. If immortal Queen Linglong's deduction was true, the origin of this Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra was huge. Relying on her inheritance of Great Empress Nine Heaven's mystic maiden, immortal Queen Linglong quickly transformed the strange runes of the secret skill into modern words. Su Zimo looked over word by word. Observe the Tao of the heavens and execute accordingly. Through that, fulfillment can be achieved. There are 5 negative attributes manifested in the heart, and those who derive them shall thrive. The universe is within grasp, and myriad transformations arise within oneself. Every single sentence seemed to contain some secret of heaven and earth and the logic of the great Tao. However, Su Zimo could not make out anything within a short period of time. The Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra only had slightly more than 600 words, and he browsed through it before long. Suddenly, Su Zimo's expression changed. He saw some passages in the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra and read it out instinctively. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. When the earth's killing intent is released, the dragon snake shall rise. When the human's killing intent is released, heaven and earth shall topple. Wah! Su Zimo was shocked. He was way too familiar with those 3 sentences. Those 3 sentences were the opening profoundness of the 3 great sword arts. Suddenly, Su Zimo asked, Senior, have you ever heard of anyone in the sword world who once obtained the creation Green Lotus? There was one. Immortal Queen Linglong nodded. It's said that this person nurtured the creation Green Lotus to grade 11. The most famous thing about this person is the 3 great sword arts he created alongside a peerless divine power that shook the entire trichiliacosm. Su Zimo nodded. There was no mistake. In that case, this expert of the sword world had once obtained the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra and comprehended the 3 great sword arts from this secret skill sutra. It was no wonder why immortal Queen Linglong would say that different people would comprehend different dharmic daos from the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. 2635 Meaning of Creation. This secret skill sutra. Human monarch Lin Zhan looked at the 600-odd words that immortal Queen Linglong had already translated on the white paper with a grim expression and shock in his eyes. Right now, Su Zimo was a grade 9 heaven immortal. Given his current cultivation realm, it would be difficult for him to comprehend anything even if he saw the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. However, it was different for the human monarch. He had long condensed a grotto heaven and became an immortal king. Given the human monarch's talent coupled with his experience and insight as an immortal king, he could see many obscurities in those 600-odd words. Although there are only slightly more than 600 words, every single word contains the utmost truth of the great Tao. The more you try to figure it out, the more you can understand its intricacies. Lin Zhan looked at immortal Queen Linglong and lamented. It's no wonder why you said that this Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra doesn't seem like something from the upper world and might be from the major kiliacosm instead. I'm afraid only the legendary major kiliacosm can nurture such an exquisite dharmic Tao. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he asked, Senior human monarch, back when you forcefully descended, you were injured by the heaven and earth laws. Will this Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra be of any help to your injuries? I'm afraid it'll do more than just help, Lin Zhan said in a deep voice. If I can comprehend something from it, not only will my injuries heal, I might even gain an unimaginable opportunity. That's great, Su Zimo said with a smile. Immortal Queen Linglong was delighted as well. In reality, the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra's help towards the human monarch's injuries was even greater than the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir and Sriracha Fruit. The human monarch's injuries were caused by the heaven and earth laws. The only way to heal the essence spirit's injuries was by comprehending some secret of the heaven and earth laws. Actually, There's another reason why I guessed that the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra came from the major Kiliacosm. Immortal Queen Linglong looked at Su Zimo before saying, "It's because based on the inheritance information that I received with the sect master of the academy back then, we could roughly deduce that there's a high chance the creation Green Lotus that gave birth to the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra came from the major Kiliacosm." That speculation coincided with Su Zimo's earlier thoughts. The Linglong Immortal King said, "Many people in the upper world have heard of the creation Green Lotus and know that there's only one in the entire world. However, not many people know of its true origin." The reason why Immortal Queen Linglong knew this was because she had once obtained the inheritance of Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden. Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden obtained the creation Green Lotus and nurtured it to its mature state. However, they were too far away from the times of Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden. Unless it was someone like Immortal Queen Linglong who obtained Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden's inheritance, there was almost no one who had any understanding of the latter. The creation Green Lotus is extremely difficult to nurture. From what I know, only Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden managed to nurture it to grade 12. The Linglong Immortal King continued, "Therefore, almost everyone in the upper world underestimated the creation Green Lotus and merely thought that it was a variant spirit plant of the upper world. There were many variant spirit plants in the upper world, such as the mystic frost plum tree of the divine firmament Immortal domain, the immortal peach tree of the jade firmament Immortal domain, the immortal willow of the green firmament Immortal domain, and so on. Even in the center of the heavenly world, the builder tree was considered as a variant spirit plant. From that perspective, although the creation Green Lotus was rare, it was still within their understanding." Lin Zhan nodded as well. "If everyone knew that the creation Green Lotus was from the major Kiliacosm, it won't be just King Yun Yu attacking you. At that time, all the emperors might be tempted." Su Zimo nodded. He knew in his heart that the human monarch was not exaggerating at all. Even if the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra was released, countless emperors would fight for it, let alone the creation Green Lotus. In reality, over the years of cultivation, as the Green Lotus true body grew, Su Zimo had gradually discovered the various phenomenons of the Green Lotus true body. The few powerful treasures derived were only one of them. Even in terms of bloodline, the creation Green Lotus crushed all other living beings. Back at the bottom of the malevolent blood lake in the Azura battlefield, the Green Lotus true body could even devour the bone of the white tiger sacred beast. Against a god like the builder tree that had lived for countless years, the Green Lotus true body had no intention of bowing down and could even forcefully absorb the life force and power of the builder tree. Actually, back in Tianhuang mainland, Dai Yu had already told him that the potential of the Green Lotus true body might surpass the Dragon Phoenix true body. It was only after all these years that Su Zimo was truly certain. If they were at the same cultivation realm, the current Green Lotus true body was enough to suppress the Dragon Phoenix true body. Be it in terms of essence spirit, bloodline body, or many divine powers and secret skills, the Green Lotus true body had already surpassed the Dragon Phoenix true body. Even now, the Green Lotus true body had yet to grow to its peak. The Linglong Immortal King said, "Although the taboo Dragon Phoenix is strong and can be considered as a top-tier powerful race that's extremely rare, it's not the only one. Actually, the losses for you weren't that significant when you ascended and met the calamity, resulting in your Dragon Phoenix true body's destruction. Everyone thinks that the creation Green Lotus's foundation lies in the Green Lotus. However, in reality, the true strength of the creation Green Lotus lies in the word creation." "Why creation?" Su Zimo murmured softly. "The word creation is the most obscure and mysterious." Immortal Queen Linglong said, "The creation Green Lotus stole the creation of heaven and earth. Although the opportunities and encounters you obtained seemed like coincidences, they were all within the creation process. Up till this point of your ascension, you must have obtained countless opportunities to be able to cultivate to this point within 10,000 years. These are all for the creation of your fate. Although your Dragon Phoenix true body was destroyed, your Green Lotus true body could inherit the many divine powers and secret skills of the Dragon Phoenix true body perfectly. In other words, even the Dragon Phoenix true body became one of your creations, and became a part of the green lotus true body. That was the terror of the creation green lotus. In fact, it inherited everything about the dragon phoenix true body almost perfectly and turned it into his own creation. Lin Zhan nodded as well. I see that you have the inheritances of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Taoists. In fact, you even have the inheritances of many living beings of the demon race. There are so many dermic Taoists that are completely different and are even at odds with one another. The creation green lotus is probably the only one who can gather all of them in one body but maintain harmony. Su Zimo was enlightened. Even an expert like Emperor Bo Sun, who possessed the body of a fiend and Buddha, faced a problem in his cultivation. Right now, he had the Pure Jade Manual of the Immortal Tao, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra of the Buddhist Tao, and the Heaven Burial Sutra of the Fiend Tao. All of them were taboo mystic classics. For the demon Tao, he possessed the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness, as well as many top-tier cultivation techniques, such as the Void Thunder Manual and the secret skills and divine powers of the 4 sacred beasts. If it was any other living being, be it their physical body or essence spirit, they would have exploded long ago when those dermic Taoists were mixed together. Only the green lotus true body could cultivate normally after turning the various dermic Taoists into his own creation. 2636 Opportunity to live forever. Su Zimo gradually digested the information about the creation green lotus. After a moment of silence, Su Zimo asked, given my current cultivation, if I can condense a Tao fruit and advance to the perfected one realm, the green lotus true body should be able to grow to the peak of grade 12. However, if grade 12 is the peak, how will the green lotus true body grow after the grotto heaven and emperor realms? Immortal Queen Ling Long smiled. You don't have to worry about that. I'm afraid no one in the upper world can tell you the origin, potential, and secrets of the creation green lotus. However, it doesn't matter even if the creation green lotus only has 12 grades. A grade 12 creation green lotus is in a mature state. How you grow in the future will depend on the fate of your cultivation. For example, a child can only be considered as an adult after growing for many years. However, that does not mean that the child's strength will stop there. The mature state of grade 12 for the creation green lotus is only the starting point of its cultivation. You will be the one who will have to pave its future from there on. Su Zimo was enlightened. If the creation green lotus truly came from the major kiliacosm, there was probably no one who could be certain about anything. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly asked, how much do you know about the major kiliacosm, seniors? Have any living beings of the upper world ascended there over the years? Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Ling Long exchanged glances and shook their heads. Immortal Queen Ling Long pondered for a moment. The major kiliacosm should exist. However, almost all traces of the major kiliacosm in the books of history have been erased, so there's no way to verify it. We don't know if anyone can ascend to the major kiliacosm either. The human monarch and Immortal Queen Ling Long had ascended to the upper world for hundreds of thousands of years and had both cultivated to the grotto heaven realm. However, even with their experience, they did not know anything about the major kiliacosm. Lin Zhan said, since the lifespan of an emperor is 10 million years, I believe that the emperor realm is not the endpoint of cultivation. Perhaps the chance to live forever lies within the major kiliacosm. Su Zimo nodded in deep thought. Su Zimo had benefited immensely from his conversation with the human monarch and Immortal Queen Ling Long. Not only did he obtain a lot of information about the creation green lotus, he even confirmed some of his previous guesses. More importantly, with the reminder of Immortal Queen Ling Long, he would be even more careful and prepare in advance to deal with the worst-case scenario. According to Immortal Queen Ling Long, she and the sect master of the academy received the inheritance of Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden. Since Immortal Queen Ling Long knew about the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra, it meant that the sect master of the academy should know as well. In other words, the sect master of the academy might have a greater motive to attack him than King Yun Yu. That was because King Yun Yu merely viewed him as a variant spirit plant and a rare medicinal herb. However, the sect master of the academy might view him as the most precious treasure of the upper world. That was also the reason why King Yun Yu hunted him down the moment he ascended. prepared to capture him and refine him into an immortal pill. However, the sect master of the academy painstakingly set up a plan and even appeared personally to protect him so that he could grow smoothly. That was because the higher the grade of the creation Green Lotus, the greater the help it would provide to the sect master of the academy. The Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra was also derived from the grade 11 creation Green Lotus. Of course, the prerequisite was that the person who set this plan was indeed the sect master of the academy. Although the sect master of the academy was the most suspicious target, Su Zimo was still unsure right now. That was because there were still a few things that could not be explained. First, the person who tried to kill him with King Yun Yu back then was not the sect master of the academy. It was somebody that immortal Queen Linglong had not seen before. Since the creation Green Lotus was so important, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. If it was truly a trap set up by the sect master of the academy, there was no need for him to send anyone else. Back then, Su Zimo thought that he was just lucky that the hell suppression tripod happened to devour a Grotto Heaven spirit treasure right before he was devoured by the black hole. From the looks of it, this person should have fed the hell suppression tripod the Grotto Heaven spirit treasure intentionally. Second, there were too many coincidences that happened at the immortal sect selection. However, there were no traces of the sect master of the academy involved. Although the appearance of painting immortal Mo Qing was a little abrupt, it was because she had obtained news of Elder 8 of the academy. Third, the sect master of the academy did not hide the fact that he knew about the creation Green Lotus. That action was akin to alerting the enemy to his presence. Fourth, if the sect master of the academy valued the creation Green Lotus so much, why had he never restricted Su Zimo's movements? For example, he would definitely meet immortal Queen Linglong at the 9 Firmament meet. Once they met, it was inevitable for him to suspect the sect master of the academy. Since the sect master of the academy knew about his relationship with immortal Queen Linglong and the others, the best way was to find a random reason not to let him take part in the 9 Firmament meet and avoid meeting immortal Queen Linglong and the others. The sect master of the academy had never restricted his freedom. Wasn't he afraid that Su Zimo would condense a Tao fruit elsewhere and advance to the perfected One realm, escaping from Heaven and Earth Academy forever? There were many things that could not be explained. If this was not done by the sect master of the academy, he might encounter even greater danger after leaving Heaven and Earth Academy. Even if it was truly the sect master of the academy, there was no way he could leave just like that either. There were a few other people in Heaven and Earth Academy who had a deep relationship with him. Yang Ruoxu, Princess Scarlet Rainbow, Lu Ping and senior sister Mo Qing. Furthermore, Tao Yao was still in Heaven and Earth Academy. This matter was not easy to deal with. Immortal Queen Linglong said, "Why don't you cultivate here? I can set up an immortal formation for you to block aura detection. When you break through, you won't attract much attention." Su Zimo nodded. "I'll stay here for a few days. If I can comprehend the opportunity to break through, I'll do it here." If human monarch Lin Zhan's injuries were to recover, he could naturally protect Su Zimo. But now, the human monarch's injuries had yet to recover. Even with the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra, it was difficult for him to gain anything within a short period of time. If Su Zimo stayed too long at the human monarch side, he would definitely alert the mastermind. At that time, there was a high chance that he would bring trouble to the Battle Kingdom. The Battle Kingdom was currently troubled internally and externally and could not withstand such an impact. Su Zimo sighed internally. If the martial Tao Prime body was still in the Fiend domain, he could head over to Tianhuang sect in the Fiend domain to attempt Tribulation Transcendence. Even if an Immortal King expert came, the martial Tao Prime body could suppress him. Even if he could not win, the martial Tao Prime body could protect the Green Lotus True body and head to the infinite hell. But now, he had already lost contact with the martial Tao Prime body after the latter fell into the ancient abyss of Greater Avicii with an unknown fate. The surroundings were dark and the martial Tao Prime body felt his body falling uncontrollably. Be it his gaze or spirit consciousness, he could not detect anything. It felt as though he was traveling through some spatial tunnel. However, the dizziness and tearing sensation was even stronger and time dragged on. Thankfully, he did not suffer any injuries during the process. After a long time, the body of the martial Tao prime body suddenly lightened and he finally regained control. 2637 mountain ridges of corpses and bones. The martial Tao prime body controlled his body and stood in midair, looking around. At the same time, he released his spirit consciousness to check out the surroundings. The surroundings were dark and sinister. There were no sun, moon or stars above his head, and the rare few light sources came from various strange vegetation. Some of the tall trees were pitch black with lush leaves. However, most of the leaves were pitch black. Only a few leaves emitted a faint glow from time to time. In the dark environment, they flickered and looked rather terrifying. In the darkness far away, a large shadow appeared motionlessly, as though many gigantic ancient beasts were hidden in the depths of the darkness. It seemed particularly sinister in the quiet and dark environment. On the ground not far away, there were fist-sized ghastly green flames that floated like ghost flames. The martial Tao prime body focused his gaze and narrowed his eyes instinctively. Beneath the balls of ghost flames were scattered white bones with many slashes and bite marks. It was clear how tragic a combat battle had broken out here back then. The martial Tao prime body sensed it briefly. Although there was also some heaven and earth essence chi in the surroundings, it was clearly much thinner than the heavenly world. Of course, it was far superior to the dragon abyss star. However, there was a dark and sinister power mixed in the heaven and earth essence chi that was different from the heavenly world. The martial Tao prime body felt as though he had arrived in an unfamiliar world. Not only was this world out of place with the environment of the heavenly world, the atmosphere was even completely different from the entire upper world. Looking around, even the vegetation here was unfamiliar and strange. The martial Tao prime body had never seen it in the upper world before. Where am I? The martial Tao prime body frowned slightly. He sensed carefully and could tell that he had already lost connection with the Green Lotus true body. Under normal circumstances, he controlled the Hell Suppression tripod. Even in Greater Avicii, he could maintain a connection with the Green Lotus true body. After falling here, his connection with the outside world was severed completely. The martial Tao prime body circulated the power of the grotto heaven and punched casually. The surrounding void trembled and a crack appeared, revealing a spatial tunnel within. The martial Tao prime body entered in a flash. Before long, another void split open and the martial Tao prime body walked out of the spatial tunnel, frowning. Something was amiss. Although he could tear through the void and teleport at any moment, he could not return to Greater Avicii, let alone the heavenly world. It was as though there was an unshakable barrier between him and Greater Avicii. How could this be? The martial Tao prime body pondered as he surveyed his surroundings. He had just undergone spatial teleportation and had already arrived near the tall shadow he first saw. Now that he was closer, he could see clearly that the majestic shadows hidden in the darkness were endless mountain peaks. Initially, the martial Tao prime body did not think too much about it. However, his gaze inadvertently swept past the nearest mountain peak and his pupils constricted. Corpses were strewn all over the mountain peak and there were all sorts of living beings. Apart from humans, there were also other races. How was this an ordinary mountain? It was a mountain of blood and corpses. The martial Tao prime body released his spirit consciousness and it extended outwards continuously. Corpses were strewn everywhere in the endless mountain ridges and white bones were piled beneath. In fact, some living beings had just died not long ago and their flesh had yet to rot. The terrifying thing was that all the towering mountains and precipitous peaks within 5,000 kilometers of the martial Tao prime body's spirit consciousness were in such a tragic state. This entire mountain ridge was filled with corpses and bones. Right then, the martial Tao prime body could sense more than 100 cultivators speeding towards him. The group of cultivators were not surprised by the mountains of corpses and bones around them. It was as though they were already used to it and looked like they were locals. There's some activity over there. Let's go take a look. We've just taken down Weeping Soul Ridge. Let's not let the other factions take advantage of it. The nether chi is depleted and resources are scarce. It's getting harder and harder to cultivate. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to become a hell general in my lifetime. I'll have my own territory and lead millions of hell pawns with countless beauties by my side. Hell General? Don't count on it. We'll be hell pawns for the rest of our lives. Fighting and killing is commonplace in the North Ridge. It's already not bad if we can survive for a few more years. Do you think you can live long even if you cultivate to become a Hell General? Even the previous territorial lord of Weeping Soul Ridge was killed by our territorial lord. When the Martial Dao Prime Body heard that, he frowned slightly. Nether Chi? Hell Pawns? Hell General? Weeping Soul Ridge, North Ridge? Weeping Soul Ridge and North Ridge should be names. However, what were the Nether Chi, Hell Pawns, and Hell Generals that the cultivators were referring to? Ever since he ascended to the upper world, the Martial Dao Prime Body had been cultivating in seclusion most of the time. However, he had browsed through cultivation techniques and secret skills of the upper world. In Avicii alone, countless legacies of the Trichiliocosm were passed down. There had never been any mention of Nether Chi, Hell Pawns, or the likes in those inheritances. In the senses of the Martial Dao Prime Body, the cultivation realms of the 100-odd cultivators varied. The weaker ones were black immortals while the stronger ones were heaven immortals. The leader should be a grade 9 heaven immortal. Furthermore, the Martial Dao Prime Body noticed that although the cultivators were in human form, there were slight differences. The pupils of those cultivators were brown. Perhaps due to the lack of light source, their skin looked pale, lacking the color of blood. The cultivators exuded a sinister and cold aura that was extremely similar to their surroundings. The Martial Dao Prime Body had never seen such an aura in the upper world. He knew nothing about this place and was about to find someone to ask. At that thought, the Martial Dao Prime Body welcomed the group of them. Commander Chui, how many nether stones will the territorial lord split to us now that we've taken down Weeping Soul Ridge? A cultivator in the crowd asked with a grin. Don't worry, you'll get your share. Commander Chui said indifferently. Boss, look. Someone's over there. Right then, a few cultivators pointed to a purple-robed man who was flying over from afar and reminded. What's his cultivation realm? Why can't I detect him? He's even wearing a mask. How secretive. Boss, why do I feel that this person exudes an aura of life and doesn't seem like he's from our North Ridge? He looks like a fat sheep who might have quite a number of nether stones on him. A few cultivators discussed softly. Commander Chui looked at the purple-robed man not far away and narrowed his eyes slightly, sending a voice transmission. Wait for my instructions later. If he's truly a living person, we'll kill him first. If there are truly nether stones, we'll split them first. Understood. The cultivators behind him replied hurriedly and licked their lips with excited eyes. 2,638 hell? Hey, where are you from? Commander Chui glared at the purple-robed cultivator not far away and asked loudly. Where am I? The purple-robed cultivator wore a cold silver mask and asked in a deep voice instead of replying. This is Weeping Soul Ridge. Commander Chui replied. Where is Weeping Soul Ridge? The purple-robed cultivator continued asking. Commander Chui said, Weeping Soul Ridge is one of the mountain ridges in the North Ridge. There are 100,000 mountain ridges in the North Ridge. Among the 100,000 mountain ridges, Weeping Soul Ridge is one of the most inconspicuous ones. For some unknown reason, the purple-robed cultivator seemed to exude an invisible might. Each time the purple-robed cultivator asked a question, Commander Chui would reply instinctively as though he could not control himself. A commotion broke out in the crowd behind him. Commander Chui's heart skipped a beat, but he snapped out of it quickly. His expression darkened as he glared at the purple-robed cultivator not far away and hollered. I was the one asking you a question. Answer me honestly and don't change the topic. Let me ask you again. Where are you from? The purple-robed cultivator was silent for a moment before replying, Heavenly World. Heavenly World? Commander Chui and the 100-odd cultivators behind him were clearly stunned. But soon, Commander Chui and the others exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. This person actually said that he's from the heavenly world? How stupid. He doesn't even know how to lie. Commander Chui, don't waste your breath on him. I think this person is just messing with us. Let's kill him first and see what treasures are in his storage bag. A A cultivator could not help but urge. I'll advise you guys. Don't come sending yourselves to death. Suddenly, the purple-robed cultivator spoke with an indifferent tone. The Martial Dao Prime body had just arrived and did not know anything about this place. He did not want to start a massacre after just encountering the cultivators here, and that was why he reminded them. However, if they wanted to die, he would not show mercy either. Bloody hell. He's even threatening us. A grade 8 Earth Immortal cultivator could not hold it in any longer and laughed sinisterly. Let me test how strong you are first. The moment that cultivator moved, the remaining 100-odd cultivators attacked as well. Instantly, many dermic treasures and weapons tore through the air. Half of the cultivators wielded sharp blades and charged in the direction of the Martial Dao Prime body, wanting to fight in melee combat. Behind the silver mask of the Martial Dao Prime body, his gaze suddenly turned even deeper. He raised his hand gently. The 100-odd cultivators on the other end, Commander Chui included, froze on the spot motionlessly. Even the many dermic treasures and weapons that were charging towards the Martial Dao Prime body hovered in midair, as though they were frozen on the spot by an invisible force. Many cultivators widened their eyes in shock. What was that? Immobilizing spell? Commander Chui was still shocked. What immobilizing spell could restrict him to the spot? Could it be a peerless divine power? Could this person be a Hell General? Their territorial lord was a Hell General. However, even the territorial lord could not render them motionless just by raising his hand. Just as the many cultivators were letting their imaginations run wild, the Martial Dao Prime body waved his palm gently. It was as though he was chasing away a few noisy mosquitoes. In midair, the dermic treasures and weapons seemed to have received some sort of power and flew back at an even faster speed, entering the bodies of the many cultivators. Poof! 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 The bodies of the many cultivators exploded into blood mists. The landing points of the dermic treasures and weapons were extremely precise and pierced the glabella of the cultivators. Their essence spirits were destroyed and they died on the spot. In the blink of an eye, Commander Chui was the only one left among the 100-odd cultivators. Commander Chui's face was pale and his body stiffened, shivering in fear. He could not understand how he managed to survive. The Martial Dao Prime body did not say anything more to him. When he approached, he captured Commander Chui's essence spirit and used the soul-searching art. Since you guys refuse to tell me, I'll see for myself. A moment later, the soul-searching art ended and Commander Chui's essence spirit turned dispirited and dim. His aura was weak and he was at the end of his road. Thereafter, the Martial Dao Prime body threw away his essence spirit in deep thought. As he had initially guessed, he had already arrived at a foreign world that was completely different from the upper world. The cultivation resources here were different from the upper world. Living beings of the upper world cultivated and absorbed heaven and earth essence chi. Apart from their surroundings, they could also use various immortal medicine, essence spirit stones, and other cultivation resources to absorb heaven and earth essence chi. Although there was heaven and earth essence chi in this foreign world, there was another power mixed in it. That power was the dark and cold aura that the Martial Dao Prime body sensed. This aura was mixed with heaven and earth essence chi, and the living beings of this foreign world called it nether chi. The cultivation resources required by this group of cultivators were the nether stones. As for the hell pawns and hell generals mentioned by these cultivators, those were the cultivation realms of this foreign world. In this foreign world, be it black, earth, or heaven essence realm cultivators, they were all on the low end of the hierarchy and were collectively called hell pawns. One could only become a hell general after condensing a nether crystal. The so-called nether crystal corresponded to the Tao fruit of the upper world. In other words, the cultivation realm of a hell general was equivalent to the perfected one realm and corresponded to the perfected immortals, perfected fiends, and perfected arhats of the upper world. Above the hell generals were the legendary hell kings who were equivalent to grotto heaven realm experts of the upper world. Commander Chui's cultivation realm was limited. Although he was only at the level 9 heaven essence realm, he was only a hell pawn and was at the bottom of this foreign world. He did not have much information about this foreign world. Commander Chui only knew that he belonged to Weeping Soul Ridge. Weeping Soul Ridge was only one of 100,000 mountain ridges. Even so, in Commander Chui's memories, the territory of Weeping Soul Ridge was more than 500,000 kilometers, and there were hundreds of millions of living beings in the territory. The Martial Dao Prime Body was shocked when he saw that information. This was one of the most unassuming mountain ridges among the 100,000 mountain ridges, but it spanned more than 500,000 kilometers, and there were hundreds of millions of living beings. In that case, what were the other mountain ridges that were even wider like? According to Commander Chui's memories, the 100,000 mountain ridges were known as the North Ridge. The master of the North Ridge was known as King North Ridge and ruled over the entire North Ridge. The Martial Dao Prime Body was disappointed that he could not find any specific information about this foreign world even after searching through Commander Chui's memories. Commander Chui's memories were limited to the North Ridge. If he wanted to know more, he might have to look for a Hell General cultivator. Hell Pawns? Hell Generals? A thought flashed through the mouth of the Martial Dao Prime Body as he murmured softly, "Could I have arrived in the true hell?" That thought flashed through the mind of the Martial Dao Prime Body and his heart skipped a beat. When he recalled the dark and sinister environment around him and the mountain ridge that was filled with corpses and bones, the Martial Dao Prime Body felt that the probability of his guess was extremely high. 2639 Utter Destruction. There were extremely few records of hell in the upper world, and there were only many legends about the netherworld and hell. However, no one had seen what hell was like. Heavenly Wolf had once said that living beings could not enter the netherworld. Only the souls that remained after living beings died could enter the netherworld. Was the netherworld and hell the same place? Although he obtained quite a bit of information from using the soul-searching art on Commander Chui, this foreign world was still filled with too many unknowns for the Martial Dao Prime Body. However, from Commander Chui's memories, the Martial Dao Prime Body found the center of Weeping Soul Ridge. The territorial lord of Weeping Soul Ridge had the cultivation of a Hell General and was equivalent to a perfected immortal of the heavenly world. As such, his understanding of this foreign world was definitely even more detailed. The Martial Dao Prime Body tore through the void and teleported directly. Although Weeping Soul Ridge was only one of 100,000 mountain ridges, it occupied an extremely vast area and hundreds of millions of living beings in its territory were under the rule of a territorial lord. Before long, the Martial Dao Prime Body descended in the depths of Weeping Soul Ridge and stood in midair in the core region. Roar! The moment the Martial Dao Prime Body appeared, the roar of a ferocious beast sounded from the nearby forest. Many birds soared into the air and cried out warningly. "Who's there?" A holler sounded from the forest. The pitch-black ancient trees swayed and countless living beings gathered in all directions of the forest. Among those living beings, there were not only human cultivators but also various races. Some of the living beings had human faces but gigantic bone wings behind them. Some of the living beings were dozens of feet tall with bared upper bodies and domineering auras, resembling the barbarian race of Tianhuang mainland. There were also living beings with human faces and beast bodies. They had gigantic wings on their backs and seemed to be a rare, ferocious beast. Countless living beings were filled with killing intent and trampled on countless corpses. Like a black tide, they surged through the forest rapidly. "Where's your territorial lord?" Against the many living beings that surged over from all directions, the Martial Dao Prime Body asked with a calm expression, "You think you're qualified to meet our territorial lord?" The person who spoke was a variant living being. Although he had a human being, he had no facial features. The mouth he spoke from grew on his chest and his fangs were sharp. His eyes grew in the palms of his hands and he faced the direction of the Martial Dao Prime Body with a dark gaze. This variant living being's cultivation was not weak and should be a Hell General. However, according to the cultivation realms of this foreign world, this variant living being could only be considered as an elementary stage Hell General and was equivalent to a convergence perfected immortal. "You want to take over Weeping Soul Ridge alone?" Another Hell General questioned loudly. The Martial Dao Prime Body frowned slightly when he saw the formation of the living beings. He had just arrived and did not want to be too ostentatious. However, from the looks of it, It was as though the other party wanted to swarm forward and tear him into pieces the moment their conversation went south. The martial Tao prime body said slowly, "I'm from the heavenly world and don't want to fight for Weeping Soul Ridge. I want to look for your territorial lord to obtain some information about this place." Heavenly world? Many living beings of Weeping Soul Ridge were clearly stunned for a moment before sneering. "Since you said that you're from the heavenly world, don't blame us for devouring you." The mouth of the variant living being drooled and sharp claws gradually extended from his fingers. "Kill!" Suddenly, a roar burst forth from the crowd. The next moment, many living beings of Weeping Soul Ridge swarmed forward. The expression of the martial Tao prime body turned cold. He could not understand why the living beings of Weeping Soul Ridge were so hostile towards those of the heavenly world. However, since those living beings had a death wish, there was no need for him to hold back. The martial Tao prime body was already being patient and gave the other party a chance by attempting to explain things. "Die!" Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body spoke and hollered, releasing a sound domain secret skill. In fact, he did not even activate the secret skill of myriad being sound. This was the simplest roar, and it was purely a sound domain attack released by his body, bloodline, and powerful lungs. Even so, the living beings of Weeping Soul Ridge could not withstand it. Poof! 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 Outside the forest, the bodies of many living beings exploded one after another. Broken limbs flew everywhere, and a blood mist spread with a torrential blood stench. The impact of the sound domain even caused the entire mountain ridge to tremble violently. Countless mountains shattered and collapsed as many gravel rolled down. Instantly, more than half of the surrounding living beings were shocked to death by the martial Tao prime body. Not only that, with a single roar from the martial Tao prime body, a massive earthquake happened in the mountains within the 500,000 kilometers of Weeping Soul Ridge. This was the power of the martial Tao prime body. Initially, the surroundings were filled with shouts and a deafening might. However, after the roar of the martial Tao prime body, the clamor of all living beings vanished instantly. There was only the loud sound of many mountains collapsing and gravel rolling down. Everywhere he looked, the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. It was a scene of the apocalypse. Around the martial Tao prime body, there were still a few living beings standing on the spot. They were scared out of their wits and their faces were filled with shock. Those living beings were all hell generals. It was not because their cultivation realms were high enough to defend against the sound domain attack of the martial Tao prime body. It was because the martial Tao prime body had the intention of keeping them alive. The martial Tao prime body did not explain and reached out to grab. The essence spirits of the living beings were captured by him, and he was prepared to use the soul-searching art. Right then, the martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat. In the depths of Weeping Soul Ridge, a figure was fleeing into the distance behind a dust cloud. The aura of that person was much stronger than the few hell generals he had captured. If he was not wrong, the person who escaped should be the territorial lord of Weeping Soul Ridge. The martial Tao prime body gave chase in a flash. The territorial lord of Weeping Soul Ridge did not manage to escape far when he turned back and his expression changed starkly. The purple-robed man with the silver mask had already arrived behind him. No matter how fast he was, how could he be faster than the martial Tao prime body? The territorial lord of Weeping Soul Ridge knew that he had no hope of escaping. A vicious glint flashed through his eyes as he spun around and reverted to his true form. He was a ferocious beast, Xianxia, and he lunged towards the martial Tao prime body. Be it in Tianhuang mainland or the upper world, the Xianxia ferocious beasts were living beings with powerful bloodlines. However, in front of the martial Tao prime body, this Xianxia was no different from an ant. With a casual slap from the martial Tao prime body, the Xianxia's brain juices splattered and its body exploded. The martial Tao prime body reached out and captured the essence spirit of the Xianxia. At the same time, a cold crystal fell from the forehead of the Xianxia. The martial Tao prime body took it over and took a look. If he was not wrong, this crystal should be the nether crystal, the equivalent of a Tao fruit of perfected immortals in the upper world. 2640 Frost Springs, hell be it the nether crystal or the Tao fruit, They were both extremely precious treasures. Both of them contained the dermic daos of the living beings. In the marketplaces of the upper world, countless perfected immortal experts would fight for them. Given the current cultivation realm of the martial Tao prime body, this nether crystal was of no help to him. However, it was the Tao fruit of a foreign world after all. The martial Tao prime body still intended to observe it when he was free. The martial Tao prime body put away the nether crystal in his storage bag and began to search the souls of the few essence spirits that were captured. The few essence spirits were all hell generals, and their understanding of this foreign world far surpassed the hell pawns. The martial Tao prime body closed his eyes and black chi extended from his palm, coiling around the few essence spirits as information about this foreign world surfaced in his mind. A long time later, the martial Tao prime body opened his eyes and fell into deep thought. The north ridge that he was in, which encompassed 100,000 mountain ridges, had a vast territory that was far beyond his imagination. According to the memories of the few hell generals, the territory of the North Ridge was probably comparable to the entire heavenly world. The foreign world he was in was called the Frost Springs Hell. The hell generals did not know much about the Frost Springs Hell either. They had never left the North Ridge in their entire lives. They only knew that there were a few other territories like the North Ridge in Frost Springs Hell. On the east side of Frost Springs Hell, there was a blood-colored plain. It was said that there were no towering mountains or precipitous ridges. However, every single inch of land was dyed red with blood. Even the vegetation over there was covered in a layer of blood. In the south of Frost Springs Hell, there was a fog forest. The environment of Frost Springs Hell was dark and sinister without light. However, it was even more so in the fog forest. It was said that the fog forest was filled with traps. Any living being there, even an unassuming plant, could release a fatal killing intent. To the west of Frost Springs Hell was a dark swamp. There were very few areas of land in the dark swamp, and the living environment was extremely vile, giving birth to many strange life forms. If one were to fall into the swamp by accident, they would be gnawed by many unknown living beings in less than a few breaths, leaving only a skeleton as they sank into the depths of the swamp. Apart from the East Plains, South Forest, West Swamp, and North Ridge, there was also a large area in the middle of Frost Springs Hell known as the Central Capital. The few hell generals had only heard that information from elsewhere. Up till this point of their cultivation, they had never left the North Ridge and knew more about the situation here. Under normal circumstances, given a place like the North Ridge that had a territory as large as the heavenly world, there should be an emperor expert at the very least. However, the strange thing was that in the memories of the few hell generals, the expert who ruled over the North Ridge and was known as King North Ridge was not an emperor but a hell king. Cultivation resources were extremely scarce in the North Ridge. Beneath each mountain ridge were nether meridians where nether stones could be mined for the living beings here to cultivate. Therefore, in the North Ridge, there would often be battles between factions or experts to fight for the nether meridians and resources. Even for a mountain ridge like Weeping Soul Ridge, where there were few nether meridians, countless factions would fight for them. The mountain ridges that were filled with corpses and bones that the martial Tao prime body saw earlier were the many living beings that had died in the North Ridge over the years. It was no exaggeration to say that the environment of the North Ridge, and even the entire Frost Springs Hell, was even more cruel and bloody than the fiend domain of the heavenly world. In the fiend domain, although there were also many factions and they were mutually wary of one another, there were also some rules. However, there were no rules in Frost Springs Hell and the North Ridge. Even a single nether stone could lead to a massacre. There was only endless killing and bloodshed here. There was only a single rule of nature here: survival of the fittest. When the martial Tao prime body saw that information, he understood why Commander Chui and the living beings of Weeping Soul Ridge attacked him without any reservations. That was because in the minds of the living beings in Frost Springs Hell, there was only killing and fighting. Of course, the reason why the living beings of Weeping Soul Ridge were so hostile to him was because he was from the heavenly world. However, in the memories of the Hell Generals, the martial Tao prime body could not find any information about the heavenly world. More than that, he did not know how he should return to the heavenly world. Right then, the sound of killing could be heard from the horizon not far away. The war drums sounded, and it was as though a massive army was charging over from the darkness. The martial Tao prime body jolted awake from his thoughts and looked over, frowning slightly. Indeed, there was a massive army formed by countless living beings charging over in a dense and black mass. Their leader was clad in black armor and helmet, wielding a pitch-black spear. Beneath him rode a hellhound with 3 heads. It opened its mouth that was filled with sharp fangs, and its 6 eyes shone with a dark glint. His teeth were stained with blood and flesh. This was also a Hell General. However, the aura released by this Hell General far surpassed the few people who died in Su Zimo's hands, and was even above the territorial lord of Weeping Soul Ridge. If he was not wrong, this Hell General's cultivation realm should be at the level of a peak-perfected immortal in the heavenly world. The martial Tao prime body focused his gaze and saw everything clearly. There was a strange rune on the Hell General's glabella. The martial Tao prime body had seen such strange runes somewhere before. Back then, after the Green Lotus True Body derived the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra, the martial Tao prime body read it once. However, he could not identify the strange runes either. The rune on the Hell General's glabella was similar to the runes in the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. They should be the same type of words. Immediately after, there was a beautiful woman with fair skin riding on a black divine steed. She had a beautiful figure and was half a body behind the Hell General. Apart from the man and woman, there were hundreds of other Hell Generals behind them. There were even more Hell Pawns that charged from all over the mountains and plains with hostility. The martial Tao prime body had no intention of dodging. From the looks of it, they were not here for him. Furthermore, given his status, even if he was in a foreign world, there was no reason for him to avoid a massive army. The Hell General in the lead rode on the 3-headed hellhound. He frowned as he looked at the ruins around him. A shocked expression appeared on the face of the beautiful woman behind him. Who did this? How did Weeping Soul Ridge that spanned 500,000 kilometers turn into such a state? Her gaze shifted and she caught sight of the purple-robed man with the silver mask not far away. Why does this person exude the aura of a living being? The beautiful woman frowned slightly. That aura was out of place with the surroundings and was extremely obvious. However, before long, she caught sight of the ferocious beast, Xianxia, whose body was mostly shattered, lying in a pool of blood beneath the purple-robed man's feet. The territorial lord of Weeping Soul Ridge was already dead. Furthermore, it seemed like he had only just died. The black-armored man rode on the 3-headed hellhound and arrived before the martial Tao prime body slowly. He only stopped when he was less than an arm's length away. His actions were extremely offensive. The 6 eyes of the hellhound glared at the martial Tao prime body with a ferocious glint. Its open mouth was right in front of the latter and was within reach. As long as its master gave the order, it was certain that it could tear the purple-robed man before it into pieces. The aura released by the purple-robed man made it feel extremely disgusted. There was no fear in the eyes of the martial Tao prime body as his expression turned cold. "Why aren't you bowing when you see me?" The black-armored man looked down at the martial Tao prime body and asked coldly. "Scram!" The martial Tao prime body did not waste his breath on him and merely spat out a single word coldly. The black-armored man was stunned for a moment, as though he had not expected the martial Tao prime body to dare to speak to him like that. The expressions of the dense army of hell pawns behind him changed when they heard that word. "You must be tired of living." Hundreds of hell generals released killing intents that locked onto Su Zimo instantly, ready to attack at any moment. The hellhound barked wildly at the martial Tao prime body as well. If not for the black-armored man's control, it would have lunged forward. The beautiful woman looked at the martial Tao prime body and shook her head gently, reminding out of goodwill. "This is Nether General North Black. Why aren't you coming over to greet him?" "Nether General?" The martial Tao prime body frowned slightly. When he used the soul-searching art earlier, the memories only revealed hell pawns and hell generals. So what were Nether Generals? When the beautiful woman saw that the martial Tao prime body was still standing on the spot with a hint of confusion in his calm gaze, she could not help but say, "Don't tell me you haven't even heard of Nether General North Black?" No, the Martial Tao Prime Body said. His spirit consciousness had long detected that the so-called Nether General North Black before him was only at the cultivation realm of a Hell General. It was just that their titles were different. Fufu? Nether General North Black sneered but was not enraged. He asked, "You were the one who killed the territorial lord of Weeping Soul Ridge?" "Yes," the Martial Tao Prime Body said. "You flattened the entire Weeping Soul Ridge single-handedly?" The beautiful woman asked in disbelief. They had just arrived and could clearly see that Weeping Soul Ridge within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers had already turned into ruins, as though a gigantic earthquake had happened. "Don't be nervous." Nether General North Black smiled gently. "I don't care about the territorial lord of Weeping Soul Ridge. You can take over his role. However, all the spoils of war of Weeping Soul Ridge have to be handed over to me." Pausing for a moment, he said coldly, "Let me remind you not to negotiate any conditions with me. I've already spared your life earlier on. Lord North Black, are we going to let him off just like that? He did not take the initiative to come up and greet you. Earlier on, he even spoke rudely and offended you. It's too easy on him to spare his life." The hundreds of Hell Generals behind Nether General North Black cried out one after another with no intention of letting the Martial Tao Prime Body off. "What are you waiting for? Agree," the beautiful woman reminded at the side. Suddenly, the Martial Tao Prime Body laughed. To be fair, he did not take the spoils of war of the so-called Weeping Soul Ridge seriously at all, and would not even mind if Nether General North Black took them away. However, he was extremely disgusted by this person's words and actions. Even in the heavenly world, it has been many years since anyone had dared to threaten him, right? As though he was afraid that the Martial Tao Prime Body would not understand. Nether General North Black pointed at the territorial lord of Weeping Soul Ridge's corpse. "This beast's nether crystal has already been dug away and should be on you. Remember to hand over this nether crystal as well. Don't keep it for yourself." The Martial Tao Prime Body said indifferently, "Let me also remind you out of goodwill. Hurry and scram. Roar." Before Nether General North Black could attack, the three-headed hellhound he was riding on could no longer hold it in. It let out a furious roar and lunged towards the Martial Tao Prime Body. Noisy! The Martial Tao Prime Body flipped his palm and slapped down. The palm covered the skies like a gigantic stone mill and smashed down, smashing the three heads of the hellhound. A pool of blood sludge flowed out slowly. The cultivation of this hellhound was not weak either. In Frost Springs Hell, it was a high-level Hell General and had followed Nether General North Black for many years. However, for the Martial Tao Prime Body, it was as simple as crushing an ant. "You must have a death wish." Nether General North Black was enraged and said word by word. The Martial Tao Prime Body flicked his finger gently and a sword chi burst forth at an extremely fast speed, entering the glabella of Nether General North Black instantly. Be it Hell or Nether Generals, they were equivalent to perfected immortals in the heavenly world. The difference between the two of them was way too great. Nether General North Black could not even defend against a simplest casual sword chi from the Martial Tao Prime Body. However, when the sword chi of the Martial Tao Prime Body touched the glabella of Nether General North Black, the strange rune imprinted on his glabella suddenly released a dark and cold power. That power seemed like it wanted to defend against the sharpness of the sword chi. However, the difference in strength between them was like heaven and earth. The sword chi did not stop at all and entered Nether General North Black's consciousness instantly, penetrating his essence spirit. Nether General North Black died on the spot. This time round, the Martial Tao Prime Body did not even retain his essence spirit to use the soul-searching art. Everything had happened too quickly. From the moment the three-headed hellhound was slapped to death by the Martial Tao Prime Body to the death of Nether General North Black, less than a breath had passed. By the time the hundreds of Hell Generals reacted, the man and hound were already dead on the spot. Ah! The Hell Generals were shocked. They had not expected that Nether General North Black would be killed by a single sword chi. Less than that, they had not expected that this mysterious purple-robed man who concealed himself thoroughly would dare to attack Nether General North Black. Was he not afraid of the vengeance of the ancient nether race? Kill him! The hundreds of hell generals reacted quickly and roared. Each of them summoned their divine weapons, dermic treasures, and released a ferocious attack towards the Martial Dao Prime Body. The Martial Dao Prime Body could see everything clearly. In this Frost Springs hell, the methods released by the hell generals were not much different from the divine powers and secret skills of the upper world. However, there was an additional cold power in those divine powers and secret skills. The Martial Dao Prime Body was expressionless as he punched. Boom! With that punch, divine weapons, spirit treasures, divine powers, and secret skills dissipated instantly into nothingness. Even the hundreds of hell generals on the other end were turned into blood mists by that single punch from the Martial Dao Prime Body. The group of hell generals were destroyed by a single punch from the Martial Dao Prime Body, and their essence spirits were destroyed. The densely packed hell pawns that filled the mountains and plains had just charged forward when they saw that. Their faces turned pale and they were scared out of their wits. It was already too late for those hell pawns to want to escape. Suddenly, a ball of black flames extended from the body of the Martial Dao Prime Body. 2642 North Ridge Princess. The Martial Dao Prime Body did not release the full power of the hellfire at all. Given his current cultivation, even a supreme immortal king might not be able to defend against it if he channeled hellfire. Even a fraction of its strength was more than enough against the group of hell pawns before him. The black flames spread rapidly like a prairie fire and engulfed many hell pawns before long. The hell pawns were burned to ashes before they could even let out tragic cries. The Black Army under Nether General North Black's lead fled. They arrived quickly but were defeated even faster. No one dared to stay on the spot. The Martial Dao Prime Body's heart skipped a beat. As though he sensed something, he glanced sideways at the void in the distance before retracting his gaze. He did not kill them all and merely revealed sufficient strength to chase away the hell pawns before putting away the hellfire. However, almost all the hell generals who wanted to kill him earlier on died on the spot. The beautiful woman was the only one who survived. The Martial Dao Prime Body did not have any protective feelings towards women. However, the beautiful woman had just reminded him out of goodwill, and she was the only one in the group who did not have any hostility towards him. That was the reason why the Martial Dao Prime Body spared her life. Why you're finished. The beautiful woman looked at the scene before her with a horrified expression. She looked at the Martial Dao Prime Body and said with a trembling voice, "You killed Nether General North Black. The experts of Corpse Mountain Ridge will definitely not let you off. Why you should hurry and escape. If you can escape from the North Ridge, you might have a chance of survival. Otherwise, you'll definitely die." The beautiful woman urged the Martial Dao Prime Body. "Where is Corpse Mountain Ridge?" The Martial Dao Prime Body was unmoved and asked instead. Right then, a woman's voice sounded from afar. "Corpse Mountain Ridge is one of the 10 great hell ridges of the North Ridge. The territorial lord is known as Hell King Corpse Mountain, and he has more than 100 experts at the level of Hell Kings under his lead." Right then, a crack appeared in the void not far away and 3 people walked out slowly. The person who spoke was a young girl. She wore a black robe that wrapped around her voluptuous and alluring figure. Her skin was fair as snow and she looked even prettier than the beautiful woman. Furthermore, there was a graceful aura around the black-robed girl, as though she came from an extraordinary background. Beside the black-robed girl stood a black-robed man. His face was pale and he had handsome features. Raising his head slightly, there was a hint of pride in his eyes. The man and woman looked compatible standing together. However, it was clear that the method of tearing through the void earlier on was not something the two of them could use. The man and woman were both hell generals and could not do that. Behind the black-robed girl was an expressionless middle-aged man with a powerful aura. He was already at the Grotto Heaven realm. According to the difference in Cultivation realm in Frost Springs Hell, the middle-aged man should be a Hell King. However, the middle-aged man stood behind the black-robed girl, so in terms of status, he should be lower. In reality, the moment the Martial Dao Prime Body released the hellfire, he sensed a ripple in the void over there. As the Martial Dao Prime Body observed the 2 men and a woman, he thought to himself, The number of Hell Kings in Corpse Mountain Ridge alone probably surpasses Heaven and Earth Academy. However, Corpse Mountain Ridge is only one of the 10 great Hell Ridges of the North Ridge. It's clear how strong the North Ridge is. The strange thing is that despite the vast territory and deep foundation of the North Ridge, King North Ridge is only an expert of the Hell King realm. Is there no Emperor in the North Ridge, or is there some other reason why Emperor experts are dormant? As the Martial Tao Prime Body pondered, the 2 men and a woman in midair sized him up as well. To be precise, the black-robed girl was the only one who paid special attention to the Martial Tao Prime Body with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. As for the black-robed man beside her and the middle-aged man behind her, they merely glanced at the Martial Tao Prime Body casually and did not take it to heart. You might still be able to survive in the North Ridge even after killing Nether General North Black. The black-robed girl smiled gently and said confidently, "I can protect you in the North Ridge." "Oh." The Martial Tao Prime Body did not say anything and was merely surprised. The beautiful woman who survived looked at the black-robed girl and sneered. "What do you have to protect him with? Do you have the strength?" The black-robed girl's cultivation realm was not much different from hers. Even if the middle-aged man behind the black-robed girl was a Hell King, he could not go against the powerful foundation of Hell King Corpse Mountain. "I have my name." The black-robed girl laughed and waved her hand at the Martial Tao Prime Body. "Let's get to know one another. My name is Tang Qinger." "Tang Qinger?" the beautiful woman murmured softly and looked at the badge on the black-robed girl's waist. Her expression changed starkly as she exclaimed, "Why, you're the little princess of King North Ridge." "That's right." Tang Qinger nodded. In the North Ridge, King North Ridge was probably the only one who could protect anyone hunted down by Corpse Mountain Ridge. "Greetings, princess." When the beautiful woman realized that it was Tang Qinger, she knelt down hurriedly and bowed, not daring to delay. "You can leave first. This is none of your business." Tang Qinger waved at the beautiful woman gently and the latter fled hurriedly, as though she had been pardoned. She then descended from midair and walked towards the Martial Tao Prime Body. Although there were no rules or etiquette in this Frost Springs hell and it was filled with bloodshed everywhere, Tang Qinger was at least friendly to him. The Martial Tao Prime Body could not sense hostility from Tang Qinger either. "Watch out!" The black-robed man frowned slightly and followed hurriedly, reminding, "I'm fine." Tang Qinger smiled. "I have you, Uncle Chen." The black-robed man said proudly, "Don't worry, Qinger. Even without Uncle Chun making a move, I can kill him if anything happens." As he said that, the black-robed man gestured fiercely in the direction of the Martial Tao Prime Body, implying something. "Thank you." Tang Qinger smiled. It was clear that the black-robed man was interested in Tang Qinger. At the same time, she was not resistant towards him either. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them arrived before the Martial Tao Prime Body. Tang Qinger asked, "Have you considered it? As long as you're willing to join me, Father can protect you and even step in to resolve this matter for you." "Qinger." Uncle Chun frowned slightly and reminded softly. The black-robed man added hurriedly, "Qinger, this person's background is unknown and he exudes the aura of a living being. We should be careful." "Why are you helping me?" the Martial Tao Prime Body asked with a calm expression. Tang Qinger said, "I just saw that your methods are not weak and you should have already touched the threshold of a Hell King. It'll be a pity if you're killed by Corpse Mountain Ridge." That was naturally just an excuse. Tang Qinger and the other 2 traveled through space and were prepared to return to North Ridge City. They only stopped when they saw what happened on the way and descended here under Tang Qinger's insistence. Tang Qinger continued, "My father has been a Hell King for many years. In this aspect, a few words from him will benefit you more than tens of thousands of years of your own cultivation." 2643 North Ridge Birthday Banquet. Right from the beginning, the Martial Tao Prime Body had not used his full strength, let alone release the aura and methods of a grotto heaven. Therefore, in the eyes of Tang Qinger and the other 2, the cultivation realm of the Martial Tao Prime Body was only at the threshold of a Hell King. "King North Ridge." The Martial Tao Prime Body murmured softly in deep thought. Right now, he did not know enough about Frost Springs Hell. King Northridge was definitely one of the people who knew this foreign world the best. When Tang Qing'er saw that the martial Tao prime body was silent, she thought that he was still wary and smiled. Don't worry, although father is King Northridge, he loves me extremely. As long as I plead with him, he'll definitely help me resolve this matter. Although the status of Nether General North Black is not low, this matter is still nothing much for father. At the side, Uncle Chun frowned slightly and urged, Your Highness, the king's birthday banquet is approaching. Let's hurry back and not linger here for too long. That's right. The black-robed man glared at the martial Tao prime body before saying, Qing'er, why waste time with this person? I want to meet your father earlier and catch a glimpse of the glory of King Northridge. The birthday banquet of King Northridge? The martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat. If it was the birthday banquet of King Northridge, such a scene would probably be a rare grand occasion for the Northridge. All the factions and the 10 great Hell Ridges would probably be present. Corpse Mountain Ridge alone had hundreds of Hell Kings. How many Hell Kings would be present for the birthday banquet of King Northridge? The simplest way to understand this foreign world as soon as possible was to communicate with the top experts here. Even without the appearance of the Princess of the Northridge, the martial Tao prime body was planning to look for the Hell King experts here to understand more about the situation. Since he was in time for the birthday banquet of King Northridge and so many Hell Kings would be present, the martial Tao prime body could save some trouble. Hey, masked man! When the black-robed man saw that the martial Tao prime body was silent, he sneered. All the kings gathered at the birthday banquet of King Northridge are big shots. You might not be able to withstand such a line-up. The martial Tao prime body was expressionless and did not even look at the black-robed man. He merely pointed at the latter and asked Tang Qing'er, Who is that? The black-robed man was truly noisy. The martial Tao prime body was considering whether he should kill the black-robed man. You're not worthy of knowing my name, the black-robed man declared proudly. All you have to know is that I'm the young master of the South Forest. There were 5 regions in Frost Springs Hell East Plains, South Forest, West Swamp, North Ridge, and the Central Capital. The so-called young master of the South Forest should mean that he's the son of the king in the Fog Forest of the South. Uncle Chun said indifferently, The young master of the South Forest cultivated in the Central Capital with Her Highness, and they've known one another for many years. Their families are compatible, and the South Forest will send someone to the North Ridge for the king's birthday banquet to ask for her hand in marriage. Uncle Chen's words were actually a warning to the martial Tao prime body, and remind him to watch himself and not harbor any improper thoughts. The birthday banquet of King North Ridge this time round was also a double blessing. At the mention of that, Tang Qing'er looked at the young master of the South Forest beside her and smiled gently. Actually, she was still a little lost about this matter. To be precise, she merely did not dislike the young master of the South Forest. However, as her father and Uncle Chun had said, they were well-matched in terms of social status. Perhaps this person was the right candidate for her. In reality, Uncle Chun was thinking too much. The martial Tao prime body had only met Tang Qing'er by chance and was not interested in her at all. However, since this young master of the South Forest was about to become Tang Qing'er's Tao companion, the martial Tao prime body could not kill him just like that. There was no need to turn this originally joyous matter into a funeral. Furthermore, the martial Tao prime body wanted to attend the birthday banquet of King North Ridge. If he killed the son-in-law of King North Ridge, there was no way he could attend the birthday banquet. He would have to kill his way through. The martial Tao prime body ignored the young master of the South Forest and nodded to Tang Qing'er. I can follow you guys to take a look. We can discuss whether or not I'll join the North Ridge later on. All right. Tang Qing'er smiled. Stay by my side first. When the time comes, I'll show you the power and foundation of the North Ridge. You can decide for yourself. May I know your name? Tang Qing'er turned to look at the martial Tao prime body. Desolate Marshal. The martial Tao prime body said indifferently. Your Highness, let's go. Uncle Chin urged once more. All right. Tang Qing'er beckoned to the martial Tao prime body. Come over to my side and be closer. Uncle Chun is prepared to tear through the void and undergo a long-distance spatial teleportation. If you're too far away and leave Uncle Chen's range, you'll be devoured by the endless void and you'll never be able to return. The Martial Dao Prime Body nodded and did not reject. He took a step forward and came to Tang Qinger's side. Humph! When he saw that, a dark look flashed through the eyes of the young master of the South Forest as he harumphed coldly. Uncle Chun glared at the Martial Dao Prime Body and released the power of the Grotto Heaven realm. He tore through the void and brought Tang Qinger, the young master of the South Forest, and the Martial Dao Prime Body into the spatial tunnel. The four of them shuttled through the spatial tunnel continuously, and the Martial Dao Prime Body had a calm expression. However, he was wearing a silver mask and no one could see his expression. When the four of them tore through the void once more and walked out of the spatial tunnel, the young master of the South Forest could not help but mock. Desolate Marshal, or whatever your name is, how do you feel? Remember this feeling. This might be the only time in your life that you can make a long-distance teleportation through a spatial tunnel. Earlier on, we were still in Weeping Soul Ridge. Now, we've arrived at the center of the North Ridge. The Martial Dao Prime Body ignored the young master of the South Forest and merely looked over. Not far ahead, there was a gigantic city that occupied a vast area. It was pitch black and filled with strange rocks. In its majestic aura was a sinister and terrifying feeling. Even the capitals of the three immortal kingdoms of the divine firmament immortal domain seemed much smaller compared to this city. North Ridge City. As the birthday banquet of King North Ridge approached, North Ridge City became noisy and lively. The Martial Dao Prime Body and the other three were not the only people. In other directions, there were also many factions and cultivators heading towards North Ridge City. Many cultivators revealed reverence and avoided the Martial Dao Prime Body's group of four at the sight of them walking out of the void. Go on. Tang Qinger smiled at the Martial Dao Prime Body and said. The Martial Dao Prime Body followed behind Tang Qinger and suddenly sent a voice transmission. The reason why you want to recruit me as a subordinate of King North Ridge isn't because of my strength, right? King North Ridge ruled over a myriad of ridges and had countless experts under his lead. Tang Qinger clearly had other motives. However, the Martial Dao Prime Body did not mind because he could not sense any hostility from Tang Qinger. Even if Tang Qinger had any ill intentions, the Martial Dao Prime Body was fearless. Tang Qinger remained silent for a moment before sending a voice transmission. I'm a little interested in your background. You're not someone from Frost Springs Hell, right? 2644-9 Hells. I'm from the heavenly world. The Martial Dao Prime Body had no intention of hiding his background, and there was no need for that. Heavenly world? Tang Qinger looked at the Martial Dao Prime Body in disbelief and asked, Are you really from the heavenly world? Is it the heavenly world of the medium kiliacosm? The Martial Dao Prime Body nodded slightly. How is that possible? Tang Qinger was still in disbelief. I heard from my father that there's a powerful restriction barrier between the medium kiliacosm and the hell world. Even experts who have cultivated to the Emperor realm won't be able to enter the hell world. I only entered this place by some freak coincidence as well. The Martial Dao Prime Body did not explain further. He could not explain this clearly either. Even he was puzzled and had countless questions in his mind. What was the hell world you mentioned earlier on? The Martial Dao Prime Body sensed that there was an extremely important piece of information hidden in Tang Qinger's words and asked, Could it be that the hell world doesn't belong to the medium kiliacosm? Under normal circumstances, the various worlds in the medium kiliacosm were separated by a boundless sea of stars. Although cultivators had low cultivation realms and it was difficult for them to cross the starry skies, generally speaking, there were no so-called restrictions within the various worlds. Even perfected immortals and immortal kings could enter other worlds, let alone emperor experts. It was unusual for such a restriction barrier to exist between the hell world and the medium kiliacosm. Of course not. Tang Qinger said, The hell world is isolated from the medium kiliacosm and can be considered as an existence that's on par with the medium kiliacosm. It's both under the scope of the major kiliacosm. When he heard that, the Martial Dao Prime Body's heart skipped a beat. In the entire medium kiliacosm, there were 3,000 worlds. The heavenly world, great wilderness, dragon world, sword world, parasol tree world, and so on belonged to the medium kiliacosm. However, the so-called hell world could stand side by side with the entire medium kiliacosm. The Frost Springs hell we're in is merely a hell in the hell world. Tang Qinger continued, in the entire hell world, there are a total of 9 hells. They are the Heavy Springs Hell, Yellow Springs Hell, Frost Springs Hell, Een Springs Hell, Serene Springs Hell, Lower Springs Hell, Bitter Springs Hell, Boundless Springs Hell, and the number 1 hell that's located in the middle, Torment Springs Hell. 9 hells. The martial Tao prime body was secretly alarmed. This hell world was even more mysterious and shocking than he had imagined. The north ridge of Frost Springs Hell alone was comparable to the territory of the heavenly world. What sort of a world was the entire Frost Springs Hell and even the 9 hells? Hell suppression, hell suppression. Could it be that the true intention of Great Emperor Infinite was to suppress the 9 hells? He recalled how the many living beings of hell revealed immense hatred and hostility towards him when they heard that he was from the heavenly world. That guess was not impossible. The martial Tao prime body asked, why are the people here so hostile towards the upper world? Tang Qinger said, there are many theories. The nether chi of the hell world has dried up over the years and cultivation has become increasingly difficult. Some people say that it has something to do with the upper world. Some people also said that the former Lord of Hell was suppressed by experts of the upper world an era ago. When he heard that, the martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat. An era ago should have been the infinite era. In Greater Avicii he had encountered 2 wills. Could one of them be the Lord of Hell? So, who was the other one? Tang Qinger continued. Someone even said that in fact we could have not lived in this dark and sinister hell world and could have had a better environment outside. It was all because of the suppression and bullying of the living beings of the upper world that we were suppressed here all year round. Pausing for a moment, Tang Qinger smiled. I don't know the exact reason either. In any case, the living beings of hell are indeed extremely hostile towards the upper world. Don't casually reveal your identity or background. Since that's the case, why do you want to recruit me? The martial Tao prime body asked. He could sense that Tang Qinger's attitude towards him was different from the other living beings of hell. At the very least, she was not hostile. Tang Qinger said, I've never been to the upper world, nor have I come into contact with living beings of the upper world. Who knows what the upper world is like? I'm only filled with curiosity about the worlds and living beings that I've never seen or come into contact with personally. There's no hatred. The reason why I recruited you was because I wanted to understand the upper world through you. I hope that you can tell me about it if there's a chance. At that point, Tang Qinger's eyes were filled with curiosity. The martial Tao prime body nodded. While the 2 of them were sending voice transmissions with their spirit consciousnesses, the 4 of them had already arrived before North Ridge City. When the guards at the city gate saw the badge on Tang Qinger's waist, they revealed respectful expressions and bowed hurriedly to give way. The 4 of them entered the city successfully. The martial Tao prime body walked through the largest city in the North Ridge and everything around him was novel. This was a civilization completely different from the heavenly world. Be it the architectural style, the crowds that came and went, or even every single detail of the ancient city, everything revealed the dark style of hell and its unique atmosphere. The colors of hell were rather monotonous. Almost everything in the ancient city was matched with black and red. In the sinisterness, there was a hint of blood and terror. As the birthday banquet of King North Ridge approached, North Ridge City looked festive as well. There were many lanterns that shone with blood hanging on both sides of the streets. In the dark ancient city, it was as though an ancient ferocious beast had widened its bloodshot eyes. Some cultivators had just hung up their lanterns when the martial Tao prime body swept his gaze across and narrowed his eyes slightly. Fresh blood was still dripping from beneath the lanterns, emitting a faint blood stench. The lanterns were only put out after they were soaked in fresh blood. Such a terrifying thing seemed extremely ordinary in this ancient city of the hell world. Furthermore, it was perfectly compatible with the surroundings without any awkwardness. The hierarchy in Frost Springs Hell was strict. On the streets, only hell generals could walk boldly through the middle. The narrow spaces on both sides of the streets were passages left for the many hell pawns to travel through. As for the skies above the ancient city, one can only pass through at will under the lead of a Hell King expert. Of course, among the four of them, because Tang Qinger had a noble status and was the daughter of King North Ridge, no one stopped her from flying through the air. My! Isn't that the little princess of the North Ridge? Not far away. A voice sounded with a hint of frivolity. The four of them turned over. Not far away, a large group of cultivators tore through the air. Their leader was dressed in jade-green robes and played with two fireballs that burned with green flames. This person's cultivation realm was merely that of a Hell General. However, behind him stood a Hell King expert with a terrifying aura and eyes that seemed to be burning with green flames. This young man looked like he had a high status. 2645 threat. So, it's the young master of Verdant Flame Ridge. When Tang Qinger saw who it was, she cupped her fists and greeted. Similar to Corpse Mountain Ridge, Verdant Flame Ridge was one of the 10 great hell ridges. The young master of Verdant Flame Ridge said with a smile, "The little princess of the North Ridge usually cultivates in the central capital. It's truly rare that you're making such a long journey to return for the birthday banquet of King North Ridge." Tang Qinger said, "I naturally can't miss father's 800,000-year-old birthday." Of course. The eyes of the young master of Verdant Flame Ridge curved sharper. "The true pity will be if you miss King North Ridge's birthday banquet this time round." "Young master," the Hell King expert of Verdant Flame Ridge said softly, "it's time for us to leave." "Understood." The young master of Verdant Flame Ridge laughed and led the large group of people to brush past Tang Qinger and the others. The martial Dao prime body felt something strange. Logically speaking, Verdant Flame Ridge was only one of the 10 great hell ridges and was under the rule of King North Ridge. However, he did not seem to have much respect for Tang Qinger in North Ridge City, which was right under the nose of King North Ridge. "That's him." Right then, a shout sounded not far away. "The person in the purple robe and silver mask. That's him." The martial Dao prime body and the others looked over. Another large group of cultivators walked towards them with an aggressive aura. They were hostile. The group of them exuded a strong aura of death and their skin had green tinges. "Enemies are bound to meet." Tang Qinger frowned slightly and sighed. "They're from Corpse Mountain Ridge?" the martial Dao prime body asked. Tang Qinger nodded. "To think that we would meet here in advance. But don't worry, they won't do anything to you with me around." The reason why Tang Qinger was so protective of the martial Dao prime body was because she was curious about the upper world. She wanted to obtain some information about the upper world from the martial Dao prime body. However, the young master of the South Forest felt another feeling when he saw that. He was displeased and his gaze darkened. "So, it's the young master of Corpse Mountain Ridge." Tang Qinger took the initiative to step forward, shielding the martial Dao prime body behind her as she greeted the young man in the lead. "The little princess of the North Ridge?" The young master of Corpse Mountain Ridge frowned and waved it off. "Make way. I'm looking for that purple-robed man behind you." Uncle Chen's expression darkened. He glared at the young master of Corpse Mountain Ridge and said coldly, "This is our princess of the North Ridge. Watch your tone and attitude." A Hell King behind the young master of Corpse Mountain Ridge stood out as well. "Brother Chun, this has nothing to do with the North Ridge. I advise you guys not to interfere." Tang Qinger smiled gently. "Everyone, I was present when everything happened. There was some misunderstanding that caused both parties to fight. Please don't pursue this matter on account of my father." "Why? Are you trying to say that our Corpse Mountain Ridge's Nether General North Black shall die for nothing?" The Hell King of Corpse Mountain Ridge narrowed his gaze and said aggressively, "Little princess of the North Ridge, you have to think carefully. Nether General North Black is someone from the ancient Nether race. The ancient Nether race has a noble status in hell indeed. However, North Black was only a Nether General at the end of the day." Tang Qinger gradually retracted the smile on her face. Her tone turned cold as she asked, "My father is King North Ridge. Is his reputation inferior to a mere Nether General?" The young master of Corpse Mountain Ridge sneered. The reputation of King North Ridge, Fufu. Initially, Uncle Chun harbored some dislike towards the martial Tao prime body as well. However, at that moment, it was clear from the attitudes of the young master and Hell King of Corpse Mountain Ridge that they were looking down on King North Ridge. That was something that Uncle Chun could not tolerate. Guys! Uncle Chun narrowed his eyes that shone with a cold glint and said slowly, "Let me remind you guys that this is North Ridge City, not Corpse Mountain Ridge. Be careful. Trouble comes from your mouths. The birthday banquet of King North Ridge is approaching. The North Ridge doesn't mind using the corpses and fresh blood of an entire Hell Ridge to liven things up at his birthday banquet." It was a blatant threat. The expressions of the young master and Hell King of Corpse Mountain Ridge changed clearly. They looked wary. "Young master, endure it first. There's no need to be hasty," the Hell King reminded secretly. The young master of Corpse Mountain Ridge had a dark expression. After a moment of silence, he suddenly smiled. "Not bad. The North Ridge sure is impressive. Just you wait and see." With that said, the young master of Corpse Mountain Ridge beckoned and led the way with the cultivators behind him. Humph! Looking at the back view of Corpse Mountain Ridge's group, Uncle Chun harumphed coldly and said sinisterly, "After the king's birthday banquet, Corpse Mountain Ridge should be replaced. Go on." Tang Chinger said, "Let's forget about this matter." The martial Tao prime body witnessed the entire process and felt that things were not simple. Although North Ridge City seemed peaceful and joyous, there were actually undercurrents surging. Be it Verdant Flame Ridge or Corpse Mountain Ridge, their attitude towards Tang Chinger was clearly a little strange. Furthermore, the young master of Corpse Mountain Ridge seemed to be implying something. The young master of Verdant Flame Ridge seemed like he wanted to say something as well. However, he was reminded by the Hell King of Verdant Flame Ridge and left first. Seems like this birthday banquet of King North Ridge won't be peaceful, the martial Tao prime body thought to himself. The young master of the South Forest at the side witnessed everything as well and was slightly puzzled. However, he did not think too much about it and followed Tang Chinger and the others into the palace of North Ridge City. Not long after they entered the palace, a group of people walked over. Their leader was tall and had a powerful aura. Every single move he made exuded the dominance of a king. "Big brother." When Tang Chinger saw that person, she smiled and greeted him from afar. It was the eldest prince of King North Ridge, Tang Hao. He was the one overseeing the birthday banquet this time round and was a Hell King. "Chinger, you're back." Tang Hao's gaze shifted. When he saw Tang Chinger, he smiled as well and strode over. "Your Highness." Uncle Chun bowed. Tang Hao nodded slightly. He looked at Tang Chinger and smiled. "You've been cultivating in the central capital and haven't seen Father for many years. Father was also delighted when he heard that you've returned." Pausing for a moment, he looked at the young master of the South Forest and sized him up. "This must be the young master of the South Forest, right?" "Greetings, Your Highness." The young master of the South Forest cupped his fists hurriedly. Tang Hao smiled and nodded. "You're indeed a handsome young man with a dignified appearance. Father should be very satisfied to see you." "Where's Father? Let's pay him a visit," Tang Chinger asked. "This is..." Tang Hao's gaze shifted to the martial Tao prime body, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. For some unknown reason, Tang Hao could not sense the cultivation realm of the martial Tao prime body. Furthermore, the martial Tao prime body exuded the aura of a living person that was incompatible with the surroundings. "This is a friend I met on the way back. I can take him to meet Father at the same time," Tang Chinger explained briefly. "Father is resting in his chamber. You guys can go on." As Tang Hao said that, he scanned the martial Tao prime body. However, no matter how he checked, he could not see the depths of the martial Tao prime body. 2646 Welcome to Hell. The chamber of King North Ridge was not as quaint and bedazzling as the immortal sects and immortal kingdoms of the heavenly world. Instead, it was filled with a sinister and terrifying aura. Even the pool water that surrounded the chamber was blood-red and emitted a faint blood stench. From time to time, scarlet fish with sharp fangs would leap out of the water. The martial Tao prime body was no longer surprised by everything. Under Tang Chinger's lead, The few of them arrived at the depths of the chamber before long and met the legendary King Northridge. At that moment, King Northridge was sitting on a chair made of white bones. It was surrounded by a blood pool and dense skulls were piled at the feet of the chair. This birthday banquet was known as the 800,000-year-old celebration of King Northridge. Under normal circumstances, Grotto Heaven realm experts had a lifespan of around 1,000,000 years. Now that King Northridge was 800,000 years old, he was actually no longer at his peak. Even so, there was no sign of decline or haggardness from King Northridge. Although his eyes were closed, King Northridge exuded an unimaginable might as he sat on the white bone throne. This was an aura that could only be nurtured after one was in the upper echelons for a long time with countless corpses and blood trampled beneath him. The spirit consciousness of the martial Tao prime body swept past King Northridge. According to the heavenly world, this King Northridge should be a supreme immortal king with a major grotto heaven. It seemed like the saying that cultivation was difficult in Frost Springs Hell was not groundless. The expert who ruled over the entire Northridge and stood at the peak was only a supreme immortal king. In fact, he had not even cultivated his grotto heaven to the perfected stage. Suddenly, King Northridge opened his eyes. Two shuddering cold beams of light seemed to burst forth from the dark chamber as a malevolent and bloodthirsty aura spread instantly. Uncle Chun did not dare to meet his gaze and bowed hurriedly. The young master of the South Forest often followed King South Forest and was long familiar with these supreme experts. However, he was still stunned by the aura of King Northridge and his heart skipped a beat. Only the martial Tao prime body was expressionless and had a calm gaze. "Father!" Tang Qinger shouted with a smile. King Northridge's gaze paused slightly on the martial Tao prime body before turning to Tang Qinger. His expression softened as he revealed a smile and nodded slightly. "Qinger, you're back." "Yes." Tang Qinger smiled. "I rushed back with some gifts to celebrate your 800,000-year-old birthday, father." "How thoughtful, Qinger." King Northridge nodded. Tang Qinger continued, "By the way, father, I brought two friends back with me." "Greetings, King Northridge. I'm Shen Tuing." The young master of the South Forest hurried forward to greet with a respectful expression. "Shen Tuing," King Northridge said. "Young master of the South Forest, right? How has your father been recently?" The young master of the South Forest said hurriedly, "My father's health is fine. He has you on his mind but doesn't have the chance to come and meet you." The two of them exchanged pleasantries. King Northridge was distracted, as though he knew about the matter between Tang Qinger and the young master of the South Forest and did not make things difficult for the latter. To be precise, the attention of King Northridge was not on the young master of the South Forest at all. He was still paying attention to the martial Tao prime body. "Also, this is fellow Taoist Desolate Martial." Tang Qinger recounted the process of them getting to know one another briefly. "Father, will it anger you that I made this decision to resolve the matter under your name? It's fine. The death of Nether General Northblack isn't significant." King Northridge waved it off. "Even if a few Hell Kings of theirs were killed, what can Corpse Mountain Ridge say?" Pausing for a moment, he looked at the martial Tao prime body and his eyes shone with a shuddering light as a tremendous might descended slowly. As King Northridge, his judgment was naturally far superior to Tang Qinger and the others. Although he could not tell the depths of the martial Tao prime body, he could clearly sense that the latter was definitely not at the level of a Hell General. "Are you really from the heavenly world?" King Northridge asked slowly. "Yes." Against the might of King Northridge, the martial Tao prime body had a calm expression. "Furthermore, I want to ask you how to return to the heavenly world." "How dare you?" Uncle Chen hollered. "How dare you speak to the king like that instead of bowing down?" Although the martial Tao prime body stood below, he stood upright. Ever since he entered the chamber, he had not bowed to King Northridge. The tone he used earlier on was as though he was communicating with his peers without any respect. Even Tang Qinger was worried for the martial Tao prime body. If her father were to take offense, she would definitely not be able to protect the martial Tao prime body. Everything else aside, The fact that the martial Tao prime body came from the heavenly world was enough for her father to kill him. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, King North Ridge burst into laughter. His laughter reverberated through the palace and was deafening, filled with a domineering aura. King North Ridge looked at the martial Tao prime body with a sinister smile and said slowly, "Since you've arrived at the hell world, there's no way you can return." The martial Tao prime body frowned slightly. Was he really going to be trapped in the hell world? What did the so-called hell world and the 9 hells have to do with Great Emperor Infinite? What was the old monk's motive for pushing him down? Was it just to trap him in the hell world? What did the old monk have to do with the hell world? There were too many questions lingering in his mind. King North Ridge stood up slowly and said, "Young man, you're quite bold. If it was any other time, you would have been a corpse beneath my feet by now. However, you're a friend brought back by Qing'er. I'll spare you this once." "Thank you, father." Tang Qing'er heaved a sigh of relief and said hurriedly. At the same time, she looked at the martial Tao prime body and kept giving him meaningful glances, asking him to come forward and express his thanks. The martial Tao prime body ignored it. Right now, he was considering whether he should head forward and throw a punch to have a deeper interaction with King North Ridge. However, he could not attack directly when he saw how protective Tang Qing'er was. Furthermore, the birthday banquet of King North Ridge was approaching and there was no need to rush. It would not be too late to look for King North Ridge after his birthday banquet. Also, there were so many factions and experts gathered at King North Ridge's birthday banquet. He would definitely be able to obtain more information. King North Ridge glanced at the martial Tao prime body indifferently. "My birthday banquet is approaching and I'm in a good mood. I won't hold it against you today. However, let me remind you that this is not the heavenly world. Hell is thousands of times crueler, darker and bloodier than the heavenly world. The living environment of the heavenly world is like the peaceful pure land in the eyes of the living beings of hell. In hell, if you're not careful, even your bones will be eaten." Pausing for a moment, King North Ridge grinned at the martial Tao prime body with a sinister smile. "Young man, welcome to hell." At that moment, King North Ridge had yet to realize what sort of impact this purple-robed cultivator with the silver mask would bring to the hell world. Less than that, he could not imagine how much of a storm this mysterious young man would cause in hell. When he heard King North Ridge's words, the martial Tao prime body laughed as well. He clenched his fists and murmured softly, "Hell, desolate marshal has arrived." 2647 Dharma ending era. For the next few days, the martial Tao prime body stayed in the palace and did not leave. As the birthday banquet of the North Ridge approached, Hell King experts would descend upon North Ridge City from time to time. In the few days, the martial Tao prime body tried to communicate with the Green Lotus true body, but there was no reaction. As Tang Qing'er had said, the hell world was ranked alongside the medium kiliocosm. There must be some sort of a powerful barrier between the two. The barrier could even isolate the connection between Su Zimo's 2 true bodies. For the past few days, Tang Qing'er had been showing the martial Tao prime body all the ancient books in the palace of the North Ridge that were related to hell. Through their interactions, the martial Tao prime body had a rough understanding of Frost Springs Hell and even the entire hell. The reason why this place was called Frost Springs Hell was because there was indeed a gigantic spring in the center of this hell that surged with an extremely cold water and was known as the Frost Springs. There were similar reasons for the names of the other 8 hells. For example, in the center of Yellow Springs Hell, there was a turbid and withered spring water known as the Yellow Springs. In the center of the Een Springs Hell, there was extreme Een water, giving it the name the Een Springs. The entire hell world had some similarities with the medium kiliocosm where Su Zimo ascended. For example, the hell world also contained a large amount of heaven and earth essence chi. Perhaps because of the environment, there was an additional dark and cold power in the heaven and earth essence chi. The living beings of the hell world called it the nether chi. The reason why the heaven and earth essence chi in the heavenly world was rich and massive was because of the existence of the builder tree. The spring water of the 9 hells had a similar effect. Could be said that the 9 springs were the source of power for the 9 hells. What was even stranger was that according to the ancient books in the palace of the North Ridge, Not only did the 9 springs contain completely different powers, they also possessed unimaginable might. For example, the frost springs water here was water of extreme coldness, and could cause immense damage to any living being, especially the aquatic ones. As for the yellow springs water, it was turbid and withered, possessing the use of washing away one's memories. It was said that after the soul was baptized in the yellow springs water, it would forget its memories of its previous life. The soup of oblivion? The love erasure potion? At that point, an indescribable feeling rose in the heart of the martial Tao prime body. In the hell world, there seemed to be actual comparisons to some of the legends and myths that he had heard in the mortal world. For example, the boundless springs water could cleanse curses. Any curse or filth would dissipate after being washed by the boundless springs water. The martial Tao prime body had even seen records of the ancient nether race in the ancient books. The ancient nether race was not a race that was born, but a race that was created through transformation. There were all sorts of strange things in the trichiliocosm. This was also the first time that the martial Tao prime body had seen a strange method like creating life through transformation. According to the ancient books, apart from the reproduction and nurturing of the living beings of the 10,000 races, there was another unique method for the living beings of the hell world to create life, transformation. Every once in a while, living beings would be born from the 9 springs. Those living beings had no parents. The method of creating something out of nothing was the transformation of life in the hell world. Bloodshed and countless living beings died everywhere in the hell world. However, due to the strange method of life evolution such as transformation, there was still an endless stream of living beings in the hell world. Life can be born from the 9 springs of hell? When the martial Tao prime body first saw those records, he was extremely surprised. Although the builder tree also had the effect of gathering heaven and earth essence chi, it could not nurture any special life form. Even the martial Tao prime body had never seen such records in the upper world. This method of life creation seemed to be breaching the deepest secret dermic Taos of the world. Even the great emperors who were so powerful could not create life. The living beings that were born from the 9 springs of hell were the ancient nether race of the hell world. There could be humans, demon beasts, and all sorts of living beings in the ancient nether race. However, after those living beings were created from the 9 springs of hell, they belonged to the ancient nether race. The mark of the ancient nether race was extremely obvious as well. Typically, there would be a strange rune on the surface or glabellas of those living beings. It was the same rune that the martial Tao prime body had seen on the glabella of Nether General North Black. The meaning of that rune was nether. At this point, the martial Tao prime body could not help but recall the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra nurtured by the Green Lotus True Body. Those strange runes were extremely similar to the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra and should originate from the same civilization. Could the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra be related to the hell world? Or were they both from the same civilization? The ancient nether race had a supreme status in the hell world. It was not only because the ancient nether race was born from the 9 springs of hell. More than that, it was because after they were born, they possessed powers that were far stronger than other living beings. Be it in terms of bloodline or physique, they were incomparably strong and suppressed everyone of the same cultivation realm. The bloodline of the ancient nether race was so strong that after growing to a certain age, a bloodline phenomenon closely related to the 9 springs of hell they came from would be born. That was not hard to imagine. The 9 springs of hell were said to be the foundation of the 9 hells, and the living beings born from their spring water were definitely extraordinary. Unfortunately for the arrogant Nether General North Black, he encountered the martial Tao prime body and was killed by a single sword chi before he could even release his bloodline phenomenon. The ancient Nether race could reproduce as well. However, their descendants would almost never inherit the bloodline power of the ancient Nether race, and they did not have the strange runes of the Nether word on their bodies. Only those from the ancient Nether race were qualified to be called Nether Generals and Nether Kings. For example, the Hell Lords of the 9 Hells were all from the ancient Nether race. Back then, the Lord of Hell was the strongest person in the ancient Nether race. According to the ancient books, under normal circumstances, the 9 Hell Lords were all Emperor Realm experts. As for the Lord of Hell, he reigned over the 9 Hells. However, an era ago, the Hell world seemed to have suffered a serious injury, causing the world to shatter. Its great Tao was damaged and its laws were incomplete. In that calamity, not only did the Lord of Hell die, the entire Hell world suffered immense losses as well, and countless emperors, Hell kings and other experts died. What was even more serious was that the Hell world had not been repaired. As time passed, the nether chi in the Hell world thinned, and even the 9 springs of Hell showed signs of drying up. Thereafter, the Hell world fell into the Dharma-ending era and fewer living beings advanced to the Emperor realm. After a long time, the emperors of the past died with the end of their lifespans. From then on, there were no longer any living beings in the 9 hells that became emperors. Up till now, although the ancient nether race was still holding down the positions of the 9 hell lords, almost all of them were peak hell kings and there were no emperor realm experts. Of course, although there were no emperor realm experts in the Dharma-ending era of the Hell world, they had accumulated a large number of Hell kings and Nether kings, and their foundations were still present. 2648 Gifts of the Ridges. For the past few days, the Martial Tao Prime Body had been digesting many pieces of information about the Hell world. Although he had a rough understanding of Hell, he still had many questions in his mind. The ancient books recorded that the Hell world was severely injured during the Infinite Era. Was it done by Great Emperor Infinite? Could the power controlled by a Great Emperor severely injure the entire Hell world such that the Great Tao was shattered and the world was incomplete? The Martial Tao Prime Body was skeptical about that. However, if not for Great Emperor Infinite, why would such a catastrophe happen? Apart from being sinister and terrifying, there were too many unknowns in the Hell world that seemed mysterious. The ancient books in the North Ridge Palace could not give the Martial Tao Prime Body an answer to those unknowns. Perhaps only the Hell King experts here knew a thing or two. The Martial Tao Prime Body had flipped through the ancient books sent by Tang Qinger, but he could not find a way to leave the Hell world and return to the medium Kiliacosm. Since the Hell world coexisted with the medium Kiliacosm, the Dermic Tao inheritance here would definitely be different from the medium Kiliacosm. The Martial Tao Prime Body intended to search for high-quality Dermic Tao inheritances in Hell and continue to divine and perfect the Martial Tao while looking for a way to leave. 5 days later, the birthday banquet of King North Ridge officially began. By the time Tang Qinger arrived at the main hall with the Martial Tao Prime Body, there were already many people seated. Some maidservants in veils carried various spirit fruits from Hell and came and went with their beautiful bodies vaguely visible. Although Tang Qinger was a junior, she was a princess of the North Ridge after all. Her seat was relatively closer to the front and was on the side of King North Ridge's seat. There were 5 seats on each side for the royal family of the North Ridge. Together, 10 spacious areas were created for the 10 great Hell Ridges. Why are you still here? When the young master of the South Forest saw the Martial Tao Prime Body from his seat, his expression darkened as he asked with a frown. As though he had not heard anything, the Martial Tao Prime Body did not even look at him. Right now, it was the birthday banquet of King North Ridge, and it was inappropriate for the young master of the South Forest to get angry and make a fuss as well. The young master of the South Forest rolled his eyes and suddenly said, "Desolate Marshal, today is the birthday banquet of King North Ridge. Everyone who attends the banquet will bring congratulatory gifts. What have you brought? Show it to everyone." Over the past few days, Tang Qinger had also learned a lot of information about the heavenly world from the Martial Tao Prime Body and was extremely curious. At that moment, when she saw the Martial Tao Prime Body being troubled, she could not bear it and tugged at the young master of the South Forest, saying in a low voice, "Forget it, fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal has just arrived in the North Ridge. How would he have the time to prepare any congratulatory gifts? Let's not make things difficult for him. How can you sit here so comfortably without a congratulatory gift?" The young master of the South Forest sneered. The Martial Tao Prime Body looked at the surging crowd outside the hall and suddenly said meaningfully, "I've prepared a congratulatory gift, but I hope that King North Ridge won't need it. Heavenly Dragon Ridge has arrived." Right then, a North Ridge guard at the entrance of the hall shouted, "The territorial lord of Heavenly Dragon Ridge has gifted King North Ridge a piece of 100,000-year Hell Frost Iron." The Martial Tao Prime Body had once read in an ancient book in the North Ridge Palace that the Hell Frost Iron was a specialty treasure of Frost Springs Hell. This frost iron was at the depths of hell and was soaked in the water of the frost springs all year round. It was a universal treasure that could only be formed after more than 100,000 years and was a supreme-grade material for forging spirit treasures. Essence-breaking ridge has arrived. On the other side, the North Ridge Guard declared loudly, "The territorial lord of Essence-breaking Ridge has gifted King North Ridge a piece of spine from an ancient nether dragon king." Among the ancient nether race, there was also a dragon that was born and cultivated to the level of a nether king. However, he died later on, and that created the spine of the Dragon King. The spine of a Dragon King was precious enough, let alone that of an ancient Nether Dragon King. Good, good, good. King North Ridge sat in the middle of the hall majestically and looked down. When he heard the voices coming from the entrance, he nodded repeatedly with a satisfied expression. It was a relatively long process. It was said that there were 100,000 mountain ridges of corpses and bones within the territory of the North Ridge. Although not all the mountain ridges and factions were qualified to extend their congratulations to King North Ridge, this birthday banquet was still filled with noteworthy experts as well. Apart from Hell Generals and Hell Kings, there was no place for Hell Pawns at all in the hall. Before the people of the 10 Great Hell Ridges arrived, there were already more than 1,000 Hell Kings from the other Hell Ridges, and their numbers were still increasing. Even in the heavenly world, the martial Tao Prime Body had never seen such a massive lineup. The 9 Firmament meet back then was already a massive event. The 9 Firmament Immortal Domain and Pure Land of Bliss only sent out slightly more than 100 Immortal King experts in total. Of course, the North Ridge was different from the heavenly world. There were at least dozens of Emperor experts in the heavenly world. However, there were no Emperor experts in the North Ridge or even the entire Frost Springs Hill. Ha 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 ha! The entire birthday banquet was bustling with people, and King North Ridge was delighted as well. From time to time, he would laugh loudly and drink strong wine. These Hell Ridges were merely the appetizers. The true feast would have to wait till the 10 Great Hell Ridges were gathered. Right then, the guard at the entrance of the hall declared, "The South Forest has sent envoys to congratulate King North Ridge on his 800,000th birthday." Even though we're so far apart, the South Forest sent people? You don't know yet, right? I heard that the little princess of the North Ridge and the young master of the South Forest are about to get engaged and become Tao companions. The marriage will make the two factions even closer. If these two factions join forces, it seems like King North Ridge can continue to rule over the North Ridge for at least another 100,000 years. Among the envoys sent by the South Forest, the leader was Hell King South Essence, who came with many generous gifts. There were more than 100 congratulatory gifts alone. This scene caused a commotion in the hall, and everyone was shocked. The South Forest side had given enough face to King North Ridge. King North Ridge also knew that the reason why there were so many congratulatory gifts was not only to wish him a happy birthday. They were also part of the betrothal gift. King North Ridge was in a great mood and declared, "King South Forest sure is thoughtful. Why don't we get my daughter and this fine young man to make preparations today and choose a good day for them to get married?" Tang Qinger looked at the young master of the South Forest shyly. She had just felt countless envious gazes looking in her direction, and a hint of joy surged in the depths of her heart. "King North Ridge, you sure are wise. My master has the same intentions as well." Hell King South Essence cupped his fists hurriedly. Ha 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 ha! King North Ridge burst into laughter and pointed to the seats of the North Ridge royal family. "Come sit here." This action was equivalent to giving the young master of the South Forest recognition. The envoys of the South Forest hurried forward and arrived beside the young master. "Corpse Mountain Ridge has arrived." Right then, the guard at the entrance of the hall shouted once more, "Corpse Mountain Ridge, one of the 10 Great Hell Ridges." After shouting that, the North Ridge Guard paused and did not continue. Under normal circumstances, the congratulatory gifts from Corpse Mountain Ridge should be announced next. However, the group from Corpse Mountain Ridge did not bring any congratulatory gifts at all. 2649 Annihilation. The guard at the entrance of the hall did not dare to stop the territorial lord of Corpse Mountain Ridge when the latter arrived empty-handed. This was a territorial lord from one of the 10 Great Hell Ridges after all. Now that he had brought hundreds of Hell Kings with him, his group attracted countless gazes the moment they entered the hall. Hundreds of Hell King experts meant that almost all of Corpse Mountain Ridge's Hell Kings were here. Logically speaking, even if they were here to extend congratulations to King North Ridge, there was no need for them to mobilize such a large force and cause such a huge commotion. You brought so many people? King North Ridge raised his brow slightly. The territorial lord of Corpse Mountain Ridge burst into laughter. King North Ridge, I know that you love crowds, so I brought everyone over to take a look and wish you a happy birthday. Oh, King North Ridge asked indifferently. Since it's a birthday celebration, what gift did you bring for me? Let me take a look. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, hearty laughter sounded from outside the hall, and a voice said, King North Ridge, the 10 Great Hell Ridges have prepared a huge gift for you. You'll definitely be satisfied. Accompanied by that voice, another group of experts entered the hall. The Kings of Verdant Flame Ridge, another of the 10 Great Hell Ridges, had arrived. Behind the territorial lord of Verdant Flame Ridge, there were also hundreds of Hell King experts. It was clear they were hostile. I'm looking forward to it now that you guys mentioned it. A cold glint flashed through the depths of King North Ridge's eyes. He had lived for 800,000 years and had seen all sorts of storms. Right now, Corpse Mountain Ridge and Verdant Flame Ridge were heading over menacingly. It was clear that they had a motive. King North Ridge immediately sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness and made preparations. Tang Hao understood and retreated from the back of the main hall, prepared to gather all the forces in North Ridge City to guard the main hall. King North Ridge presided over the North Ridge for more than 100,000 years. With that foundation, he could mobilize 1,000 Hell King experts in North Ridge City at any moment. Hell King South Essence of the South Forest frowned when he saw that. From the looks of it, chaos was about to break out in the North Ridge. If King North Ridge could survive and calm down the chaos, his prestige and strength would naturally increase exponentially. However, if he failed and was replaced, Hell King South Essence looked at the young master of the South Forest beside him with an inquiring expression. The young master of the South Forest shook his head gently, indicating for them to wait and see. Before long, the remaining few Hell Ridges of the 10 Great Hell Ridges arrived one after another. Variant Fiend Ridge, Soulless Ridge, Een Wind Ridge, Dragonbone Ridge, Blood Mist Ridge, Heavenbane Ridge, Darkness Ridge, Frost Ridge, together with Corpse Mountain Ridge and Verdant Flame Ridge that were the first to arrive, the 10 Great Hell Ridges were all present. The atmosphere in the main hall of the North Ridge Palace gradually turned from lively and joyful to solemn with a hint of killing intent. With the 10 Great Hell Ridges gathered here, there were thousands of Hell King experts. The presence of so many Hell King experts formed an unimaginably massive aura that could even go against the high and mighty King North Ridge. All the factions of the North Ridge present could sense the change in the situation. By the looks of it, the birthday banquet of King North Ridge is probably going to turn into a funeral. Countless living beings die daily in the North Ridge and countless territories change owners. How can King North Ridge preside over the North Ridge for 100,000 years? Heh! Back then, King North Ridge suppressed and destroyed countless experts and factions before stabilizing his position. Even if the 10 Great Hell Ridges join forces, it won't be easy for them to take down King North Ridge. Many cultivators were already discussing in secret. Father, with a worried expression, Tang Qinger turned to look at King North Ridge, who was not far away. At that moment, King North Ridge sat in the middle of the hall with a stern expression, and the killing intent he exuded intensified. Everyone from the 10 Great Hell Ridges are present. Show me your congratulatory gift now. King North Ridge stood up slowly, and a thick malevolent blood chi spread out, as though another ancient ferocious beast had awakened within his body. After all, King North Ridge had presided over the North Ridge for 100,000 years. His hands were stained with endless blood, and he stepped on mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The might of a superior was something that even the territorial lords of the 10 Great Hell Ridges could not match. King North Ridge, you've occupied that position for far too long. The territorial lord of Verdant Flame Ridge finally spoke and said coolly. the territorial lord of Corpse Mountain Ridge, continued. It's been so long that you're already 800,000 years old, and you didn't even realize that you're no longer at your peak. Ha 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 ha. King North Ridge burst into laughter with a menacing expression. Even though I'm 800,000 years old, you guys can't challenge me. Indeed, King North Ridge was confident. Although he was already 800,000 years old, he had once obtained a supreme divine medicine and was able to maintain his peak blood chi without losing much combat strength. Furthermore, he was only a step away from the perfected Grotto Heaven realm. Even if a huge battle broke out and he was eventually defeated, he was confident that he could severely injure the 10 Great Hell Ridges and make the other party pay an unbearable price. North Ridge King, the territorial lord of Variant Fiend Ridge, declared loudly, "The congratulatory gift we've prepared for you is to wish you a happy birthday with the blood of your entire family. How dare you!" King North Ridge was enraged and his killing intent burst forth. He glared at the territorial lord of Variant Fiend Ridge, ready to kill at any moment. He had already instructed Tang Hao to gather the Hell King experts of the North Ridge. However, Tang Hao had not returned even after this period of time. That made him feel uneasy and wary. That was the reason why he did not attack the entire time. Otherwise, given his personality, he would have started a massacre a long time ago. The experts of the other factions of the North Ridge were shocked when they heard the Variant Fiend Ridge territorial lord's words as well. Initially, everyone thought that the territorial lords of the 10 Great Hell Ridges merely joined forces to force King North Ridge to abdicate and were even willing to fight. But now, from the looks of it, the territorial lords of the 10 Great Hell Ridges wanted to annihilate the lineage of King North Ridge. They are trying to annihilate his family. How ruthless! You're way too naive. Given a blood feud this deep, who knows what sort of calamities would be left behind if they're not completely wiped out. The safest method is to exterminate his entire family. The territorial lord of Soulless Ridge said, "King North Ridge, your 800,000-year-old celebration today will mark the day of your Tang family's annihilation." At that moment, the 10 Great Hell Ridges no longer hid their intentions. Thousands of Hell Kings were prepared to attack at any moment and start a massacre. When the various factions of the North Ridge saw that, they retreated from the main hall one after another, afraid that they would be implicated and crushed. A great battle that involved Hell Kings would definitely be incomparably tragic. Once the battle broke out and Grotto Heavens collided and devoured one another, countless Hell Kings would be crushed and buried here, let alone Hell Generals. "You want to destroy my Tang family?" King North Ridge had a sharp expression as he said coldly. "My Tang family is about to enter into a marriage alliance with the South Forest. If you dare to challenge my status, you'll be going against King South Forest." "Oh!" The gazes of the 10 territorial lords landed on the young master of the South Forest with a playful look in their eyes. Instantly, the young master of the South Forest felt a tremendous pressure. Under normal circumstances, he should stand on the side of King North Ridge since he was already engaged to Tang Qinger. However, at that moment he had another question in his mind. Were there other factions involved in the fact that the 10 Great Hell Ridges could join forces to overturn King North Ridge? Or perhaps, was there some expert who appeared in the North Ridge and had absolute confidence of suppressing King North Ridge? "Young master of the South Forest, I heard that you have a marriage alliance with the Tang family?" Right then, another voice sounded from outside the hall. 2650 Edict of the Hell Lord. Someone else had arrived. When they heard that voice, the territorial lords of the 10 Great Hell Ridges relaxed significantly. Against the enraged King North Ridge, the 10 territorial lords felt immense pressure as well. Even if the 10 of them joined forces and could suppress King North Ridge, they would definitely have to pay a heavy price and half of them might even die on the spot. None of the territorial lords of the 10 Great Hell Ridge wanted to die at the front. When that voice sounded in the hall, the thousands of Hell King experts of the 10 Great Hell Ridge consciously avoided it and opened up a path. A group of cultivators entered the hall slowly. Compared to the formation of the 10 Great Hell Ridges, the auras of the new cultivators seemed much weaker. After all, there were only slightly more than 10 of them. However, all the factions of the North Ridge were shocked when they saw the cultivators. All the cultivators had a strange rune on their glabellas. The ancient Nether race. More than 10 Nether Kings arrived at the main hall of the North Ridge Palace. Although Hell Kings and Nether Kings were of the same cultivation realm, the difference in strength between them was extremely great. In terms of physique and bloodline, the ancient Nether race was far superior to ordinary living beings of Hell. When he saw the dozens of Nether Kings, King North Ridge's pupils constricted and his heart skipped a beat. A look of realization flashed through the eyes of the young master of the South Forest. He finally understood why the territorial lords of the 10 Great Hell Ridges would join forces fearlessly and even declare that they wanted to annihilate the Tang family of the North Ridge. So, the territorial lords of the 10 Great Hell Ridges were backed by the ancient Nether race. Under normal circumstances, most of the ancient Nether race cultivated in the central capital and would not be too far away from the Frost Springs. It was clear that these ancient Nether race beings were from the central capital as well. The person who presided over the central capital was Hell Lord Frost Springs. Ancient Nether race beings from the central capital were here to join forces with the territorial lords of the 10 Great Hell Ridges to annihilate the Tang family. Was this the intention of Hell Lord Frost Springs? If that was the case, he could not get involved and had to withdraw in time lest he implicated the South Forest and brought about a calamity for his father. At that thought, the young master of the South Forest stood up hurriedly and bowed to the dozens of Nether Kings. Actually, I was merely interested in a marriage alliance with the North Ridge. However, this matter has yet to be decided. Since such a change happened to the North Ridge, I think we can only put aside the marriage alliance for the time being. As he said that, the young master of the South Forest gave Hell King South Essence a look. The envoys of the South Forest withdrew from their seats one after another and drew a clear line between them and the factions of the North Ridge. You! Tang Qinger looked at the young master of the South Forest in disbelief, shocked and furious. The young master of the South Forest merely glared at her coldly and did not say anything to her the entire time. The reason why he wanted a marriage alliance with Tang Qinger was because he was keen on the power of King North Ridge. But now that the Tang family of the North Ridge was about to be annihilated, wouldn't he be courting death if he joined them? Good, good, good. King North Ridge was so angry that he laughed instead. He looked at the young master of the South Forest and grinned. Little bastard, you sure have fast reactions. The wise recognize their circumstances. The Nether King in the lead was not old and had an indifferent expression. He smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Ming Feng and I'll become the new King North Ridge. You think that a few of you ancient Nether race beings and the 10 Great Hell Ridges alone can replace me?" King North Ridge was fearless and said slowly with a ferocious glint in his eyes, "If I fight to the death, I won't let you guys have a good time even if I die. I've managed the North Ridge for 100,000 years and have thousands of Hell King experts under my lead. It's not something you guys can shake with ease. I forgot to mention." Ming Feng took out a cloth from his storage bag. "I've also brought an imperial edict from Hell Lord Frost Springs. Anyone who resists will be enemies with him and their family clans, and anyone related by 10 degrees of association will be annihilated without mercy." The moment he said that, the experts under King North Ridge were stunned. These Hell King experts had followed King North Ridge for many years. If they were only facing the 10 Great Hell Ridges, they would not be afraid or retreat under the lead of King North Ridge. However, now that they were up against Hell Lord Frost Springs, many Hell King experts no longer had any intention of resisting. Hell Lord Frost Springs ruled over the entire Frost Springs Hell. Although the Hell world was in the Dharma ending era and the world was shattered with an incomplete Great Tao and Hell Lord Frost Springs was merely a Nether King, no one could challenge his status. Right from the beginning, the martial Tao prime body did not say anything and merely enjoyed the wine brewed in Hell, as though everything around him had nothing to do with him. The current situation was gradually becoming clearer. On the side of King North Ridge, after Ming Feng took out the Imperial Edict of Hell Lord Frost Springs, their morale was already low and no one dared to resist. Even if King North Ridge was indignant, he was merely a cornered beast and could not change anything. At that moment, King North Ridge seemed to have aged considerably in an instant as he stood on the ground filled with corpses. Forget it. Forget it. King North Ridge was silent for a long time before shaking his head. Since it's the will of Hell Lord Frost Springs, I'm willing to accept it. From now on, I'll leave the North Ridge. No, no, no. Suddenly, Ming Feng smiled. You're mistaken about one thing. The Edict of Hell Lord Frost Springs merely gave others a choice. However, the only outcome for the Tang family of the North Ridge is extermination. Upon hearing this, Tang Qinger and the others from the royal family looked despaired. King North Ridge was enraged as well as he clenched his fists and tried his best to suppress the rage in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he said, I'm willing to withdraw, but you guys insist on exterminating us? If my Tang family of the North Ridge were to fight you guys to the death, you guys won't have it easy either. Your Tang family of the North Ridge? Ming Feng smiled. From this day forth, the Tang family will cease to exist in the North Ridge. Oh, right. You're waiting for him, right? As Ming Feng said that, he took out a bloodied head from his storage bag and threw it in front of King North Ridge. That head belonged to Tang Hao, who died with grievances. As a Hell King expert, Tang Hao was killed silently in the North Ridge Palace. At the sight of Tang Hao's death, King North Ridge could no longer suppress the rage in his heart. He also knew that he had no way out. I'll make you pay with your life for my son. King North Ridge roared and rose from the skies. He withdrew a gigantic pitch-black saber and slashed down at Ming Feng's head. Splash! King North Ridge did not hold back at all and released his powerful blood chi. At the same time, he propped up his grotto heaven and wanted to kill Ming Feng on the spot. Fu-fu! Ming Feng chuckled with a mocking expression. You overestimate yourself. Behind Ming Feng, another Nether King appeared in a flash. While holding up his grotto heaven, he released his bloodline phenomenon. The grotto heaven of this Nether King was dark, deep and sinister. There was even a phenomenon accompanying the grotto heaven. A gigantic frost springs gushed out like a torrent that emitted a chilling intent and devoured towards King North Ridge. It was the innate bloodline phenomenon of the ancient Nether race, Hell Frost Springs. Crack! Crack! A layer of frost appeared on King North Ridge's grotto heaven when it was struck by Hell Frost Springs. Countless ice shards formed both inside and outside the grotto heaven. 2651 What can you do to me? Although Hell Frost Springs was only a phenomenon right now, it still emitted a chilling intent that could freeze even the grotto heaven of King North Ridge. The coldness was still spreading and a layer of frost appeared on the brows and hair of King North Ridge. Break! King North Ridge roared and his blood chi burst forth. Abandoning his grotto heaven, he broke through the frost layer on his body and continued charging towards Ming Feng. Humph! Ming Feng sneered with a mocking expression. Right in front of him, King North Ridge was like a helpless beast that was struggling and letting out its final sorrowful cry before its death. You overestimate yourself. Ming Feng suddenly attacked and slapped the side of the incoming black saber with lightning speed, neutralizing the power of King North Ridge's slash. At the same time, Ming Feng took advantage of the situation and broke through the defense of King North Ridge, pressing down on the latter's chest. King North Ridge did not have time to retract his saber and could only punch in reverse against Ming Feng's palm. Bang! The fist and palm collided. A chill surged into King North Ridge's body through his fist. A layer of frost spread along his arm and towards his body at a visible speed. King North Ridge shuddered and was shocked. Both parties merely exchanged a single blow and he was already severely injured. His bloodline and even his organs were showing signs of freezing into ice. Eft! King North Ridge spat out a mouthful of blood. The mouthful of blood splattered on the ground, emitting a cold aura that had long turned into blood-colored ice shards. In the Hell world, the bloodline of the ancient Nether race was supreme among their peers. The grotto heaven of King North Ridge was frozen by the bloodline phenomenon of another Nether King and could not be used. He had lost his greatest reliance. Against him, Ming Feng did not even have to release his grotto heaven. His physique and bloodline alone were enough to suppress King North Ridge. Ming Feng did not give King North Ridge a chance to catch his breath. He took a step forward and pushed his palm against the latter's chest. Crack! The chest of King North Ridge caved in deeply. When the cold chi entered his body, King North Ridge shuddered and could not control his body. He fell to the ground and his lips turned purplish as his body trembled continuously. All the kings and big shots of the North Ridge had conflicted expressions when they saw that. To think that the mighty King North Ridge who ruled over the North Ridge for more than 100,000 years would end up in such a sorry state today. "Father!" Tang Qing'er exclaimed. She wanted to charge forward recklessly, but Uncle Chun stopped her. "Sigh!" King North Ridge sighed internally, despondent and disheartened. The difference between them was way too great. With the edict of the Hell Lord, almost no Hell King expert under his lead dared to stand with him. Furthermore, he could not defend against the kings of the ancient Nether race at all. Today his fate was already decided. Since Hell Lord Frost Springs wanted him dead, there was no way Hell Lord Frost Springs would give him any chance. King North Ridge turned to look at his descendants behind him. Finally, his gaze landed on Tang Qing'er and a trace of hope flashed through his heart. Shintuing, to begin with, Qing'er should have married into the South Forest after today. She's no longer a part of our Tang family in the North Ridge. King North Ridge looked at the young master of the South Forest and said softly, "On account of your past relationship with her, please take in Qing'er." What did you say?" Before King North Ridge could finish, the young master of the South Forest interrupted him hurriedly. With a disgusted expression, he waved his hand and said, "There's no past relationship between me and Tang Qing'er. We're just acquaintances." "You?" King North Ridge was enraged and glared angrily. The young master of the South Forest looked at Ming Feng's side with a wary expression, afraid that he would be implicated by King North Ridge. He scolded hurriedly, "Old thing, shut up. You're truly devious. To think that you would want to drag the South Forest into the water even before you die." Tang Qing'er glared at the young master of the South Forest coldly with an indifferent gaze, as though she was looking at a stranger. "Ha ha ha ha. Interesting." Ming Feng could not help but laugh and clap. "King North Ridge, take a look. Even if I'm willing to let the Tang family off, no one will dare to take you in." The young master of the South Forest swept his gaze and suddenly caught sight of the Martial Dao Prime body, who was still sitting in his seat calmly. He said hurriedly as though he was trying to take credit, "Lord Ming Feng, I'd like to report something to you." "Oh!" Ming Feng raised his brow. The young master of the South Forest pointed to the Martial Dao Prime body not far away. "Lord, please take a look. That purple-robed cultivator with the silver mask isn't someone from Frost Springs Hell. He once said that he came from the heavenly world of the medium Kiliacosm." "The medium Kiliacosm?" Ming Feng frowned. "How is that possible?" However, after his spirit consciousness swept past the Martial Dao Prime body, he quickly discovered that the latter indeed exuded the aura of a living person. Tang Qing'er glared at the young master of the South Forest and said in a deep voice, "Today is a calamity for the Tang family of the North Ridge. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal has not joined the North Ridge. Shintuing, don't implicate the innocent." Tang Qing'er knew that she would not be able to escape death today. However, she was the one who invited the Martial Dao Prime body over. If he was implicated, it would truly be an undeserved calamity. "Tisk, tisk." The young master of the South Forest pouted his lips and said in a strange manner, "You're actually so nervous and are starting to defend him? I've long noticed that you're a slut with a licentious nature. Lord Ming Feng, as you can see, I truly don't have much of a relationship with this slut." In order to sever ties with Tang Qing'er, the young master of the South Forest even resorted to filthy language. The young master of the South Forest continued, "Tang Qing'er knew that he was from the heavenly world, but she still took him in. It's clear that the Tang family of North Ridge has been disloyal for a long time." Tang Qing'er's intentions were clearly to attain personal growth. However, Ming Feng nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, it's not unjust for us to destroy the Tang family of the North Ridge." "How wise!" The young master of the South Forest flattered and continued. Also, this person killed a nether general in Corpse Mountain Ridge the moment he arrived at Frost Springs Hell. When he heard that, the territorial lord of Corpse Mountain Ridge's expression changed and he asked, "He was the one who killed Nether General North Black?" "That's right." The young master of the South Forest nodded hurriedly. "I saw it with my own eyes." Furthermore, after he killed Nether General North Black, Tang Qinger even wanted to take the initiative to cover up the matter. At that time, I argued using logic that an outsider shouldn't be able to massacre living beings of our Frost Springs Hell casually. Furthermore, it was a noble being of the ancient Nether race at that. However, that slut, Tang Qinger, refused to listen and insisted on protecting that person. The young master of the South Forest tried his best to put on a performance and described everything in a fake manner, getting himself out cleanly. Suddenly, Ming Feng laughed and shifted his gaze to the martial Dao prime body, saying coldly, "An outsider who's been hiding the entire time actually dares to kill someone from the ancient Nether race? You sure are bold." The martial Dao prime body ignored Ming Feng and merely drank the wine in his hands in one gulp before putting down the wine glass and saying indifferently, "So what if I killed him? What can you do to me?" 2652 exhalation into a sword. Huh. Ming Feng was stunned when the martial Dao prime body said that. He had lived for so long, but he had never seen someone so tactless. Given the current situation, even King North Ridge had to bow down and resign to his fate, allowing them to slaughter and exterminate his entire family. Yet, this outsider dared to provoke him? Ming Feng was stunned for a moment before laughing uncontrollably. Initially, the hall fell into a strange silence. Thereafter, an even more chaotic commotion broke out. The kings and big shots of the various factions looked at the martial Dao prime body as though they were looking at a dead man. That person is way too arrogant. He's pretending to be calm before his death. He must have peed his pants down there. He's just putting on a tough front since he knows he's going to die. That's right. As an outsider who killed someone from the ancient Nether race, how can he survive? Sigh. Tang Qinger looked at the martial Dao prime body helplessly and sighed. Initially, she wanted to not involve the martial Dao prime body. However, the words of the martial Dao prime body were akin to pitting himself against Ming Feng. No matter what she said, there was no way these experts of the ancient Nether race would let the martial Dao prime body off. Ha 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 ha. The young master of the South Forest pointed at the martial Dao prime body and burst into laughter. Lord Ming Feng, did you see how arrogant that person was? How dare this fellow rebut in front of you lords? It's fine if he doesn't kneel down and beg for mercy, but he's even sitting there drinking. He's not taking you guys seriously at all. The young master of the South Forest became inexplicably excited and shouted when he saw how tactless the martial Dao prime body was. He was not wrong about one thing. Indeed, the martial Dao prime body did not take Ming Feng and the others seriously. To be precise, the martial Dao prime body could ignore all the experts in the main hall of the North Ridge Palace. The young master of the South Forest continued, "Hey, desolate marshal? Didn't you say that you prepared a congratulatory gift for King North Ridge? Take it out for us to take a look." Haha. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you don't take it out now, you won't have the chance later on. Oh. Just as Ming Feng was about to attack, he revealed an interested expression and smiled mockingly. "What congratulatory gift did you prepare? Take it out and let me broaden my horizons as well." This birthday banquet was about to turn into an annihilation funeral for the Tang family of the North Ridge. No matter what congratulatory gift the martial Dao prime body brought out, it would be a joke in the eyes of everyone and he would only be humiliating himself. "My congratulatory gift only contains a single sentence," the martial Dao prime body said indifferently. "The Tang family of the North Ridge is under my protection." Ha! Everyone in the hall could not believe their ears as they looked at the martial Dao prime body, who was still sitting at the table in disbelief. What gibberish did this person just say? I didn't hear him clearly. I think he said that the Tang family of the North Ridge is under his protection? He must have drunk too much and is now delirious. Discussions broke out in the main hall of the North Ridge Palace. Tang Qing'er looked at the martial Tao prime body in a daze, just like the first time she knew him. Although those words sounded ridiculous, for some unknown reason, Tang Qing'er suddenly felt an incomparably powerful will coming from the martial Tao prime body. It was as though every single word spoken by the martial Tao prime body carried immense weight. King North Ridge sat limply on the ground. At that moment, he turned around as well and looked at the young man he had once reprimanded with a lost expression. Could he have judged wrongly? Could this outsider of the heavenly world truly be able to save the Tang family? That thought flashed through his mind, but King North Ridge quickly denied it. That was impossible. Although he could not tell the cultivation realm of the martial Tao prime body, this young man was less than 10,000 years old. Even if he was extremely talented and cultivated to the level of a Hell King, so what? Could this young man be stronger than him? If even he could not defeat the experts of the ancient Nether race, what could this young man do? This lad was probably too young and inexperienced. He must not have suffered any setbacks in the heavenly world, and that was the reason why he was arrogant and conceited. However, King North Ridge could no longer be bothered to reprimand the martial Tao prime body. In his opinion, the martial Tao prime body would most likely die even before him given his repeated provocations towards the ancient Nether race. Suddenly, King North Ridge laughed self-deprecatingly. For a moment, he actually fantasized about relying on this young man who was less than 10,000 years old to protect the Tang family. It was truly ridiculous. Lord Mingfeng, did you guys hear that? It was only then that the young master of the South Forest reacted and said hurriedly. This person declared that he wanted to protect the Tang family of the North Ridge. He's openly going against all of you. Mingfeng waved it off casually. He's just an ant. Kill him. The Nether King, who had just exchanged blows with King North Ridge, arrived before the martial Tao prime body in a flash and slapped the top of the latter's head. That palm strike sealed almost all escape routes for the martial Tao prime body. Not only did the Nether King want to kill the martial Tao prime body, he wanted to do it instantly. That way, the might and methods of the ancient Nether race could be displayed. The martial Tao prime body did not stand up when he saw the towering palm of the Nether King expert descend. He merely lowered his head and remained seated motionlessly. Ha ha! The young master of the South Forest could not help but laugh. Are you scared out of your wits? At the side, Hell King South Essence analyzed calmly. Although the methods of this Nether King seem simple, it's because he simplified everything. His aura is ferocious and invincible. Coupled with the blood chi of the ancient Nether race, he has already suppressed this person completely. It's not that he doesn't want to move. It's that he can't and can only watch helplessly as he's slapped to death. Tang Qing'er could not help but turn her head to avoid her gaze. She could no longer bear to continue watching. Back in Weeping Soul Ridge, she brought the martial Tao prime body back to the North Ridge out of curiosity and goodwill. To think that she would harm this person instead. In a flash, the Nether King expert's palm descended and was less than a foot away from the head of the martial Tao prime body. Right then, the martial Tao prime body suddenly raised his eyes. Two shuddering lights burst forth from his eyes as he exhaled. Scram! In that voice, the martial Tao prime body did not use the secret skill of myriad being sound. Even so, with his powerful physique and bloodline, he still released an extremely violent impact. The Nether King shuddered and felt a sharp pain in his ears. His mind buzzed and his consciousness went blank for a moment. At the same time, Qi gathered in the mouth of the martial Tao prime body and formed a sword. A white light tore through the air and entered the glabella of the Nether King instantly. Initially, this was the most common method of immortality cultivation, exhaling air to form a sword. As long as the other party was prepared, such methods posed no threat to cultivators of the same cultivation realm. However, the might of the sword chi spat out by the powerful lungs of the martial Tao prime body was unparalleled and could even penetrate the Nether King's body. Coupled with the powerful sound domain impact, the Nether King was momentarily dazed and could not dodge at all. Before he could regain consciousness, His essence spirit was pierced by the sword chi spat out by the martial Tao prime body, and he died on the spot. 2653 killing Nether Kings like slaying dogs. Thud. The figure of the Nether King smashed heavily onto the ground and rolled down the steps. His eyes were widened and he had a lost expression, unable to rest in peace. Even till his death, the Nether King did not know how he was killed. The clamor in the surroundings vanished instantly. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at everything in disbelief. Suddenly, the main hall of the North Ridge Palace turned so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Initially, Tang Qinger avoided her gaze and could not bear to watch. However, when she heard the roar of the martial Tao prime body followed by the fall of someone, the hall went silent. Everything was over. Sighing internally, Tang Qinger turned around and her mouth was agape. Everything before her was completely different from what she had imagined. The martial Tao prime body was still sitting far away without moving. In fact, he did not even get up and was safe and sound. Instead, the Nether King expert who had just attacked laid on his back below. His glabella was pierced and fresh blood flowed. He was no longer alive. Well? Tang Qinger was dumbfounded, unable to understand what was going on. Uncle Chun, what just happened? Tang Qinger could not help but ask. Uncle Chun glared at the back of the martial Tao prime body with a shocked expression as though he had seen a ghost. After hesitating for a moment, he murmured, "Aichi." That Nether King seemed to have died from a single breath of air from him. Tang Qinger was dumbfounded. The Nether King expert was killed by a single breath of air from Desolate Marshal? Even Uncle Chun found it unbelievable when he said it himself. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. King North Ridge looked at the Nether King expert who fell not far away from him and gulped. The way he looked at the martial Tao prime body gradually changed. At that moment, he realized how terrifying the young man he had reprimanded a few days ago was. Of course, King North Ridge did not think that Desolate Marshal had the ability to fight against Ming Feng and the others. After all, Desolate Marshal was alone while there were more than 10 Nether King experts on Ming Feng's side. Ming Feng had even integrated the 10 Great Hell Ridges. There were thousands of Hell King experts in the 10 Great Hell Ridges alone. How could a single person fight against such a tremendous power? Strictly speaking, the Nether King died aggrievedly. As a Nether King expert, he was killed mercilessly by Desolate Marshal before he could even release his strongest methods such as the Grotto Heaven and the Hell Frost Springs bloodline phenomenon. Once Ming Feng and the others were on guard, they would not give the young man any chance. At that thought, King North Ridge suddenly said, "Desolate Marshal, leave this place quickly with Qinger and some of the Tang family's bloodline. Don't worry about me." It was impossible for him to protect everyone from the Tang family. It was already extremely fortunate as long as the Tang family's bloodline could be preserved. "You want to leave after killing a Nether King of our ancient Nether race?" Ming Feng's expression was dark as he said coldly, "Let me tell you, the void around the main hall has long been sealed by us. No one from the Tang family of the North Ridge will be able to leave alive today." The moment he said that, more than 10 Nether Kings stood out at the same time and stood in midair, surrounding the martial Tao prime body. They were just waiting for Ming Feng to give the order to kill. The martial Tao prime body stood up slowly. Ming Feng could not see the expression of the martial Tao prime body. However, through the deep and calm eyes of the latter, he suddenly realized that this person might not have any intention of leaving. Suddenly, Ming Feng felt uneasy. However, he took a deep breath and composed himself rapidly, saying coldly, "Everyone, there's no need to hold back. Kill him." Boom! The moment he said that, the martial Tao prime body stomped on the ground and leaped into the air at an extremely fast speed. Instantly, he arrived before a Nether King and punched. There were no fancy moves or feints, it was just a direct punch. Although it seemed simple, it contained the will and technique of the martial Tao. It was unparalleled. In the heavenly world, Desolate Marshal's fist had once caused immense psychological trauma to the immortal king experts of the 9 firmament immortal domain and pure land of bliss. That power could be said to be apocalyptic and unstoppable, clearing all gods and fiends in its way. Divine weapons, dermic treasures and minor and major grotto heavens would all be shattered. And now, the living beings in hell would also be able to sense the fist of the martial Tao prime body, the will of the martial Tao and the ferocious and invincible burst power. The Nether King expert had a shocked expression. He was about to suffocate after being punched by the martial Tao prime body, and the ancient Nether bloodline in his body became sluggish and difficult to activate. Bang! Under countless gazes, a Nether King expert was punched into a blood mist by the martial Tao prime body, and his essence spirit was destroyed. It was way too tragic. At the very least, the previous Nether King died with a full corpse. This Nether King was ruptured by a single punch from the martial Tao prime body without a corpse left. The martial Tao prime body did not stop and shifted once more. Arriving before another Nether King, he threw another punch without another word. Suppressing the shock in his heart, the Nether King expert had already snapped out of his stupor from the scene earlier on. He hurriedly raised his arms and circulated his blood chi in a defensive posture. Bang! The Nether King expert vanished. There was only a blood mist left where he was. Another Nether King expert was ruptured and his essence spirit was destroyed. Swoosh! In a flash, the martial Tao prime body arrived before the third Nether King. The Nether King had a grim expression and had already summoned his Grotto Heaven spirit treasure in advance. It was a gigantic black shield that was filled with spikes that shone coldly. The person's reaction was extremely fast. The moment he saw the martial Tao prime body descend, he used the black shield in front of him and curled up, hiding behind it. The martial Tao prime body did not dodge. As though he could not see the Grotto Heaven spirit treasure of the Nether King, he continued punching towards the black shield. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the black shield was pierced by a punch from the martial Tao prime body. After the punch of the martial Tao prime body penetrated the black shield, the remaining strength that was not exhausted shattered the Nether King expert who was hiding at the back, killing him on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the martial Tao prime body killed 3 Nether Kings with 3 punches. It was direct and violent. Those were clean kills. Decisive to kill. The kings and big shots in the main hall were shocked. The ancient Nether race was known for their strong blood chi and physique. Their melee combat strength was almost invincible among their peers. To think that the 3 Nether King experts would be as weak as ants and shrimps in the face of the purple-robed man. Even the Grotto Heaven spirit treasure was penetrated by a single punch from the purple-robed man like paper. The 3 Nether Kings were only equivalent to ordinary minor Grotto Heaven immortal kings in the heavenly world. Given the perfected true martial Tao body of the martial Tao prime body, he could penetrate their minor Grotto Heaven without even using his blood chi, let alone a Grotto Heaven spirit treasure. The impact on everyone present was way too great. The martial Tao prime body was like a peerless god of death, punching the Nether Kings one after another in an invincible manner. The lives of the initially noble and powerful Nether Kings were worthless at the moment. He killed the Nether Kings like he was slaying dogs. 2654 Incinerating the Frost Springs. Initially, Ming Feng had no intention of attacking personally. However, the moment the battle broke out, 3 Nether Kings died and that enraged him. Kill! Ming Feng leaped up and roared. Bloodline phenomenon. Splash! Ming Feng's bloodline circulated and was pushed to its limits instantly. A gigantic spring appeared behind him and a chilling spring water phenomenon spewed out. The remaining few Nether Kings did not dare to be careless and released the bloodline phenomenon of Hell Frost Springs as well, charging towards the martial Tao prime body. The reason why the bloodline of the ancient Nether race was powerful was because they were born from the Frost Springs and their bloodline carried the power of the Frost Springs. Although the bloodline phenomenon did not condense the true Hell Frost Springs, the phenomenon alone was sufficiently powerful. Even King North Ridge's Grotto Heaven earlier on was frozen. But now, with Ming Feng as the leader, the 11 Nether King experts released the bloodline phenomenon of Hell Frost Springs at the same time, and the temperature of the entire hall plummeted while a mighty power burst forth. A look of despair flashed through King North Ridge's eyes. There was no way they could defend against that power. 11 Frost Spring phenomenons descended at the same time. If he was caught in the same position, he would freeze to death instantly even with his major grotto heaven. Humph! The martial Tao prime body sneered and stood in midair without dodging. Suddenly, two purple flames burned in his deep eyes. Bang! Boom! Similarly, the martial Tao prime body released his blood qi, and the sound of raging tides slapping the shore sounded from his body. The blood qi was so strong that as long as everyone around closed their eyes, they would feel as though the entire main hall of the North Ridge Palace was submerged in a vast sea. The blood qi of the martial Tao prime body emitted a scorching heat. The surrounding void was almost distorted from the heat, and the nether qi was already burned to ashes. 11 hell frost springs surged over and bumped into the high-temperature airwaves emitted from the body of the martial Tao prime body. Hot and cold, the two extremity powers collided with a strange sound. Shing! 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 The 11 hell frost springs could not charge over and were blocked by the powerful blood qi of the martial Tao prime body, emitting white smoke. The cultivators were shocked. The blood qi of this outsider was so strong that he could fight against the bloodline of the ancient nether race. Furthermore, he could defend against 11 hell frost springs single-handedly. In the memories of the cultivators, this was simply heaven-defying and impossible. The only ones who could defend against the bloodline of the ancient nether race were the ancient nether race. But now, the appearance of the martial Tao prime body broke the understanding of the living beings of hell. Gulp! Gulp! The two parties were in a stalemate. In less than 2 to 3 breaths, the 11 hell frost springs began to bubble and show signs of boiling. Hell frost springs was known as the coldest water in the world. But now they were boiling because of the blood qi of someone else. Who would believe this if they had not seen it with their own eyes? Everyone, attack with all your might and kill this lad. Ming Feng hollered and summoned the bloodline phenomenon of his major grotto heaven as he continued channeling hell frost springs. The void behind him suddenly collapsed and a dark and deep grotto heaven appeared, emitting a sinister and terrifying aura. 11 grotto heavens crushed down at the same time as the 11 frost spring phenomenons. I'd be a little interested if it was the real hell frost springs. The martial Tao prime body shook his head gently. However, these are mere phenomenons that are way too weak. The moment he said that, the martial Tao prime body channeled his blood qi to its limits and seemed to have vanished from the spot, replaced by a gigantic furnace. There were a few different flames burning in the furnace. Martial spirit fire, dragon phoenix flame, tribulation fire, red lotus karmic fire, and hellfire. The 5 types of flames burned day and night and had long burned the furnace scarlet. The bloodline phenomenon of the martial Tao prime body, the heaven and earth furnace. Xing. The hell frost springs of Mingfeng and the others could not even break through the blood qi of the martial Tao prime body and could not defend against the impact of the heaven and earth furnace. In the blink of an eye, the 11 hell frost springs evaporated into nothingness. As the physique and bloodline of the martial Tao prime body grew, the power of the heaven and earth furnace increased as well. Some Nether King experts who did not manage to release their grotto heavens in time were completely exposed to the heaven and earth furnace after the frost spring phenomenons evaporated. The few Nether Kings were also refined into ashes by the heaven and earth furnace in a few breaths, and their essence spirits were destroyed. Even though Mingfeng released his grotto heaven, due to his cultivation limit, it was only a single major grotto heaven and it could not defend against the impact of the heaven and earth furnace. All the other minor grotto heavens burned with raging flames. The minor grotto heavens that were initially dark and sinister were filled with flames that surged into the skies. They were burned red from the inside out and were filled with cracks, ready to collapse at any moment. After the martial Tao prime body released his bloodline phenomenon, the heaven and earth furnace, the attacks of the 11 Nether King experts crumbled instantly and they suffered heavy casualties. Only Mingfeng could barely protect himself with his major grotto heaven that was near perfected. The other Nether King experts were either dead or injured. He was the only one left and could die on the spot at any moment. Right now, the martial Tao prime body had only released his bloodline phenomenon and had not truly counterattacked. Pest! The cultivators were shocked. King North Ridge's eyes widened in disbelief. More than half of the 11 Nether King experts of the ancient Nether race were killed by a single bloodline phenomenon of Desolate Marshal. The terror of Desolate Marshal had even exceeded King North Ridge's imagination. On the other side, the young master of the South Forest's face was pale, and he gulped with a wary expression. He had not expected the outsider he and Tang Qing'er encountered on their way back to be so powerful. In his eyes, these Nether King experts were supreme and unstoppable. However, their lives were worthless in the hands of Desolate Marshal. Why are you guys still just standing and watching? As Ming Feng held on, he turned around and roared at the territorial lords of the 10 Great Hell Ridges. Everyone, attack! If this person doesn't die today and the Hell Lord blames us, all of you will have to die as well. The 10 territorial lords felt chills run down their spines when they heard that. Earlier on, it was not that they wanted to stand by idly. It was because they were intimidated by the terrifying methods of the martial Dao Prime Body and were wary. That was why they did not attack immediately. But now that Ming Feng said that, there was no way out for everyone. Go! The territorial lord of Corpse Mountain Ridge said coldly. There are thousands of Hell King experts in the hall, and that means thousands of Grotto Heavens. I don't believe that we won't be able to kill this person if we all join forces. That's right, the territorial lord of Verdant Flame Ridge said in a deep voice as well. Each of us will summon a Grotto Heaven spirit treasure. Even if we use brute force, we can smash this red furnace into pieces. The 10 territorial lords exchanged glances and made a decision at the same time, standing on Ming Feng's side to suppress the martial Dao Prime Body. Ming Feng was backed by Hell Lord Frost Springs, who controlled the entire Frost Springs Hell. However, Desolate Marshal was merely an outsider who was alone. Even a 3-year-old child could make the right choice to join a side without thinking. 2655 Essence Martial Grotto Heaven under the orders of the territorial lords of the 10 Great Hell Ridges. Thousands of Hell Kings soared into the air and released their Grotto Heavens. The gigantic and majestic main hall of the North Ridge Palace could not withstand the impact and collapsed instantly. Thousands of Grotto Heavens of various sizes were released. What kind of scene was that? It was simply destructive. The entire North Ridge city shook and quaked as mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. The Hell Generals and Hell Pawns in the city did not know what had happened at all. Everyone only saw the Hell King experts rising in midair and the thousands of dark and sinister Grotto Heavens. Their faces turned pale from fear and they retreated one after another, afraid that they would be involved. Tang Qing'er looked up at the figure, who was surrounded by thousands of Hell Kings, with a nervous expression. How could he defend against thousands of Hell King experts and thousands of Grotto Heavens of various sizes? Hell Lord Frost Springs was probably the only one who could deal with such a huge formation. Although she knew that it was impossible, Tang Qing'er was still looking forward to a miracle. The martial Dao Prime Body stood in midair and sensed the thousands of Grotto Heavens of different sizes and Dermic Daos around him. His eyes darkened and the flames burning in them burned brighter. In order to divine and perfect the martial Dao, the Prime Body searched everywhere for cultivation techniques and secret skills. Now that he was in the Hell World and could not leave for the time being, he might as well study the Dermic Dao inheritance of the Hell World. There was nothing faster and more direct than refining the Grotto Heavens of Hell King Sto come into contact with the profound Dermic Daos of the Hell World. Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. The figure of the martial Dao Prime Lord became indistinct and a gigantic and strange Grotto Heaven appeared around him. The martial Dao Prime Body referred to this dark Grotto Heaven as the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven in reference to the beginning and origin of the martial Dao. The Essence Martial Grotto Heaven was not the true martial Dao Grotto Heaven. The derivation of the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven could not be replicated and was a variable of the world. The Dao Body was the Dao fruit and was formed after shattering the true martial Dao Body. The Dermic formulation for the next realm of the martial Dao had yet to be established. The martial Dao Grotto Heaven should correspond to that Dermic formulation. Due to the uniqueness of the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven, it was beyond the 3 realms, so it could not grow even if it absorbed and plundered heaven and earth essence chi. The best way for the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven to grow was to devour other Grotto Heavens and refine all sorts of Dermic Dao inheritances. In the eyes of the martial Dao Prime Body, The thousands of grotto heavens of various sizes and dermic daos were not grotto heavens at all. Instead, it was like a gigantic buffet banquet for the essence martial grotto heaven. Actually, the moment the martial Tao prime body released the essence martial grotto heaven, the intense sense of danger that suddenly appeared at the 9 firmament meet appeared in his mind once more. However, the martial Tao prime body was surrounded and had no time to care about anything else. Ming Feng and the other experts had grim expressions when they saw the martial Tao prime body release his grotto heaven. If the martial Tao prime lord released a perfected grotto heaven, the thousands of Hell Kings might not be able to gain any advantage even if they joined forces. However, when they saw that the martial Tao prime body had only released a minor grotto heaven, they heaved a sigh of relief. I was wondering who he was. So, he's just an ordinary Hell King who condensed a minor grotto heaven. We're overreacting a little. Any one of the 10 territorial lords can suppress that minor grotto heaven of his. In my opinion, we shouldn't be careless. This person has a powerful physique and bloodline. He even killed a few Nether King experts just now. Listening to the discussions around him, Ming Feng said coldly, "Kill him first and don't let anything else happen. Kill!" The territorial lords of the 10 great hell ridges exchanged glances and raised their arms. Under the lead of Ming Feng and the 10 territorial lords, thousands of grotto heavens of various sizes emitted a terrifying aura and suppressed towards the martial Tao prime body. Devour! The figure of the martial Tao prime body had already vanished completely, leaving only a dark and deep grotto heaven in midair. The essence martial grotto heaven began to spin continuously, forming a gigantic vortex that tore and devoured the various grotto heavens that were charging over. The major grotto heavens of Ming Feng and the 10 territorial lords were the first to come into contact with the essence martial grotto heaven. Initially, they planned to join forces to suppress the essence martial grotto heaven into nothingness in one go. Unexpectedly, the moment their grotto heavens came into contact with the essence martial grotto heaven, they began to shake and the power of their grotto heavens drained rapidly. They could barely even maintain their forms as grotto heavens and were gradually dispersing. What? This person is actually devouring the major grotto heavens. Ming Feng and the 10 territorial lords shuddered. In the hell world, if one wanted to devour and refine the power of grotto heavens, they could only search for some shattered fragments of grotto heavens and slowly digest them after a long period of cultivation. Who would do it the same way as the martial Tao prime body, as though he was wolfing down a meal? Swallow, swallow. Ming Feng and the others did not retreat or dodge at all. Instead, they revealed ferocious expressions. Since your appetite is so great, I'll let you eat your fill. It was extremely ridiculous for a minor grotto heaven to devour their major grotto heavens to begin with. It was like an anaconda with its mouth wide open devouring a divine dragon. Wasn't that nothing but a death wish of the anaconda? Apart from their major grotto heavens, there were also thousands of grotto heavens of various sizes behind them. The conflict between so many grotto heavens and dermic Tao inheritances was intense. Even major grotto heavens and perfected grotto heavens could not withstand it, let alone minor grotto heavens. Perhaps only a pocket universe created by an Emperor Realm expert could accommodate all of them. In reality, it was as Ming Feng and the others had expected. At the 9 firmament meet, the essence martial grotto heaven managed to devour the grotto heavens of the 19 supreme immortal kings without feeling any strain. But now that there were thousands of grotto heavens of various sizes, it was getting a little much for the essence martial grotto heaven to handle. It was impossible for the essence martial grotto heaven to refine the dermic Tao inheritances of these grotto heavens instantly. It could only temporarily accommodate the dermic Taos of these grotto heavens and would need a long time to divine, absorb and refine them. However, there was no time for the essence martial grotto heaven to do that at all. The vortex of the essence martial grotto heaven grew larger and larger. However, the spinning speed became slower and slower. If this continued, the essence martial grotto heaven would definitely explode. Given the current methods of the martial Tao prime body, it was not difficult for him to charge out against the encirclement of thousands of Hell Kings. No one could block his path. However, that would make it difficult for him to protect the Tang family of the North Ridge. Right then, the Martial Tao Prime Body noticed a strange fluctuation coming from the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. Back in Greater Avicii, when he followed the guidance of the Soul Lantern, he saw an ancient mirror called the Netherworld Treasure Mirror. The ancient mirror looked extraordinary. However, the Martial Tao Prime Body could not see anything special about it. Strangely, the Netherworld Treasure Mirror could not be placed in his storage bag. Therefore, the Martial Tao Prime Body placed it in his shirt for the time being. Now that he had transformed into a Grotto Heaven, the Netherworld Treasure Mirror naturally entered his Essence Martial Grotto Heaven and floated inside. The abnormal fluctuation came from the Netherworld Treasure Mirror. 2656 Crazy Plunder, as though it sensed the auras of the thousands of Grotto Heavens outside. There seemed to be a mysterious power flowing on the surface of the Netherworld Treasure Mirror, gradually forming a gray vortex. Immediately after, a powerful devouring power burst forth from the Netherworld Treasure Mirror. The Grotto Heaven powers that the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven could not digest immediately were devoured by the Netherworld Treasure Mirror, and the pressure on the Martial Tao Prime Body decreased. That change happened in the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. The spirit consciousnesses of Ming Feng and the other Nether King and Hell King experts could not enter the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven that was deep and dark, so they naturally did not know what happened. Initially, the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven of the Martial Tao Prime Body had already gradually stopped spinning. At that moment, the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven circulated once more, and the devouring power that erupted was even more ferocious and powerful than before. The range of the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven suddenly expanded. The expressions of Ming Feng and the 10 territorial lords changed starkly. They reacted extremely quickly and retreated in a hurry. However, the group of Hell King experts behind them could not dodge in time and were devoured by the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. They disappeared before they could even scream. Because of the eruption of the Netherworld Treasure Mirror, the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven did not just devour the surrounding Grotto Heavens. It even devoured more than 100 Hell King experts. That scene caused panic in the eyes of the Hell King experts. Not only did the dark Grotto Heaven that they surrounded not shatter, it even devoured more than 100 Hell King experts along with their Grotto Heavens. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a strange and terrifying scene? The Martial Tao Prime Body was also observing the commotion here. His Essence Martial Grotto Heaven had yet to reach that level. The one who released such might was not the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven, but the Netherworld Treasure Mirror in the depths of it. The Essence Martial Grotto Heaven could clearly sense that the Netherworld Treasure Mirror had a strong desire to devour the Grotto Heavens and even the flesh of the Hell King experts outside. The Netherworld Treasure Mirror devoured the power of the Grotto Heavens in large mouthfuls like an extremely hungry, ferocious beast. This feeling was a little similar to the Hell Suppression Tripod back then. In order to repair itself, it devoured and refined many divine weapons and dermic treasures. The Hell King experts did not die after entering the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. They released their Grotto Heavens and endured with all their might. Their essence spirits, flesh and blood existed, and their Grotto Heavens not only contained their dermic daos, but also their powerful wills. Although the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven had devoured them, it was impossible to refine more than 100 Hell Kings in a short period of time. As long as we hold on and join forces with the Hell King experts outside, we'll definitely be able to destroy his Grotto Heaven. That's right. The Hell King experts communicated and tried their best to persevere in the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. Right then, an ancient mirror gradually appeared in the depths of the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. There was a faint blood glow on the gray mirror. In the depths of the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven, it was like a single eye that shone with a sanguine light. It was sinister and abnormally terrifying. The 100-odd Hell King experts did not dare to move at all after being targeted by that single eye and felt their blood run cold. An indescribable fear surged into their hearts. That fear seemed to come from the depths of their souls and bloodlines. It was as though they should have been afraid of this single eye since they were born. Initially, under their persistence, they could still maintain their Grotto Heavens by channeling their essence spirits continuously. However, when targeted by that single eye, the 100-odd Grotto Heavens began to sway and show signs of collapse. Suddenly, the ancient mirror transformed into a gray light and streaked around them. Boom! 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 More than 100 grotto heavens collapsed. The bodies of the Hell King experts were sliced into two by the gray light as well, and fresh blood flowed, forming a blood fog that dyed a large area of the essence martial grotto heaven red. As for the netherworld treasure mirror, it seemed to be extremely excited by that scene and charged into the blood fog. The netherworld treasure mirror was like an ancient behemoth that devoured the surrounding grotto heavens in large mouthfuls. In fact, it even devoured the flesh of more than 100 Hell Kings. In just a few breaths, there was no longer any blood in the essence martial grotto heaven. Just like that, more than 100 Hell King experts were devoured by the netherworld treasure mirror without a corpse left. There were only 100-odd storage bags left floating in the grotto heaven. The martial Dao prime body was secretly alarmed. This netherworld treasure mirror was way too evil and ferocious. It had been dormant in Greater Avicii for countless years, and had awakened after devouring the grotto heavens of the various Hell Kings. Now it was recovering as well. The power it wanted to absorb in order to recover did not only come from major and minor grotto heavens, but also the flesh and blood of Hell Kings. The martial Dao prime body could clearly sense a powerful and terrifying power gradually awakening in the netherworld treasure mirror. Of course, even though it had just absorbed the power of many grotto heavens and devoured the flesh of more than 100 Hell King experts, it was far from enough. On the battlefield, Ming Feng and the others naturally did not know what happened in the essence martial grotto heaven in the few breaths earlier on. However, they could all sense that the dark grotto heaven in the center of the battlefield had become even more terrifying, as though a frightening existence was awakening in the depths of the grotto heaven. The devouring range of the essence martial grotto heaven spread continuously, and the devouring power became stronger. This was the process of a trade-off. Thousands of Hell King experts summoned grotto heavens of various sizes, wanting to suppress the martial Dao prime body. But now, not only was the martial Dao prime body not dead, the essence martial grotto heaven obtained the help of the netherworld treasure mirror and devoured more and more, becoming stronger. Initially, both parties could still maintain a stalemate. However, as time passed, the power in the netherworld treasure mirror became stronger and stronger. The essence martial grotto heaven grew gradually as well, and the grotto heaven power of the thousands of Hell King experts drained rapidly. Some ordinary Hell Kings with minor grotto heavens could no longer hold on. The grotto heavens shattered, and even the grotto heaven fragments were devoured by the essence martial grotto heaven. Hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation were destroyed in a single day. Without the grotto heavens, the Hell King experts would lose their greatest reliance and would only have their flesh and essence spirits left. This was no longer devouring. It was plundering wildly. Right in front of countless living beings of hell, figures fell from midair one after another. Many living beings of hell were shocked. These falling figures were all Hell King experts who dominated a region and were almost at the peak of the combat strength of the Hell world. But now, as though they were severely injured, the grotto heavens behind them shattered and their essence chis were greatly damaged. They fell into the ruins below with weak auras. Ming Feng's face was pale and fear finally appeared in his eyes. What kind of monster was this cultivator from the heavenly world? Even with thousands of Hell King experts joining forces, they could not suppress him. 2657 North Ridge's intimidation. The martial Dao prime body observed the situation as he devoured the surrounding grotto heavens. Although there were still thousands of Hell King experts outside, they were no longer a threat. The grotto heavens of these Hell King experts could no longer hold on. Even the major grotto heaven of a Nether King expert like Ming Feng was in danger despite his bloodline and essence spirit of the ancient Nether race. At that moment, most of the martial Dao prime body's attention was not on the surrounding Hell King experts. Instead, he was staring at the netherworld treasure mirror in the essence martial grotto heaven. The origin of this ancient mirror was unknown, and it was clearly a fierce item. He was not completely at ease with it. The martial Dao prime body observed for a while and had a feeling. The immense power of the grotto heavens merely stimulated the netherworld treasure mirror to awaken. What the ancient mirror truly needed was a large amount of blood essence power. The martial Tao Prime Body pondered for a moment and decided to close the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven, isolating the Netherworld Treasure Mirror for the time being. The Netherworld Treasure Mirror clearly contained an extremely evil and terrifying power. Once it woke up, the martial Tao Prime Body was worried that he might not be able to suppress it and would suffer a backlash instead. Furthermore, after he released Essence Martial Grotto Heaven, the sense of danger that lingered in his heart did not dissipate. He had always been wary. The surrounding Hell Kings were no longer much of a threat to him. Furthermore, in this battle, the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven had devoured enough Grotto Heaven power. If it could digest all of it, it would be enough to advance the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven to another level. At that thought, the figure of the martial Tao Prime Body reappeared and the dark and deep gigantic Grotto Heaven vanished from the battlefield. With the disappearance of the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven, the remaining Hell King experts on the battlefield felt relieved, as though they had just walked through the gates of hell. Many Hell King experts suffered a mental breakdown, coupled with the fact that their Grotto Heavens were shattered and their Essence Chi was severely injured. They could no longer hold on and retreated one after another. He can't hold on any longer. When Ming Feng saw the martial Tao Prime Body put away the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven, he finally saw a glimmer of hope and was energized. He shouted, "Everyone, follow me and join forces to kill this person." Ming Feng and the other ancient Nether race experts had no way out. The only way they could survive was to join forces with the remaining Hell King experts to kill the martial Tao Prime Body. Humph! In a flash, the martial Tao Prime Body arrived before Ming Feng and the others and punched. Boom! That punch burst forth like a volcano with a terrifying aura and was unstoppable, enveloping Ming Feng and the other remaining ancient Nether race experts. After the earlier exchange, not only did the martial Tao Prime Body not exhaust himself at all, he even received a huge replenishment and his strength increased. As for Ming Feng and the others, they became extremely weak and even the Grotto Heavens behind them swayed. Against the martial Tao Prime Body's punch that contained the dermic Tao and will of the martial Tao, there was no way he could defend against it. The martial Tao Prime Body killed decisively and did not give Ming Feng and the others any chance to catch their breath. The Grotto Heavens behind Ming Feng and the others collapsed instantly. Without the protection of the major Grotto Heaven, it was equivalent to Ming Feng and the others exposed to the fist of the martial Tao Prime Body directly. Poof! 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 The experts of the ancient Nether race, including Ming Feng, were blasted apart by a single punch from the martial Tao Prime Body and turned into balls of blood fog. Their essence spirits and bodies were destroyed without a corpse left. At this point of the battle, more than 10 ancient Nether race beings were dead and none of them were spared. When they saw that, although there were still thousands of Hell King experts left, they were so frightened that they lost their fighting spirit and were in no mood to fight. Thousands of Hell King experts collapsed completely, including the territorial lords of the 10 Great Hell Ridges. None of them dared to stay on the spot and fled in all directions. However, the surrounding void had already been sealed by Ming Feng and the others. The Hell King experts could not open it for the time being. The martial Tao Prime Body who was behind them had already arrived. The easiest way to capture bandits was to nab their leader. The martial Tao Prime Body chased forward and attacked the 10 territorial lords right away. There was no room for negotiation between the two parties. Furthermore, this was hell and there was no logic to speak of. Everything was paved with blood and slaughter. Bang! 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 A few territorial lords of Hell Ridge were caught up by the martial Tao Prime Body and killed one after another. The martial Tao Prime Body pushed his way through the thousands of Hell King experts, and no one could withstand his sharpness. It was a complete suppression. In the blink of an eye, the territorial lords of the 10 Great Hell Ridges were dead. This intimidation, terrifying methods and absolute dominance over the battlefield had a huge psychological impact on the remaining Hell King experts. The Hell King experts merely felt reverence towards Hell Lord Frost Springs. However, at that moment, they only felt intense fear when facing the martial Tao Prime Body. The living beings of Hell in North Ridge City were shocked by the scene before them as well. The noble and powerful Nether Kings of the ancient Nether race were all dead. The territorial lords of the 10 Great Hell Ridges died on the spot as well. Those powerful existences that they could only look up to normally were as weak as ants in the hands of the purple-robed cultivator. This was not a huge battle. This was a complete massacre. King North Ridge, Tang Qing'er and many other members of the Tang family were dumbfounded. Never in Tang Qing'er's wildest dreams did she expect that the person she met by accident would be so powerful that he could trample the entire North Ridge beneath his feet. Furthermore, she did not expect that in the end, their Tang family could only rely on an outsider from the heavenly world to preserve the inheritance and continuation of their bloodline. King North Ridge had a conflicted expression. He recalled how he reprimanded this young man in his chamber a few days ago to establish his dominance and could not help but feel a lingering fear. At that time, if this young man had taken it to heart, he would have probably died even before his birthday banquet today. On the side of the young master of the South Forest, his face was ashen and he was already trembling in fear. It was only at that moment that he realized how ruthless the person he offended earlier on was. This person could kill him as simply as squashing an ant. South Essence. Hurry and take me out of this place. The young master of the South Forest said with a trembling voice, the fear in his heart obvious. Hell King South Essence said bitterly in a low voice, the surrounding void is sealed and can't be opened for the time being. How can we leave? We have to leave this place even if you can't teleport. Even if we have to run with our 2 legs, we have to leave. The young master of the South Forest said with a trembling voice, if we don't leave now, we definitely won't be able to leave later on. Hell King South Essence knew in his heart that the young master of the South Forest was right. With such a huge change happening in the North Ridge, he should indeed return to the South Forest as soon as possible and report this matter. The seal on the surrounding void merely affected spatial teleportation but not normal departure. Go! When Hell Lord South Essence saw that the situation was chaotic, he planned to take advantage of the chaos to leave this place secretly. Of course, the 2 of them did not dare to walk too quickly, afraid that they would attract the attention of the martial Dao Prime body. Before long, the battle in midair was already coming to an end. After Ming Feng's group and the 10 territorial lords died, the remaining Hell King experts were utterly defeated and could not defend against the killing of the martial Dao Prime body. Before long, some Hell King experts could not hold on any longer and knelt down, expressing their submission. In the Hell world, the only thing many living beings believed in was strength. Right now, the martial Dao Prime body had displayed absolute strength that surpassed Ming Feng and the territorial lords of the 10 great Hell Ridges. The remaining Hell King experts were completely intimidated and did not dare to resist. 2658 Too noisy, the dust of this battle had settled. The battle of thousands of Hell King experts and the collision of thousands of grotto heavens of various sizes reduced a large portion of the North Ridge Palace to ruins. North Ridge City was shaken tremendously and the city walls cracked, as though it had experienced a catastrophe. At that moment, there was only a figure standing in midair above the ruins of the North Ridge Palace. He wore a purple robe and a silver mask. He did not reveal any emotions and looked exceptionally cold. It was the purple-robed man who killed more than 10 Nether Kings and the territorial lords of the 10 great Hell Ridges. After today, the power of the entire North Ridge would be reshuffled. None of the surviving Hell King experts dared to stand in midair and shoulder to shoulder with the martial Dao Prime body. All of them descended to the ground and bowed down. The North Ridge has changed. A living being from Hell was filled with emotions. Everyone realized that after today's battle, a new King North Ridge had been born. Countless experts had sat on the throne of King North Ridge since ancient times. However, no expert single-handedly crushed thousands of Hell Kings and suppressed the North Ridge with absolute strength to create absolute supremacy. Now that even the Hell King experts bowed one after another, the many living beings of Hell inside and outside North Ridge City did not dare to resist and chose to submit. Of course, many Hell King experts knew in their hearts that today's matter would not end. The purple-robed man had killed more than 10 Nether Kings and even an ancient Nether race envoy with Hell Lord Frost Springs' decree. This was equivalent to declaring war on Hell Lord Frost Springs. Hell Lord Frost Springs would definitely not let this person secure his position as King North Ridge. As long as the news of the Battle of the North Ridge spread to the central capital, Hell Lord Frost Springs would definitely not ignore it. He might even lead a Hell Army forth personally. However, given the current situation, everyone could only choose to submit in order to survive. Many living beings of Hell knelt down one after another. The young master of the South Forest and Hell Lord South Essence, who had originally mixed into the crowd and wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape from North Ridge City, could only kneel on the spot. The two of them did not expect the battle to end so quickly. Thousands of Hell King experts were intimidated by the martial Tao Prime body and did not dare to resist. The young master of the South Forest cursed internally and lowered his head, not daring to look up at the martial Tao Prime body, afraid that his gaze would attract the attention of the latter. At that moment, the two of them could not get up and escape. That would be even more conspicuous. Right now, he could only blend into the crowd and hide for the time being. The young master of the South Forest could only hope that the martial Tao Prime body had long forgotten about him. Young master of the South Forest. Right then, the voice of the martial Tao Prime body sounded in midair. Immediately after, the young master of the South Forest sensed a terrifying aura that locked onto him. The young master of the South Forest gulped. Knowing that he had been exposed, he could only take a deep breath and look up. The young master of the South Forest raised his head and met the gaze of the martial Tao Prime body. He shuddered in fear and his heart seemed like it was about to jump out of his throat. In fact, there was no killing intent in the eyes of the martial Tao Prime body. He merely looked down at him indifferently. That gaze was as though he was looking at an ant that could be crushed to death. Lord Desolate Marshal, I was blind to offend you previously. Please be magnanimous and give me a chance. The young master of the South Forest also realized that he was in danger. After all, he was the one who stood out first in the North Ridge Hall and pointed his finger at the martial Tao Prime body, triggering this battle. The young master of the South Forest could no longer care about his dignity. He knelt on the ground and pressed his palms together, begging, "Lord, don't worry. After I return this time round, I'll definitely prepare generous gifts to apologize to you. I can even persuade my father to submit to you and listen to your orders. The entire South Forest can be merged into the North Ridge. If father witnesses your methods, I'm sure he will even assist you with all his might to fight for the position of the Hell Lord." When they heard that, many living beings of Hell pouted and cursed internally. In order to survive, this young master of the South Forest would really dare to say anything. He was merely the young master of the South Forest. How was he qualified to decide the ownership of the entire South Forest? Although those promises seemed grand, they were nothing more than empty promises. In reality, the young master of the South Forest's intentions were clear as well. As long as he could return to the South Forest alive, he did not care what price he had to pay. That was because as long as he returned to the South Forest, the battle in the North Ridge would have long spread to the central capital. At that time, there would be no need for him to deal with the martial Tao Prime body. Hell Lord Frost Springs would get rid of the martial Tao Prime body. Fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal, don't listen to his nonsense. Right then, Tang Qinger suddenly said, "He's spouting nonsense now because he wants to live." Tang Qinger had known the young master of the South Forest for so many years. Coupled with everything that happened today, she had seen through his nature completely. "Qinger." King North Ridge was shocked and reminded hurriedly, "Pay attention to how you address him. Who are you to call him fellow Taoist?" The martial Tao Prime body's battle today had completely stunned that expert who had ruled the North Ridge for more than 100,000 years. "Qinger, please let me explain. I was merely a little muddle-headed previously," the young master of the South Forest said to Tang Qinger hurriedly. Before he could finish, the martial Tao Prime body waved his hand in midair. "You're too noisy." Poof! The two of them were extremely far apart in the void. The martial Tao Prime body waved his hand casually, as though he was chasing away a mosquito. Instantly, the figure of the young master of the South Forest exploded into a blood mist and his essence spirit was destroyed. The young master of the South Forest was dead. Previously, at King North Ridge's birthday banquet, the young master of the South Forest took the initiative to provoke him before Mingfeng and the others even appeared. The martial Dao prime body ignored this person on account that he and Tang Qinger were about to become Dao companions, and it was King Northridge's birthday today. Right now, the birthday banquet had already turned into a river of blood and corpses everywhere. The martial Dao prime body did not mind killing another person at all. As for Hell King South Essence behind the young master of the South Forest, the martial Dao prime body did not take him seriously at all. When Hell King South Essence saw the young master of the South Forest die in front of him, his face was pale and he had a wary expression. He did not dare to say anything and did not even dare to show any dissatisfaction. Lord Desolate Marshal, thank you for saving my life. Right then, King Northridge sent a voice transmission to the martial Dao prime body's spirit consciousness to express his gratitude. After a pause, King Northridge continued, however, the news of today's battle will spread to the central capital before long. Hell Lord Frost Springs will definitely be furious. At that time, you'll have to face the entire Hell army of Frost Springs Hell. You won't be able to defend against that power alone. According to what I know, Hell Lord Frost Springs' cultivation realm has already reached the peak of the Nether King realm, and with a perfected grotto heaven, coupled with the physique and bloodline of the ancient Nether race, the billions of troops in the Hell army under him can swarm over and flatten the North Ridge easily. 2659 towards the central capital. King North Ridge said, I suggest that you give up on the North Ridge and hide as soon as possible to avoid Hell Lord Frost Springs' pursuit and lie low. The martial Dao prime body stood in midair in silence. King North Ridge seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly explained, Lord, don't misunderstand. At my age and given my current severe injuries, there's no way I can recover to my peak. I'm not persuading you to give up on the North Ridge because I'm greedy for the position as King North Ridge. King North Ridge, whose name was Tang Kong, looked at the ruins beneath his feet and looked at the frightened expressions of his clansmen. He sighed internally and sent a voice transmission. To be honest, Lord, from today onwards, my Tang family can't stay in the North Ridge anymore. In the battle at the North Ridge, the martial Dao prime body killed everyone. Furthermore, the martial Dao prime body was brought back by Tang Qinger. If Hell Lord Frost Springs hunted down the martial Dao prime body, the Tang family would definitely be implicated as well. From now on, the Tang family could only leave the North Ridge and flee everywhere. He did not know how many of the tens of thousands of clansmen of the Tang family would survive in the end. As an immortal king, do you know how to leave the Hell world and return to the medium Kiliacosm? The martial Dao prime body did not take Hell Lord Frost Springs to heart at all. Instead, he was concerned about something else. Leave the Hell world. Tang Kong was stunned by the question and had a confused expression. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. I don't know. There shouldn't be any way. It said that only the Lord of Hell back then could open the barrier between the Hell world and the medium Kiliacosm. But now the Lord of Hell has long died. Ever since the 9 hells were separated, there has yet to be another Lord of Hell chosen to reign supreme over all 9 hells. Pausing for a moment, Tang Kong continued, It's useless even if a new Lord of Hell is born. Due to the special circumstances of the Hell world, the new Lord of Hell will not be able to advance to the Emperor realm and will be far inferior to the Lord of Hell in the past. Therefore, he won't be able to leave the Hell world and head to the medium Kiliacosm. The martial Dao prime body's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly asked, What was the cultivation of the Lord of Hell back then? Great Emperor, Tang Kong said. The martial Dao prime body frowned slightly. According to Heavenly Wolf, only one great emperor could be born in an era. Heavenly Wolf had once followed Emperor Bo Soon and should not be wrong in this aspect. However, if the Lord of Hell was a great emperor, didn't that mean that there were 2 great emperors coexisting in the infinite era? Or could it be that Great Emperor Infinite created the infinite era in the medium Kiliacosm while the Lord of Hell created an era that belonged to Hell in the Hell world? The providence of the 2 great emperors was separate and distinct from one another? The martial Dao prime body did not continue asking about the great emperor. In the Hell world, Tang Kong and the others could not even come into contact with the Emperor realm let alone the power and secrets of a great emperor. Apart from becoming a great emperor, is there no other way to leave the hell world? The martial Tao prime body asked. According to Tang Kong, wouldn't he be trapped in the hell world forever? In reality, Tang Kong's reply earlier on was merely a tactful reply to a question he had no answer to. However, when he saw that the martial Tao prime body had yet to give up, he consoled. Perhaps there will be some clues in the number 1 hell, torment springs hell. He was just saying it casually. He had never thought of leaving the hell world. How would he know if there were any clues in Torment Springs Hell? However, Torment Springs Hell was ranked number 1 among the 9 hells and was located in the center of the hell world with a special status. That was why he said that. Of course, Tang Kong wanted the martial Tao prime body to back off in the face of difficulties as well. Unexpectedly, the martial Tao prime body was interested in Torment Springs Hell and said immediately, "Where is it? Bring me there." As he said that, the martial Tao prime master arrived beside Tang Kong and tore through the void casually, prepared to teleport Tang Kong away from this place. The locations of the 9 hells were unknown to the martial Tao prime body. If he teleported blindly, who knew how long it would take for him to find Torment Springs Hell? Lord, don't be hasty. When Tang Kong saw that the martial Tao prime body was about to leave with him, he was shocked and dissuaded hurriedly. If you want to head to Torment Springs Hell, you can't teleport casually. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Why do you say that? The martial Tao prime body frowned. Tang Kong explained. The hell world was once severely injured. The world was shattered, the great Tao was damaged, and the laws were incomplete. The void between the 9 hells was already shattered and countless cracks existed. In the process of spatial teleportation, once one enters these spatial cracks by mistake, they will be torn to pieces by a terrifying power. Even for Hell Kings, their cultivation won't be enough to defend against it. The martial Tao prime body asked, "Then how do we head to Torment Springs Hell?" Tang Kong hesitated and pondered for a moment before saying slowly, "There's a spatial teleportation passageway between the 9 hells that's relatively intact. If you want to head to Torment Springs Hell, you can only use the teleportation formation of the central capital." However, Tang Kong wanted to say something but hesitated. The martial Tao prime body did not seem to think too much about it. He nodded and said, "Let's go to the central capital then." Lord. Tang Kong could not help but remind, Hell Lord Frost Springs presides over the central capital. The meaning behind Tang Kong's words was obvious. When the news of the battle in the North Ridge spread to the central capital, Hell Lord Frost Springs would definitely not let the martial Tao prime body off in his wrath. Before the news spread, instead of hiding, Desolate Marshal actually wanted to run to the central capital and send himself to death's door. They would probably be killed by Hell Lord Frost Springs before they could see the teleportation formation. Just as Tang Kong's imagination was running wild, the martial Tao prime body said indifferently, "That's even better. Since he wants to look for me, why don't I go to the central capital to look for him first and save myself some trouble?" Tang Kong was stunned. Against Hell Lord Frost Springs' subsequent wrath and pursuit, Desolate Marshal had no intention of escaping and hiding. Instead, he wanted to take the initiative to look for Hell Lord Frost Springs. This young man was way too impetuous after all. Tang Kong resisted the urge to reprimand the martial Tao prime body and said earnestly, "Lord, this is not the heavenly world. This is Frost Springs Hell of the Hell world. The central capital of Frost Springs Hell is far stronger than the North Ridge. Lord, don't act on impulse. In my opinion, we still have to consider this matter at length. It's too troublesome." The martial Tao prime body waved it off impatiently. "Follow me to the central capital. It's best if Hell Lord Frost Springs gives up the teleportation formation. If not, I'll just kill him." Tang Kong presided over the North Ridge for more than 100,000 years and had seen countless storms and heard innumerable bold claims. Even so, he was stunned by the words of the martial Tao prime body and his scalp tingled. This was the first time he had heard of someone threatening to kill Hell Lord Frost Springs in his entire life. Furthermore, the martial Tao prime body's tone made it sound as though he could kill Hell Lord Frost Springs as though he was killing an ant. "Lord, Do you want to wait for me to recuperate for a while first? Tang Kong knew that he could change the decision any longer. Right now, I'm severely injured. Even if I arrive at the central capital, I won't be able to unleash much combat strength and be of much help. Lord, you don't have to do anything. The martial Tao prime body said indifferently. Just lead the way. Tang Kong clenched his fists tightly. A moment later, he let go weakly. 2660 Consort Inauguration Ceremony. When Tang Kong saw that he could not avoid it, he said, Lord Desolate Marshal, wait a moment. I'll go over and make arrangements for my clansmen. The Martial Tao Prime Body nodded. Tang Kong went to the side and gathered many clansmen of the Tang family. He divided them into a few groups and set them off to leave the North Ridge as soon as possible. He realized that he would most likely not be able to return from the central capital this time round and could only try his best to preserve the bloodline of his clansmen. Father, where are you going? Tang Qing'er asked. Tang Kong sighed internally and did not hide anything. Lord Desolate Marshal needs someone to lead the way to the central capital. I can only accompany him. I'll go too. Tang Qing'er's eyes lit up. Nonsense. What are you going for? Tang Kong glared at Tang Qing'er. Tang Qing'er glanced at the Martial Tao Prime Body. I cultivated in the central capital all year round and know it better. I'll definitely be able to help if I tag along. Tang Kong frowned. Lord Desolate Marshal wants to go to the central capital and use the teleportation formation to leave Frost Springs Hell. The teleportation formation is in the Emperor Palace of Frost Springs City, and there are countless experts guarding it. How can you help? Tang Qing'er said. I've been to the Emperor Palace in the central capital a few times, and I have some impression of the terrain inside. If we want to use the teleportation formation of Frost Springs Hell, we can't barge in by force. We have to plan carefully and find a suitable opportunity. Tang Kong pondered for a moment. All right, you can tag along. Tang Kong brought Tang Qing'er to the side of the Martial Tao Prime Body and explained. Qing'er is more familiar with the central capital. It'll be more convenient for us with her around. The Martial Tao Prime Body did not care about that at all. It did not matter if Tang Qing'er was around or not. In reality, his essence Martial Grotto Heaven had just devoured too much Grotto Heaven power and needed a relatively long time to digest and absorb it. However, as Tang Kong had said, the news of the battle at the North Ridge would spread to the central capital soon. At that time, Hell Lord Frost Springs would lead his Hell Army over, and he would not have much time to cultivate in seclusion. Instead of waiting for Hell Lord Frost Springs to attack, it was better for him to take the initiative to head to the central capital to resolve this matter and take drastic measures to settle it once and for all. The Martial Tao Prime Body might not be a match for Hell Lord Frost Springs given his current combat strength. However, he had the Hell Suppression Tripod, Netherworld Treasure Mirror, and Soul Lantern. Any one of them was enough to change the situation. The Martial Tao Prime Body tore through the void casually and brought Tang Kong and Tang Qing'er into the spatial tunnel, disappearing from the skies above the ruins of the North Ridge. When the many clansmen of the Tang family saw the three of them leave, they obeyed the orders of their leader, Tang Kong, and split into a few teams to leave the North Ridge rapidly. In North Ridge City, many living beings of hell were stunned on the spot when they saw that. However, they maintained their kneeling postures and did not react immediately. He's leaving just like that? Where is the new king North Ridge going? Isn't it obvious? He's definitely fleeing the North Ridge to find a place to hide and lie low. That's right. The news of today's battle will spread to the central capital very quickly. He won't be able to retain his position as King North Ridge stably and will be mercilessly killed by Hell Lord Frost Springs. That's right. The clansmen of the Tang family of the North Ridge fled earlier on as well. They're probably looking for a place to hide. When they heard the discussions around them, many living beings of Hell came to a realization and stood up one after another. Thousands of Hell King experts stood up with conflicted expressions. Although they survived, their vitality was severely injured. In fact, some Hell King experts' Grotto Heavens were completely devoured by the Martial Tao Prime Body, and their hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation were snatched away. However, compared to Ming Feng and the others and the territorial lords of the 10 Great Hell Ridges, they were considered lucky to have survived. Let's disperse. A Hell King sighed. In the next 2 days, Nether King experts will probably descend from the central capital and take over the North Ridge. As for whether that purple-robed man and the Tang family of the North Ridge can survive, it will depend on their fate. Thousands of Hell Kings left and returned to their territories. As they recuperated in seclusion, they waited for news from the central capital. In the spatial tunnel, the Martial Dao Prime Body led Tang Kong and his daughter through. Before long, Tang Kong's expression changed as he pointed at a spatial node. If you exit from here, we'll reach Frost Springs City in the central capital. The Martial Dao Prime Body broke through the spatial node with Tang Kong and his daughter without hesitation and exited the spatial tunnel. The location where the three of them descended was not far from Frost Springs City. What entered his line of sight was a majestic and gigantic ancient city that was snow-white in color, as though it was made of ice. It was extremely conspicuous in the dark and sinister world. The snow-white city wall extended continuously along the horizon. Even with the eyesight of the Martial Dao Prime Body, he could not see the end of the city wall. The entire ancient city was emitting cold air and white fog. This was Frost Springs City of the central capital. The Martial Dao Prime Body had just seen North Ridge City. However, it was much inferior in terms of aura and scale compared to the ancient city before him. At that moment, the Martial Dao Prime Body and the other two tore through the void and suddenly appeared outside Frost Springs Hell. Although some living beings of Hell who came and went noticed them, they were not too surprised. Frost Springs City was the center of the entire Frost Springs Hell. It was not surprising for them to bump into Hell King experts around the ancient city. Many guards stood at the entrance of the ancient city and checked the living beings of Hell who passed by. Tang Qinger said, "Hell King experts don't have to care about them. They can fly in the air in the ancient city and don't have to be interrogated by the guards." Just as the Martial Dao Prime Body was about to enter the city, Tang Kong suddenly said, "Lord, wait. Your clothes and appearance are a little special and are easy to recognize. Should we disguise ourselves?" Once the news of the battle in the North Ridge spread to the central capital, the purple robe and silver mask of the Martial Dao Prime Body would be easily discovered. "There's no need," the Martial Dao Prime Body said indifferently. Tang Kong sighed internally and did not dare to say anything else. He could only follow obediently behind the Martial Dao Prime Body and enter Frost Springs City. Frost Springs City was huge, but most of the living beings of Hell were squeezed on the ground. The space in midair was relatively spacious and there were not many obstacles. Strange. Looking at the crowd below, Tang Qinger frowned slightly. There are usually not so many people in Frost Springs City. Along the way, the three of them encountered many Hell King experts in midair. Tang Kong observed for a moment. "Is there something important in Frost Springs City?" Tang Qinger thought for a moment and said with a look of realization, "I remember now. Based on the date, Hell Lord Frost Springs' consort inauguration ceremony should be held in the Emperor Palace today." "Consort inauguration ceremony?" Tang Kong asked. Tang Qinger explained, "A few years ago, a beautiful woman was born in the ancient Nether race. Hell Lord Frost Springs was shocked when he saw her and decided to abolish the original Hell Consort and make her the new Hell Consort. Hell Lord Frost Springs even used a Dermic Dao to manifest the woman's image above Frost Springs City for 3 days without dissipating, allowing the living beings in Frost Springs prison to have a chance to see her face." Tang Kong sneered. That action was nothing more than to satisfy Hell Lord Frost Springs' vanity and let the living beings of Frost Springs Hell see how beautiful his consort was. Tang Qinger said, "As far as I know, Hell Lord Frost Springs specially held the consort inauguration ceremony for this woman." "Humph." Tang Kong disagreed. "Hell Lord Frost Springs must have been bewitched as well. It's just a woman. How beautiful can she be such that so many people must be mobilized?" Hearing this, Tang Qinger's expression turned complicated, and she fell silent. A moment later, she said, "The beauty of this Hell Consort can indeed be said to be devastatingly alluring and astounding. If I were a man, I would probably be charmed by her as well and might even give up everything for her." This evaluation was too high. If it was said by someone else, Tang Kong would still have some doubts. However, Tang Qing'er was his daughter. Furthermore, Tang Qing'er was a top-tier beauty to begin with. In this aspect, she would definitely be able to compare properly. However, even Tang Qing'er had to admit that she was inferior to this hell consort. Tang Qing'er continued, I heard that when this hell consort was born from Hell Frost Springs, the centurias growing beside the spring avoided her and closed up, feeling ashamed of their inferiority. That's pretty exaggerated. Tang Kong was surprised. He had lived to 800,000 years old and was already calm in this aspect. When he heard the various legends about this hell consort, he felt curious as well. Tang Qing'er nodded. It's said that Hell Lord Frost Springs treats her very well and has been pursuing her for thousands of years. This hell consort has never been willing and Hell Lord Frost Springs has never crossed the line as well. It's just that for some unknown reason, some time ago, Hell Lord Frost Springs suddenly announced that he was going to take in a consort. Perhaps this hell consort was finally touched by his sincerity. Tang Qing'er shifted her gaze to the martial Dao prime body. The martial Dao prime body remained silent the entire time and looked into the distance. It was unknown what he was thinking, as though he had something on his mind. The martial Dao prime body could not help but think of an old friend when he heard the words hell consort and Tang Qing'er's conversation. This old friend had some unforgettable past with him in Tianhuang mainland. This old friend had even saved his life before. Consort Yu of the Great Qian Empire. Of course, the martial Dao prime body knew that the hell consort Tang Qing'er was referring to was a hell consort and could not be the same as consort Yu. However, the two of them sounded the same and were peerless beauties. As such, he could not help but think of this old friend and the past. Back then, consort Yu had also undergone tribulation transcendence and ascended in Tianhuang mainland. Although the martial Dao prime body did not appear, he paid attention to the entire tribulation transcendence process. Fortunately, there was no danger. All these years, the martial Dao prime body had only found Yan Beiqin, Ming Zhen, Demonist Ji, and Tao Yao among the old friends from Tianhuang mainland who had ascended. There was no news of the others. Lord Desolate Marshal? Tang Kong asked softly at the side. It's not too late to leave now. The news of the battle at the North Ridge shouldn't have spread to the central capital yet. When Tang Kong saw that the martial Dao prime body was silent, he thought that the latter was feeling regret after seeing Frost Springs City's foundation. Let's go to the Frost Springs Emperor Palace. The martial Dao prime body put aside some of his past worries for the time being and said, although there had not been an Emperor Realm expert in Frost Springs Hell for many years, Hell Lord Frost Springs Palace still retained its previous title as the Emperor Palace. We're still going? Tang Kong felt helpless and complained internally. Tang Qing'er's heart skipped a beat as she suddenly said, Father, Senior Desolate Marshal, this consort inauguration ceremony might be a rare opportunity for us. Tang Kong's eyes lit up and he understood immediately. The consort inauguration ceremony this time round was massive. Any expert with some status and reputation in Frost Springs City would head to the Frost Springs Emperor Palace to watch the ceremony. As for the guards of the Frost Springs Emperor Palace, they would also focus their attention on the consort inauguration ceremony. That way, the forces guarding the teleportation formation would definitely slacken and increase their chances of success. Tang Qing'er continued, however, the teleportation formation is located in the core area of the Emperor Palace and won't be too far away from the consort inauguration ceremony. If we get the chance, we have to act quickly and activate the teleportation formation immediately to leave Frost Springs Hell without any delay. By the time the experts of the Frost Springs Emperor Palace react, we'll definitely die. Tang Kong nodded and a trace of hope reignited in his eyes. No matter what, Tang Qing'er's plan was much safer than breaking into the Emperor Palace head-on. If their operation went smoothly, the three of them would indeed have a chance of survival. Lord Desolate Marshal, what do you think? Tang Kong turned around and asked. We'll see. The martial Dao prime body replied casually and continued in the direction of the Frost Springs Emperor Palace. The three of them advanced and arrived at the Frost Springs Emperor Palace before long. In other areas of Frost Springs City, one could fly in the air. However, in the Frost Springs Emperor Palace, apart from Hell Lord Frost Springs, All other living beings had to descend on the ground. Looking at the entrance of the Emperor Palace before him, Tang Kong took a deep breath. Lord Desolate Marshal, if you enter the Frost Springs Emperor Palace, there's no way out. Before he could finish, the Martial Dao Prime Body was the first to enter the Emperor Palace. Tang Kong was helpless and could only brace himself to follow. The Martial Dao Prime Body was his savior. If not for the Martial Dao Prime Body, the Tang family of the North Ridge, including him, would have been wiped out. Even if there was a mountain of blades, a sea of flames and a bottomless abyss ahead, he had to follow the Martial Dao Prime Body in. Not long after they entered the Emperor Palace, a shout suddenly sounded from behind. Brother Tang. When he heard that voice, Tang Kong's heart skipped a beat and he cursed internally. He could only stop and turn around. Not far away, hundreds of Hell King experts were walking over. The leader had a terrifying aura and a dignified expression. His gaze was like a torch and his facial features looked similar to the dead young master of the South Forest. Tang Qinger's expression changed when she saw who it was. When Tang Kong turned around, his expression had already returned to normal. He welcomed the person with a smile and cupped his fists. Brother Shintu, how have you been? This group of people was from the South Forest. The leader was King South Forest, Shintu Lang. Shintu Lang approached. Brother Tang, today was your 800,000-year-old birthday banquet. If not for Hell Lord Frost Spring's consort inauguration ceremony, I would have definitely gone to wish you a happy birthday personally. It's fine. Tang Kong had a calm expression as he waved his hand. Compared to the Hell Lord's consort inauguration ceremony, my birthday banquet is nothing. Shintu Lang smiled. Initially, I thought that you would be focused on holding your birthday banquet in the North Ridge. To think that you would rush over to participate in the Hell Lord's consort inauguration ceremony as well. By the way, Inger should have already arrived at the North Ridge. Why didn't he come with the two of you? At the mention of Shintu Ing, Tang Qinger's expression changed slightly, and she felt guilty. She avoided Shintu Lang's gaze, not daring to look at him. Shintu Ing had already been killed by the Martial Dao Prime Body and his essence spirit was destroyed. How could he have followed them over? Tang Kong said, Your son is indeed a fine young man. However, there was a small conflict between these two children. He's with Hell King South Essence and did not join us. At that moment, Tang Kong's experience and maturity was evident. Against Shintu Lang's question, Tang Kong had a calm expression and did not react at all, as though he did not know that Shintu Ing had died. Even his lie was flawless, as though he had prepared it long ago. Not only that, Tang Kong's words even helped Tang Qinger make up for the flaw that she had just revealed. 2662 Consort you? Shintu Lang naturally noticed Tang Qinger's abnormality and the panic that flashed across her face. Initially, he was speculating internally. However, when he heard Tang Kong's explanation, he came to a realization and did not think too much about it. Small conflicts between young people can easily be resolved. Shintu Lang's gaze shifted to the Martial Dao Prime Body. After the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven devoured a large amount of the Grotto Heaven power of the Hell Kings in the North Ridge, it no longer possessed the same type of living aura of those from the medium Kiliacosm. However, the Martial Dao Prime Body looked a little strange. He wore a silver mask and only revealed a pair of deep eyes, looking rather mysterious. This is a fellow Taoist I just met. Tang Kong said ambiguously before changing the topic and exchanging pleasantries indifferently. A moment later, Shintu Lang said, The consort inauguration ceremony should be starting soon. Let's enter the palace together. Brother Shintu, please go ahead. I have something else to do and will have to wait for a while. Tang Kong wanted to take advantage of the consort inauguration ceremony to infiltrate the teleportation formation. Naturally, he could not enter the palace with Shintu Lang. All right. See you at the consort inauguration ceremony. With that said, Shintu Lang led the group of Hell King experts from the South Forest towards the main hall of the Frost Springs Emperor Palace. After Shintu Lang left, Tang Qinger heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier on, in front of Shintu Lang, she almost could not withstand the pressure and panicked. If Shintu Lang noticed anything amiss, the three of them could forget about approaching the teleportation formation successfully. Lord Desolate Marshal, let's go over as well. Tang Kong probed. This way. Tang Qinger pointed in a direction. We can avoid many people on the road here, in case we bump into any familiar faces. The Marshal Dao Prime Body did not mind and merely followed beside Tang Kong and his daughter. Before long, the three of them arrived near the main hall of the Emperor Palace. If they wanted to reach the teleportation formation, they had to pass through a huge square in front of the Emperor Palace's main hall. At that moment, the square was already filled with people. At a glance, it was densely packed and bustling. The consort inauguration ceremony this time round was grand. Not only were many experts from the central capital present, many experts from the East Plains, South Forest and West Swamp arrived as well. Tang Kong stood at the periphery of the square and swept his gaze, spotting three territorial lords of the East Plains, South Forest and West Swamp in the crowd. Apart from some guards and maidservants, there was no one else in the main hall. Hell Lord Frost Springs and the new Hell Consort had yet to arrive. Tang Kong had a grim expression. His birthday banquet in the North Ridge was completely insignificant compared to the consort inauguration ceremony before him. There were only a few thousand Hell King experts at his birthday banquet in the North Ridge. At this moment, there were probably tens of thousands of Hell King experts gathered in the square, emitting a terrifying aura as they intertwined in the air. Any living being of Hell who stepped into the square could sense that immense pressure. If the news of the battle at the North Ridge spread to the central capital and the Emperor Palace, their tracks would be exposed as well. At that time, they would be drowned and torn into pieces by the crowd before them. Right then, a gigantic carriage drove over slowly in midair in the distance. In front of the carriage, 9 serpent WRMs pulled and hissed continuously into the skies. Their cultivation auras had already reached the level of Hell Kings. 2 figures, a man and a woman, sat in the carriage. The man was dressed in snow-white armor and a thick and heavy sword stood by his feet, emitting a chill. He had a cold expression and a pale face. His eyes were azure like gems, and there was a strange rune imprinted on his glabella. It was the word, Nether. Hell Lord Frost Springs had descended. Although the Marshal Dao Prime Body had never seen Hell Lord Frost Springs before, apart from this person, no one else could emit such a powerful might. The gaze of the Marshal Dao Prime Body shifted to the face of the woman beside Hell Lord Frost Springs. The Marshal Dao Prime Body narrowed his eyes slightly, and his expression changed beneath the Mara mask. If he was not wrong, this woman should be Hell Lord Frost Springs' soon-to-be Hell Consort. Indeed, this Hell Consort was extremely beautiful. Anyone who saw this woman would sigh at the wonders of creation in the world. Many living beings in the square, regardless of gender or cultivation, held their breaths instinctively when they saw the Hell Consort and could not shift their gazes away for a moment. However, that was not enough to tempt the Marshal Dao Prime Body. To his surprise, this Hell Consort was almost identical to Consort Yu of Tianhuang Mainland in terms of looks and figure. The only difference was that there was a strange nether rune imprinted on the forehead of the Hell Consort. How could this be? Instantly, many questions flashed through the mind of the Marshal Dao Prime Body. Could this Hell Consort and Consort Yu of Tianhuang Mainland be the same person? If they were not the same person, why did they look identical? Even their auras were almost identical. However, if they were the same person, what could explain the scene before him? In Tianhuang Mainland, he had personally witnessed Consort Yu undergo tribulation transcendence and ascend. Why would Consort Hell come to the Hell world? What exactly did she experience after she ascended that caused her to be transformed in the Hell Frost Springs and become a member of the ancient Nether race? Or perhaps, could living beings from minor kiliocosms ascend directly into the Hell world? But how was that possible? Even between the medium kiliocosm and the Hell world, there was an indestructible barrier. How could the living beings of the minor kiliocosm ascend directly into the Hell world? Countless questions lingered in the heart of the Marshal Dao Prime Body. More importantly, even if the person before him was Consort Yu of Tianhuang Mainland, did she still have her past memories after undergoing the transformation of the Hell Frost Springs? Tang Qing'er was a woman after all and had seen the Hell Consort before, so she was the first to come back to her senses. She glanced sideways and saw the martial Tao prime body staring fixedly at the Hell Consort with a strange gaze. She could not help but purse her lips and mutter softly, "Seems like you're not immune either." Tang Kong had a conflicted expression and wanted to say something but hesitated. There's actually such a woman in the world. Seriously. If he could be hundreds of thousands of years younger, he would even fight Hell Lord Frost Springs to the death for this Hell Consort. "Stop looking, the two of you." Tang Qing'er sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. "This is the best opportunity. Everyone in the square is focused on the Hell Consort. We can leave this place now." Tang Kong's heart skipped a beat as though he had woken up from a dream. "That's right, Lord Desolate Marshal. Let's take this opportunity to leave this place quickly. There's a high chance of success if we head to the teleportation formation now." The Martial Tao prime body remained silent, as though he did not hear anything. He continued to look at Hell Consort in the carriage. Tang Kong and his daughter exchanged glances with helpless expressions. The two of them thought that the Martial Tao prime body was already obsessed with the beauty of the Hell Consort and could not extricate himself. Tang Kong was anxious and urged, "Lord Desolate Marshal, are you still leaving? This is a rare opportunity, and if we miss it, something else might happen." "I'm not leaving," the Martial Tao prime body said indifferently. In a flash, he arrived in midair and headed towards the carriage at the front of the square. No matter who this Hell Consort was, he had to get to the bottom of it. 2663 He's here. What was he trying to do? Tang Kong was shocked. The three of them hid at the back of the crowd and would not be noticed for the time being. Now that the Martial Tao prime body had soared into the air, his tracks would definitely be exposed. "Sigh!" Tang Kong struggled internally and resisted the urge to turn around and escape, sighing helplessly. Tang Qing'er was confused as well, not understanding the intentions of the Martial Tao prime body. In the square, many heroes were gathered and the tens of thousands of Hell King experts could only stand on the ground. By flying through the air above the heads of the Hell King experts, the Martial Tao prime body instantly attracted gazes and hostility. Reporting in. Right then, a group of Emperor Palace guards sped over with anxious expressions, as though something major had happened. The group of guards sped through midair and crossed the square. Right now, it was the consort inauguration ceremony, and the appearance of the Emperor Palace guards was way too sudden, attracting the attention of many experts in the square. Hell Lord Frost Springs' carriage had just descended in the hall, and the Emperor Palace guards were about to arrive as well. "What is it?" Hell Lord Frost Springs did not stand up and asked indifferently. A commander of the Emperor Palace said in a deep voice, "Hell Lord, Ming Feng and more than 10 Nether Kings have all died in the North Ridge. King North Ridge has colluded with an outsider from the medium Kiliacosm and has already defected. His whereabouts are unknown." Hell Lord Frost Springs narrowed his eyes slightly. Once the news was out, a commotion broke out in the square as well. "What's going on?" "A living being from the medium Kiliacosm has descended. King North Ridge truly has a death wish. How dare he betray Frost Springs Hell?" The clamor in the square grew louder. Tang Kong, who was hiding at the back, was uneasy and felt an unprecedented pressure. The expression of the King South Forest, Shintulang, changed slightly. King North Ridge defected? He had just bumped into Tang Kong in the Emperor Palace. What was going on? Right then, another figure sped over. It was Hell King South Essence. "Hell King, bad news." Hell King South Essence rushed in front of Shintulang and knelt down, saying tragically, "King North Ridge betrayed us and the young master was killed tragically." "What?" Shintuing was enraged and his gaze was sharp. He reacted quickly and said to Hell Lord Frost Springs in a deep voice, "Hell Lord, I just saw King North Ridge at the entrance of the Emperor Palace. I'm guessing that Tang Kong, that traitor, wants to take advantage of the consort inauguration ceremony to escape using the teleportation formation of Frost Springs Hell. Hell Lord, please handle this quickly or it'll be too late." Hell Lord Frost Springs had a calm expression as he said unhurriedly, The teleportation formation is heavily guarded. Without my orders, no one can approach. Tang Kong sighed internally when he heard that. From the looks of it, even if the situation before them had not developed to such an extent, it was unlikely that they would have been able to leave Frost Springs Hell even if they managed to arrive at the teleportation formation. Hell Lord Frost Springs was extremely calm. He looked at the commander of the Emperor Palace ahead and asked, "Given Tang Kong's combat strength, how could he have killed Ming Feng and the others?" "It wasn't Tang Kong." Hell King South Essence replied first. "I was there at that time. Tang Kong was already severely injured by Lord Ming Feng. It was that cultivator from the medium Kiliacosm who attacked and killed Lord Ming Feng and the others." "Oh!" Hell Lord Frost Springs raised his brow slightly. To be able to kill Ming Feng and more than 10 other Nether Kings, this person is rather capable. Did he condense a perfected grotto heaven? At the mention of that, Hell King South Essence had a strange expression as he shook his head. "It's not a perfected grotto heaven. It should be a minor grotto heaven. However, it can continuously devour the power of other grotto heavens." Back then, thousands of Hell King experts attacked, but they could not defend against the devouring of his dark grotto heaven. "Impossible," Hell Lord Frost Springs said resolutely. "How can someone with a minor grotto heaven kill Nether Kings of our ancient Nether race?" The commander of the Emperor Palace said in a deep voice. "Hell Lord, I'm willing to lead the Imperial Army in the palace to conquer the North Ridge and search for Tang Kong and the other traitors. I'll kill the outsider. There's no hurry." Hell Lord Frost Springs waved it off. "A few rotten fish and shrimps won't be able to escape from me. I'll handle this matter personally after the consort inauguration ceremony today. What characteristics does that outsider have? Get someone to draw it and hunt him down in the entire hell." Hell King South Essence said, "That person is very easy to recognize. He's wearing a purple robe and a silver mask. I think he's Desolate Marshal or something." Upon hearing that word, a ripple appeared in the eyes of the Hell Consort, who was initially motionless and expressionless in the carriage. Purple robe and silver mask? Many Hell King experts shifted their gazes and looked at the cultivator who was flying in midair instinctively. Hell King South Essence looked over instinctively as well. When he saw the Martial Dao Prime body, Hell King South Essence shuddered as though he had seen a ghost. He was so frightened that he almost fell from midair with endless fear in his eyes. He's here." Hell King South Essence pointed at the Martial Dao Prime body who was striding over with a trembling voice. Hell Lord Frost Springs' gaze landed on the Martial Dao Prime body as well with a playful glint in his eyes. "Were you the one who killed Inger?" Shintulang stood up slowly and stood in front of the Martial Dao Prime body. His gaze was cold as he glared into the eyes of the latter and asked slowly, "Lord H, he's the one." Hell King South Essence gulped and said with a trembling voice, "I want you to pay with your life for my son." Shintulang roared and his blood chi surged. The void behind him collapsed as he wanted to prop up his major grotto heaven and kill the Martial Dao Prime body. According to the news just now, Shintulang realized how powerful the Martial Dao Prime body was. Therefore, he attacked with all his might without holding back. However, the Martial Dao Prime body's attack was even faster. Before Shintulang could finish, the Martial Dao Prime body had already arrived in front of him. His blood chi surged and he raised his fist with a shocking punch. Instantly, the world changed. Before Shintulang's blood chi could circulate, it was completely suppressed by the blood chi of the Martial Dao Prime body. Before the grotto heaven behind him could hold on, it was shattered by a single punch from the Martial Dao Prime body. Bang! Right in front of everyone. Shintulang was blasted apart by a single punch from the Martial Dao Prime body and turned into a blood mist that filled the air. King South Forest was beaten until his essence spirit was destroyed without a corpse left. If Shintulang released his bloodline phenomenon and grotto heaven completely, he might be able to defend against the punch of the Martial Dao Prime body. Unfortunately, he spent too much time talking. The Martial Dao Prime body did not say a word and punched forward, blowing him up. The entire square fell silent instantly. Many living beings of Hell and Hell King experts widened their eyes in disbelief. In the Frost Springs Emperor Palace, in front of Hell Lord Frost Springs and surrounded by tens of thousands of Hell King experts, the purple-robed man actually dared to kill in public. Furthermore, he killed King South Forest with a single punch. Tang Kong and his daughter had long seen the methods of the martial Tao Prime body. However, they were still shocked when they saw that this person from the medium kiliacosm was even more domineering than the living beings of hell. No matter who they were or what their statuses were, as long as they provoked him, he would smash them without hesitation. 2664 Fighting the Hell Lord. How dare you? The Emperor Palace commander in the hall had a furious expression and hollered, "How dare you kill someone in the Frost Springs Emperor Palace? Die!" Right then, Hell Lord Frost Springs glared and raised his hand slightly to stop the Emperor Palace commander. Hell Lord Frost Springs did not want to kill the Martial Tao Prime body casually. In his eyes, the Martial Tao Prime body was a gigantic treasure. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for living beings of the medium kiliacosm to come to the Hell world. For the purple-robed man to be able to come here, there must be something special about him. The Hell world had fallen into the Dharma-ending era and had not produced an Emperor Realm expert for many years. Hell Lord Frost Springs vaguely sensed an opportunity from the Martial Tao Prime body. Perhaps he could find a dermic formulation to advance to the Emperor Realm from the purple-robed man. If he could step into the Emperor Realm and become the only Emperor expert of the Hell world, he would become the Lord of Hell revered by the 9 Hells and rule over the Hell world. Without Hell Lord Frost Springs' orders, it was not appropriate for the others to attack. Right in front of everyone, the Martial Tao Prime body arrived before the 9 WIRMS carriage successfully. "You're from the medium kiliacosm?" Hell Lord Frost Springs glared at the Martial Tao Prime body and leaned on the cold gigantic sword by his feet as he asked slowly. The Martial Tao Prime body did not even look at Hell Lord Frost Springs. He merely looked at the beautiful woman in the carriage and asked softly, "True Jade." Consort Yu's name in Tianhuang mainland was True Jade. However, very few people knew about it. Furthermore, this time round, the Martial Tao Prime body did not hide his voice. When she heard that name, a hint of fluctuation flashed through the woman's eyes. She looked at the Martial Tao Prime body with a bewildered expression. The voice sounded familiar. However, she was not sure and could not believe it. The woman remained motionless and silent. "You two know each other?" Hell Lord Frost Springs frowned. The Martial Tao Prime body ignored him and removed the Mara mask, revealing a refined face. The woman's eyes widened in surprise and disbelief. However, although she tried her best to open her mouth, she could not make a sound. When he saw the woman's reaction, the Martial Tao Prime body no longer had any doubts. The woman before him was Consort Yu. It was not that Consort Yu was unwilling to speak, but she was bound by some sort of restriction and could not move or even make a sound. The Martial Tao Prime body had too many questions about Consort Yu. However, now was not the time to ask. The Martial Tao Prime body had a cold expression as he put on the Mara mask once more. His gaze shifted and he finally looked at Hell Lord Frost Springs at the side. "Your consort inauguration ceremony is to place all sorts of restrictions on her and prevent her from resisting?" The Martial Tao Prime body asked indifferently with a calm tone. The Martial Tao Prime body had ignored Hell Lord Frost Springs twice previously. The latter did not seem to be angry and merely had a sinister smile on his face. "So what if it is?" Hell Lord Frost Springs raised his brow slightly with a mocking expression and asked, "Could it be that you want to uphold justice for her? Or do you want to challenge me?" "Ha ha ha ha. Take a look. This cultivator from the medium kiliacosm has come to our Frost Springs Hell to fight for injustice." "What do you mean by fighting for injustice?" "I think he's just bewitched by the Hell consort and lost his mind. He actually went to make a fuss right in front of the Hell Lord." Laughter sounded from the square. "Well done." The Martial Tao Prime body nodded. "Since you admit it, I'll beat you to death." Before his sentence was finished, the Martial Tao Prime body strode forward and an ancient bronze square tripod suddenly flew out from his glabella. It expanded instantly and landed in his palm. Emperor weapon, the Hell Suppression Tripod. The martial Tao Prime Body raised the Hell Suppression Tripod and smashed it towards the top of Hell Lord Frost Spring's head. This time round, the martial Tao Prime Body did not release the essence Martial Grotto Heaven. Hell Lord Frost Spring's Grotto Heaven had already been cultivated to the perfected realm, and his essence Martial Grotto Heaven might not be able to defend against it. Under normal circumstances, the martial Tao Prime Body rarely used weapons to kill. But now, the reason why he summoned the Emperor weapon, the Hell Suppression Tripod, was to kill Hell Lord Frost Springs right away. After getting rid of Hell Lord Frost Springs, the greatest threat, although there were still tens of thousands of Hell King experts around, they would be scattered in a mess and were nothing to be afraid of. How dare you? Hell Lord Frost Springs was enraged. Ever since he became Hell Lord Frost Springs and ruled over a hell, it had been many years since anyone dared to use weapons in front of him. But now, even with tens of thousands of Hell King experts below, an outsider from the medium Kiliacosm actually dared to attack him. Hell Lord Frost Springs' reaction was extremely fast as well. The moment the martial Tao Prime Body charged forward, he raised his Frost Springs Hell Sword in his hand and slashed towards the Hell Suppression Tripod. Break! Hell Lord Frost Springs hollered. The Frost Springs Hell Sword was nourished and tempered in the Hell Frost Springs all year round and nurtured the powerful power of the Hell Frost Springs with a bone-chilling chill. Grotto Heaven spirit treasures of the same cultivation realm could not defend against the sharpness of his Frost Springs Hell Sword. For example, a Grotto Heaven spirit treasure nurtured by a minor Grotto Heaven could not even defend against the might of his single strike. The martial Tao Prime Body indeed merely possessed a minor Grotto Heaven. However, the Hell Suppression Tripod was not a spirit treasure nurtured by a minor Grotto Heaven. It was a great Emperor weapon of the ancient era. Clang! The Frost Springs Hell Sword collided with the Hell Suppression Tripod with an ear-piercing sound. Immediately after, a layer of frost covered the Hell Suppression Tripod in the blink of an eye and froze, as though it had turned into an ice sculpture. Ha 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 ha! Hell Lord Frost Springs burst into laughter. How dare you show off this lousy metal before me? The martial Tao Prime Body had a calm expression as he channeled his spirit consciousness to awaken the sacred souls in the Hell Suppression Tripod. Gore! Roar! Shriek! Hiss! Suddenly, four earth-shaking howls sounded from the Hell Suppression Tripod. Immediately after, the surface of the Hell Suppression Tripod shone with a blinding light. On the walls of the tripod, for terrifying beasts came to life and broke through the ice. Hell Lord Frost Springs was alarmed. The auras of the four sacred beasts were extremely powerful. The powerful might emitted by the sacred beasts descended on the hall and suppressed the 9 serpent WRMS in front of the carriage to the point of not daring to move. The four sacred beasts awakened at the same time and charged towards Hell Lord Frost Springs. Boom! 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 Against the impact of the four sacred beasts, the gigantic carriage collapsed as well. The restrictions on the carriage dissipated silently and Consort Yu regained her freedom. The martial Tao Prime Body waved his robes and brought Consort Yu out of the carriage, placing her behind him. At that moment, the four sacred beasts had already charged towards Hell Lord Frost Springs. The azure dragon circled. The white tiger roared. The vermilion bird bathed in flames and the black tortoise stepped on the waves. As the cultivation realm of the martial Tao Prime Body rose, the Hell Suppression Tripod's strength rose rapidly under the nourishment of his minor Grotto Heaven. After the baptism of the 10 heavenly tribulations, the souls of the four sacred beasts underwent a rebirth and a transformation, becoming even stronger than they were during the infinite era. Right now, the power of the four sacred souls had already reached the Grotto Heaven realm. Against the attacks of the four sacred souls, Hell Lord Frost Springs could not defend against them and wanted to channel the bloodline of the ancient Nether race. However, the four sacred souls emitted the bloodline aura of the four sacred beasts as well. Under the suppression of the bloodline auras of the four sacred beasts, Hell Lord Frost Springs' ancient Nether bloodline was suppressed and circulated slowly. 2665 Massacre Boom. Hell Lord Frost Springs could not release his bloodline phenomenon for the time being and could only prop up his perfected Grotto Heaven first, wanting to devour the four sacred souls. Right then, the martial Tao Prime Body wielded the Hell Suppression Tripod and smashed it towards Hell Lord Frost Springs' perfected grotto heaven like a god. Boom! There was a loud bang. Hell Lord Frost Springs' perfected grotto heaven swayed violently and let out a faint cracking sound. The blood chi in the body of the martial Dao prime body surged and his eyes burned with purple flames. His body seemed to have transformed into a furnace that were filled with raging flames and descended from the skies with a scarlet heat. Boom! 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 The martial Dao prime body transformed into the heaven and earth furnace and combined it with the hell suppression tripod. He even opened up the essence martial grotto heaven and smashed it down one after another without giving Hell Lord Frost Springs any chance to catch his breath. Coupled with the entanglement attacks of the 4 sacred souls, Hell Lord Frost Springs could not even find a chance to leave the battlefield and retreat. The attacks of the martial Dao prime body were way too ferocious. That attack released almost all of his trump cards. His bloodline phenomenon, the essence martial grotto heaven, and even the emperor weapon, the hell suppression tripod. There were still tens of thousands of Hell King experts surrounding him. The martial Dao prime body had to kill Hell Lord Frost Springs immediately and get rid of this greatest threat to stabilize the situation. Crack! Crack! The moment Hell Lord Frost Springs' perfected grotto heaven was propped up, it was shattered by a series of attacks from the martial Dao prime body and exploded on the spot. At that moment, the hell suppression tripod floated above Hell Lord Frost Springs' head and Sanskrit sounded from it incessantly in a divine and vast manner. Beside Hell Lord Frost Springs, the 4 sacred souls could not help but reveal the figures of Buddhas and the cries of dragons and elephants. In the hands of the martial Dao prime body, the hell suppression tripod finally displayed the power of an emperor weapon and was no longer used for simple attacks such as smashing someone. Hell Lord Frost Springs spat out blood and his face turned even paler. The attacks of the martial Dao prime body were way too ferocious. Without the protection of his perfected grotto heaven, he could not defend against the continuous attacks of the heaven and earth furnace and hell suppression tripod. Right in front of everyone, Hell Lord Frost Springs was surrounded by a blazing furnace and 4 sacred souls. The bronze tripod that shone with a blinding golden light shattered him into pieces. Before Hell Lord Frost Springs' essence spirit could escape, it was devoured by the heaven and earth furnace of the martial Dao prime body and burned to ashes instantly. Hell Lord Frost Springs was dead. The entire process happened too quickly and many Hell Kings were still stunned on the spot. Their eyes widened in shock and disbelief. There were many Hell King experts present, but no one expected Hell Lord Frost Springs to be killed by the martial Dao prime body in a few breaths. Even the guards of the Emperor Palace did not have the time to attack. That was because earlier on they wanted to attack the martial Dao prime body but were stopped by Hell Lord Frost Springs. Everyone thought that the Hell Lord definitely had other intentions. However, to think that Hell Lord Frost Springs would be dead in the blink of an eye. Well, at the back of the square, Tang Kong muttered when he saw that, he actually killed the Hell Lord. The death of Hell Lord Frost Springs was a good thing for him and the Tang family. Because Hell Lord Frost Springs was dead, the entire Frost Springs Hell was without a leader and would definitely fall into chaos as experts fought for the position of the Hell Lord. At that time, no one would mobilize a huge force to hunt him down. He seems to be old friends with the Hell Consort. Because the Hell Lord imprisoned the Hell Consort, in his rage, Tang Qing'er's expression was conflicted when she saw that. She was both envious and afraid. It was only now that she realized how terrifying this cultivator from the medium Kiliacosm, whom she bumped into unintentionally, was. Given the situation, even the entire Frost Springs Hell might not be able to suppress him, let alone the North Ridge. Kill him and take revenge for the Hell Lord. The commander of the Emperor Palace in the lead reacted immediately and waved his arm. At the same time, he took out a communication talisman from his storage bag and released it to gather the Imperial Army of the Frost Springs Emperor Palace. Whoever can kill this person will be the new Hell Lord Frost Springs, someone shouted from the crowd. That voice seemed to have stirred up 1,000 waves. The Hell King experts in the square glared at the martial Dao prime body in the hall with a murderous aura. Everyone was afraid of Hell Lord Frost Springs and did not dare to disobey. It was not only because Hell Lord Frost Springs was powerful to begin with, but also because there were already a large number of Hell Kings and Nether King experts gathered under him. Furthermore, Hell Lord Frost Springs had the ancient Nether race of Frost Springs Hell backing him. Unless other Nether Kings of the Nether ancient race rose, no one would be able to challenge his status as Hell Lord Frost Springs. The other living beings of Hell had no chance at all. Right now, although the Martial Dao Prime Body had killed Hell Lord Frost Springs, he was alone. There were tens of thousands of Hell King experts present. Thereafter, Nether King experts of the ancient Nether race would arrive and billions of Hell troops would gather. In the eyes of many living beings of Hell, the Martial Dao Prime Body was alone and weak. However, they had the entire Frost Springs Hell. Even though the Martial Dao Prime Body had just displayed his powerful combat strength, many living beings of Hell present were not afraid at all. Instead, they were extremely excited and wanted to take advantage of the chaotic world to rise and take over the Emperor Palace. Kill! Many living beings of Hell shouted from the crowd. Retreat to the hall. The Martial Dao Prime Body sent Consort Yu into the hall behind him. Thereafter, he stood in front of the hall and faced the surging living beings of Hell alone, letting out an earth-shaking roar. Roar! The Martial Dao Prime Body opened his mouth and released his sound domain's secret skill, Myriad Beings Sound. Instantly, the figures of billions of living beings seemed to appear behind the Martial Dao Prime Body and shouted together with him in a deafening manner. The Myriad Beings Sound coupled with the blood chi of the Martial Dao Prime Body released incomparable lethality. Poof! 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 Although most of the experts who charged forward were Hell Kings, some of them with weak physiques, ordinary bloodlines and insufficient cultivation realms were shattered on the spot by the impact of the Myriad Beings Sound and turned into a blood mist, their essence spirits and bodies destroyed. Some Hell King experts could defend against it. However, they were severely injured and bled from their 7 orifices. Only Hell Kings and Nether King experts with major grotto heavens could stabilize themselves and survive after releasing their bloodline phenomenons or condensing their major grotto heavens. Many living beings of Hell surged over like a black torrent. However, after being roared by the Myriad Beings Sound of the Martial Dao Prime Body, the black torrent paused and even showed signs of stopping. The Martial Dao Prime Body threw out the Hell Suppression Tripod and smashed into the crowd. The 4 sacred souls surged through the black torrent at the same time and started a massacre, galloping unhindered. At the same time, the Martial Dao Prime Body channeled his essence spirit and released dermic arts continuously. Red Lotus Karmic Fire. Suddenly, scarlet flames burst out from the bodies of many living beings of Hell and burned their flesh. Ah! Many living beings of Hell let out tragic cries. Before the attacks of the Martial Dao Prime Body could stop, pitch-black flames suddenly spread out from beneath his feet and burned towards the black torrent ahead. 2666 Martial Dao will the 2 flames, the Red Lotus Karmic Fire and Hellfire, charged into the black torrent of living beings of Hell and released extremely terrifying lethality. Hellfire came from Avicii and contained the pain-true intent of billions of living beings. The living beings of Hell were in immense pain and were utterly defeated by the Hellfire. Even Hell Kings and Nether King experts who had condensed major grotto heavens were struggling to hold on. What surprised the Martial Dao Prime Body was that the one who truly caused immense damage to the living beings of Hell was not the Hellfire, but the Red Lotus Karmic Fire. The Red Lotus Karmic Fire burned negative karma and could even refine divine powers. In the minor and medium kiliocosms, it could unleash terrifying might. And now, after the Red Lotus Karmic Fire was released in Frost Springs Hell, it sensed the surrounding nether chi and the flames intensified, increasing its might. Hundreds of thousands of Hell King experts were burned to ashes by the Red Lotus Karmic Fire and their essence spirits and bodies were destroyed. The feeling was as though spirit chi and heaven and earth essence chi were not enough to unleash the true power of the Red Lotus Karmic Fire. Only nether chi could unleash the might of the Red Lotus Karmic Fire to its limits. Could the origin of the Red Lotus Karmic Fire have originated from the Hell world? A question flashed through the mind of the Martial Dao Prime Body. However, the battle was in full swing and he had no time to be distracted. Ah! The Nether Kings of the ancient Nether race gradually could not withstand the burning of the Red Lotus Karmic Fire. Nether King experts who condensed major grotto heavens could forcibly hold on. However, red lotus karmic fire surged out of the bodies of some Nether Kings with minor grotto heavens. Even their bloodlines could not suppress it. Not only that, when they released their bloodline phenomenons, the red lotus karmic fire in their bodies burned even more ferociously. The martial Tao prime body channeled his bloodline and emitted a scorching heat, charging into the crowd like a gigantic furnace that was burning red. Bang! 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 Under the burning of the red lotus karmic fire and hellfire, the living beings of hell in the square were either dead or severely injured. In this situation, no one could stop the footsteps of the martial Tao prime body. Boom! The martial Tao prime body punched over and exploded the bodies of a few Hell King experts. He pushed forward with an unstoppable might. Tens of thousands of Hell King experts and the Nether Kings of the ancient Nether race were defeated by the impact of the martial Tao prime body. They wailed and blood flowed like rivers. Bang! Boom! Not far away, the sound of thunderous iron hooves sounded as a large black cloud surged over. Banners swayed and cold armor shone. Countless troops from the Hell Army were charging over. Tang Kong and Tang Qinger had long hidden outside the battlefield. When they saw this scene from afar, they were shocked. Is he going to go against the entire Frost Springs Hell alone? Tang Qinger asked in disbelief. Tang Kong gulped and tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart as he said slowly, "He's not going against? He might be suppressing Frost Springs Hell." Tang Qinger shuddered and murmured, "Is that possible?" Frost Springs Hell was one of the 9 hells after all. There were countless living beings in hell. Could an outsider suppress them all? Nothing's impossible. Tang Kong said, "The only way to reach the top in Frost Springs Hell is by matching their bloodthirst and violence with equivalent bloodthirst and violence. Even living beings of hell and experts of the ancient Nether race had to use extraordinary methods to rise in Frost Springs Hell. They had to bleed and step on endless corpses. Furthermore, the martial Tao prime body came from the medium kiliacosm. The living beings of hell were born with hatred towards the people of the medium kiliacosm. To make these living beings of hell submit, the only way was through a baptism of blood and killing. There was another treasure on the martial Tao prime body, the Netherworld treasure mirror. The lethality of the Netherworld treasure mirror was extremely terrifying. However, the treasure itself exuded an evil aura. It had been used once in the North Ridge and the martial Tao prime body was wary of it as well. Unless he had no choice, he did not intend to summon the Netherworld treasure mirror. Against the charging Hell Army, the martial Tao prime body was fearless. He channeled his essence spirit and narrowed the range of the Hellfire and Red Lotus karmic fire, forming a restricted zone barrier around him. Any living being of hell who stepped into this forbidden zone would suffer the burning of the 2 flames. The martial Tao prime body realized that he might face a long battle. The living beings of hell in Frost Springs Hell would definitely not submit easily. The army formed by billions of living beings of hell attacked the forbidden zone of flames ahead again and again, leaving behind countless corpses and ashes. The martial Tao prime body wielded the hell suppression tripod and was surrounded by 4 sacred souls. He went on a killing spree and was invincible. Kill! 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 The chants of murder and bugles sounded from the Hell Army. He's only one person. If we attack and kill continuously, we can exhaust him to death if we have to. How can outsiders take over Frost Springs Hell? The will of hell cannot be bullied. Many living beings of hell roared. The battle started from the consort inauguration ceremony in the morning and lasted until evening. Although the attacks of the Hell Army were a little weak, they did not stop. If the martial Tao prime body was from Frost Springs Hell, the living beings of hell might have submitted long ago. However, the martial Tao prime body was not from hell. That was completely unacceptable to the living beings of hell. The flames of war spread continuously and the entire Frost Springs Emperor Palace was enveloped in flames. Thick smoke billowed and blood chi surged as corpses littered the ground. The martial Tao prime body turned the Frost Springs Emperor Palace into a blazing purgatory. This battle lasted for an entire day and night. Neither side retreated. Tang Kong and Qing'er stood outside the Emperor Palace and watched the tragic battle without leaving. Up till this point of the battle, it was no longer a simple battle of strength. This was a battle of wills. The martial Tao Prime Body was resisting the will of the billions of living beings in Frost Springs Hell. Although the attacks of the Hell Army had yet to stop, the seeds of fear had already been planted in the hearts of many living beings of Hell. The figure fighting in the flames ahead was like an indefatigable god of war, who killed in all directions and stood tall. Every living being of Hell felt a sense of helplessness. That person seemed to be an existence that could not be defended against or defeated. Even after the billions of living beings of Hell condensed their will, they could not shake that figure. In reality, on the side of the martial Tao Prime Body, be it stamina, blood chi or essence spirit, they had already reached their limits. If not for the fact that he used the heaven and earth furnace to smelt dermic arts all year round, temper his body and condense a perfected true martial Tao body, he would definitely not have been able to last until now. Both parties had already reached their limits. Any external force could change the entire situation. After fighting for a day and night, although the stamina of the martial Tao Prime Body had reached his limits, his will was still unshakable. Although he seemed to be alone, he had once established the martial Tao and imparted martial arts to all living beings. The martial Tao civilization he represented contained the faith and will of countless people of the martial Tao and the hopes of countless ordinary living beings. Those faith, will and hope were indelible and eternal. 2667 Supreme notoriety in the battle that lasted for a day and night, the martial Tao Prime Body sorted out his own dermic Tao while fighting. Looking at the large forbidden zone formed by the red lotus karmic fire and hellfire, he could not help but recall the scene of the builder tree showing its might when it woke up. The builder tree released a green halo that enveloped everything within a radius of 50 kilometers. Under the envelopment of the green halo, all cultivators, including Immortal King experts, were greatly restricted and could not even break through the void to escape. Within the range of the green halo, the builder tree was the only god. The green halo released by the builder tree was similar to the forbidden zone barrier formed by the two great flames of the martial Tao Prime Body. The future of the martial Tao became clearer and gradually took shape in the Prime Body's mind. What the martial Tao Prime Body wanted to do was to end this battle and cultivate in seclusion. He wanted to sort out his dermic Tao and take the final step. Up till this point of the battle, both parties had reached their limits. The martial Tao Prime Body took a deep breath of air and looked at the many living beings of Hell who were still charging ahead. He channeled his essence spirit and conjured hand seals repeatedly with both hands. A gigantic door surrounded by black chi appeared behind him. The door was like a dark abyss, like an ancient behemoth that could devour everything with its bloody mouth. After the martial Tao Prime Body controlled the Hell Suppression Tripod, he once used a supreme dermic Tao to create a Hell's Gate. Back when the martial Tao Prime Body underwent tribulation transcendence, he had yet to completely control the secret skill. It merely contained a trace of Grotto Heaven power. The Hell's Gate that was condensed was only in the form of a Grotto Heaven and did not have the will of a Grotto Heaven. Even so, he could defend against the 10th heavenly tribulation with the help of that Hell's Gate. But now, the martial Tao Prime Body had complete control over the power of the Grotto Heaven. The Hell's Gate evolved once more and advanced another level, transforming into the Avicii Gate. The door shrouded in black chi before him was identical to the door of Greater Avicii. In fact, endless Avicii chi surged from it, filled with the pain-true intent of billions of living beings as it swept towards the massive Hell army ahead. The martial Tao Prime Body erected the Avicii Gate in front of him to stop the Hell army. The endless troops in the Hell army were devoured by the Avicii Gate and vanished completely, suppressed. Together with the Avicii Gate, the Forbidden Zone of Flames caused the greatest amount of damage to the endless Hell army. In the fiery region ahead, the endless abyss surrounded by black chi was like an insurmountable barrier that would kill anyone who crossed it. The battle lasted for a day and night, and the spirit of the army of Hell living beings had already reached their limits. The descent of the Avicii Gate became the last straw that crushed the many living beings of Hell. The living beings of Hell were ferocious and bloodthirsty. They did not mind dying. However, Even though they knew that they would definitely die and could not see any hope of survival, the living beings of hell could feel terror and fear. Too many living beings of hell in Frost Springs Hell died in this battle. Corpses piled around the main hall of the Emperor Palace, forming continuous mountain ranges with endless blood flowing at the foot of the corpse mountains. Those were only corpses visible to the naked eye. There were also countless living beings of hell who were burned to death by the two flames of the martial Tao prime body. The later generations of the Hell world calculated that more than 20,000 Hell King experts in Frost Springs Hell died in this battle alone. Including other living beings of hell, a conservative estimate would place that figure more than 100 million. The Frost Springs Emperor Palace had already turned into a fiery hell with flames of war burning everywhere. Even from outside the Emperor Palace, one could see the blood-colored mountain peaks piled up with corpses. It was a shocking sight. This battle severely injured Frost Springs Hell and it became dormant for many years. The martial Tao prime body single-handedly massacred the king experts of Frost Springs Hell into keeping silent out of fear. Countless living beings of hell bowed down to him, establishing his supreme notoriety. Even if all the living beings of hell who participated in the battle were lucky enough to survive, their hearts were still shrouded in a terrifying shadow. In fact, Desolate Marshal's name had already become a taboo in Frost Springs Hell. The living beings of hell did not even dare to mention it. The battle ended. Countless living beings of hell fled Frost Springs City, and the remaining living beings of hell knelt on the ground one after another, bowing down and not daring to resist. Frost Springs Hell had changed owners. Countless living beings of hell raised their heads and looked at the figure in the flames of war. His purple robe was soaked in blood and his cold silver mask made them feel endless fear. Even against the former Hell Lord Frost Springs, many living beings of hell did not feel this way. Tang Kong and Tang Qinger stood outside the Emperor Palace and witnessed the entire battle. Even now, they felt that it was unreal. Desolate Marshal won? He suppressed countless living beings of hell and trampled the entire Frost Springs Hell beneath his feet. Tang Kong let out a long breath with a conflicted expression. His eyes filled with both joy and worry. On the one hand, after the martial Tao prime body had taken over Frost Springs Hell and became the new Hell Lord Frost Springs, they would not have to flee everywhere in the future. On the other hand, Frost Springs Hell would fall into a long period of chaos. Frost Springs Hell was way too big. The East Plains, South Forest, West Swamp, North Ridge, and even the Central Capital included, there would definitely be some experts and factions who would stand out to fight the martial Tao prime body. Of course, given the methods displayed by the martial Tao prime body, these experts and factions were nothing to fear. The greatest threat for the martial Tao prime body was still the other 8 hells. Before long, the battle today would spread to the other 8 hells. Although the Hell world was once severely injured and fell into the Dharma-ending era without the rule of the Lord of Hell, the 9 hells were independent. The 8 hells might not even care if Frost Springs Hell changed owners. However, the martial Tao prime body was an outsider after all. The 8 hells might probably not allow a Hell Lord from the medium Kiliacosm to take reign. Once the 8 hells joined forces, they would be much stronger than the Frost Springs Hell before them and would not submit and retreat easily. Tang Kong brought Tang Qinger back to the Emperor Palace. This time round, the way Tang Qinger looked at the martial Tao prime body had changed completely. Prior to this, although the martial Tao prime body had once displayed his might in the North Ridge, killing many Nether Kings and suppressing the living beings of hell in the North Ridge, Tang Qinger was not too afraid of him. After this battle, Tang Qinger did not even dare to meet the eyes of the martial Tao prime body. "You're here. Just in time." When the martial Tao prime body saw Tang Kong return, he nodded slightly. "I'll leave the maintenance of the Frost Springs Emperor Palace and Frost Springs City, including the living beings of hell in the city, to you from now on." "Ha!" Tang Kong was stunned. With his ability, it was not too difficult for him to deal with these things. However, he was only King North Ridge after all. It was difficult for him to convince the masses if he wanted to lead the living beings of hell in Frost Springs City. As though he could read Tang Kong's concerns, the martial Tao prime body said casually, "From now on, you'll take on the position of Hell Lord Frost Springs." 2668 Mystery of the Six Paths. The martial Tao prime body did not care about the position of Hell Lord Frost Springs. To him, the most important thing was to cultivate in seclusion. Secondly, he had to find a way to leave the hell world and return to the medium kiliacosm. Even if the martial Tao prime body were to become the Lord of Hell, he would not be reluctant to leave this place, let alone the position of Hell Lord Frost Springs. Of course, he still had many questions about the Hell world. Perhaps Consort Yu in the main hall could give him some answers. Tang Kong was not happy at all when he heard the arrangements of the martial Tao prime body. Instead, he had a bitter expression and hesitated for a moment before agreeing. In his opinion, he was merely a puppet of the martial Tao prime body. The living beings of Hell in Frost Springs Hell knew who the true master of Frost Springs Hell was. If the 8 Hells attacked Frost Springs Hell as Hell Lord Frost Springs in name, he would be the first to bear the brunt and would not be able to escape death. Sigh. Tang Kong sighed internally. He could not reject the martial Tao prime body. If not for the martial Tao prime body, he would not have lived to this day. His Tang family would have been exterminated by Ming Feng and the others at his birthday banquet. All right. Tang Kong perked up and tried to find joy in his misery. He forced a smile and thought to himself, to be able to ascend to the throne of Hell Lord Frost Springs before I die, my life has not been in vain. The martial Tao prime body did not know Tang Kong's complicated thoughts. After throwing all these trivial matters to Tang Kong, he turned around and entered the hall. Consort Yu stood inside and their eyes met. Her beautiful eyes were fixated on the person before her without blinking, and she had a conflicted expression with mixed emotions in her heart. At that moment, she recalled many things from the past and the first time she saw the elegant scholar deep underground in the Great Chen ruins. She recalled how weak the person before her was in the old capital of Yen country in Tianhuang mainland, and even needed her to save him. However, this weak and delicate scholar had grown way too quickly. At the 10,000 race meet, he was already close to catching up with her. Later on, this person established the martial Tao and imparted martial arts to all living beings, pacifying the chaos of the primordial races and suppressing the bloodline catastrophe. In the end, he ascended to the top and was conferred the title of Eternal Martial Emperor. At that time, this person had already completely surpassed her. Consort Yu had her own pride. She had once thought of taking a look at Little Fox and him at the same time. However, that day, a peerless and dazzling blood-robed woman suddenly appeared beside him. As such, she gave up on that thought. The blood-robed woman killed the Tianhuang witch race with a casual palm strike. With a wave of her hand, she slaughtered the living beings of the upper world and looked down on all living beings in an insufferably arrogant manner. Even now, Consort Yu could not forget the shock of seeing that scene back then. Even with her pride, she felt inferior in front of the blood-robed woman. Consort Yu's beauty was worthy of any praise in the world. It was enough to cause the downfall of a city and topple all living beings. Even the blood-robed woman seemed to be inferior to her beauty. However, if the two of them stood together, the blood-robed woman would be able to snatch away all the light on her body. Anyone who stood shoulder to shoulder with the blood-robed woman would turn dim. When Consort Yu saw the blood-robed woman holding Su Zimo's palm, she retracted some of her distracting thoughts and never looked for Su Zimo after that. However, she had not expected the two of them to reunite in Frost Springs Hell today. Furthermore, this person had already grown to this point and suppressed the entire Frost Springs Hell single-handedly. The two of them were silent for a long time. The martial Tao prime body was the first to speak. In Tianhuang mainland, I once saw you undergo tribulation transcendence and ascend with my own eyes. Why are you here? So, he was still paying attention to me in Tianhuang mainland. A thought flashed through Consort Yu's mind. She shook her head gently. At that time, I indeed underwent tribulation transcendence and ascended. However, during the process of ascending, I was struck by the turbulence of the starry skies and died on the spot. You died? The martial Tao prime body frowned slightly and asked, You're already dead? Of course. Consort Yu smiled bitterly. If I didn't already die, why would I come to the Hell world and transform into the ancient nether race in Frost Springs Hell? The martial Tao prime body was even more confused when he heard that. As though she could tell the confusion in the martial Tao prime body's heart, Consort Yu explained, generally speaking, when all living beings die, their souls will enter the netherworld. In the netherworld, after being baptized by the water of the yellow springs, one will lose the memories of their previous life. Then, under the guidance of the living beings of the netherworld, the souls of all living beings will be sent to the 6 paths. The hell world is one of the 6 paths. When he heard that, the martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat. Consort Yu's few sentences revealed too much information. Furthermore, the information was shocking enough. The 6 paths of the 6 paths of reincarnation were the heavenly Tao, human Tao, Azura Tao, beast Tao, hungry ghost Tao, and hell Tao. As for the so-called hell Tao, it was actually a vast world that could coexist with the medium kiliacosm. If the hell Tao was represented by a world, did that mean that the other 5 were the same? Perhaps that was the deeper meaning of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Consort Yu's words confirmed a previous guess of the martial Tao prime body. Hell and the netherworld were 2 completely different places but were inextricably linked. The martial Tao prime body asked, "Your soul was sent to the hell world. That's why you were reborn in Frost Springs Hell." Consort Yu nodded. The ancient nether race of the 9 hells are actually the souls of all living beings in the trichiliacosm. Through the netherworld, they were sent to the hell world of the 6 paths and obtained different powers from the 9 springs of hell, transformed from the spring water. To be precise, this isn't considered a rebirth. That's because these souls no longer have the memories of their previous lives and have completely gotten rid of all the imprints of their previous lives. They are born as a completely new life in the 9 springs of hell, the ancient nether race. The martial Tao prime body discovered the loophole and asked, "In that case, why do you still have the memories of your previous life when you transformed in Frost Springs Hell?" Consort Yu said, "That's because I once unintentionally obtained a magical flower called the Paramitha flower. There's nothing special about this flower in Tianhuang mainland. When my soul fell into the netherworld, I carried the Paramitha flower. The protection of that flower helped me preserve the memories of my previous life. Later on, I was transformed in the Frost Springs. Although I changed into this body and possessed the bloodline of the ancient nether race, I still retained the memories of my previous life." The martial Tao prime body nodded to himself. As long as she retained the memories of her previous life, from a certain perspective, Consort Yu was not truly dead. Or rather, this was just her rebirth. Consort Yu took out a bright red flower from her consciousness and said in confusion, "I've seen this Paramitha flower on both sides of the netherworld's Yellow Springs Road. I heard that the Paramitha flower only grows on both sides of the Yellow Springs Road. As such, I wonder why there was one of these in Tianhuang mainland." 2669 9 Springs Hell Sutra. Consort Yu's words resolved many questions in the heart of the martial Tao prime body and unveiled a corner of the mysterious veil of the hell world at the same time. The so-called transformation was not them being born out of thin air. Instead, it was a life form evolved from the souls of all living beings that entered the hell world after they died and borrowed the power of the 9 springs of hell. Although the ancient nether race in the hell world could not reproduce, as long as living beings died and entered the netherworld and hell, there would be an endless stream of ancient nether race beings born. The martial Tao prime body pondered for a moment and asked, "Since the souls of the netherworld can pass through the 6 paths and enter the hell world, can the living beings of the hell world head to the netherworld?" "No." Consort Yu shook her head. "Up till now, I've never heard of a path that can connect to the other worlds from the hell world. The netherworld and hell world are 2 independent worlds. To be precise, the minor kiliacosms, medium kiliacosms, netherworld and 6 paths are independent. However, there's a certain connection between them." The martial Tao prime body nodded to himself. When living beings of minor kiliacosms cultivated to a certain realm, they could ascend to a medium kiliacosm of a higher level. As for the living beings of the minor and medium kiliacosms, after they died, their souls could enter the netherworld. In the netherworld, souls could enter the hell world or the other 5 paths through the 6 paths of reincarnation. The martial Tao prime body asked, "If living beings in the minor and medium kiliacosms die and their souls enter the netherworld, they will enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Can we follow this lead and find the whereabouts of these souls? The reason why the Martial Tao Prime Body asked that was because he thought of his eldest brother, Su Hong and Xianxia. That's impossible. Consort Yu shook her head. Think about it. There are billions of minor kiliocosms and 3,000 medium kiliocosms. There are countless living beings and countless souls returning to the netherworld at every moment. How can we find them? Furthermore, after these souls were baptized by the Yellow Springs and lost their memories, they were completely cut off from their previous lives. If they experienced a few more reincarnations, it would be even more impossible to investigate. The Martial Tao Prime Body was silent. He knew in his heart that Consort Yu was right. At every moment, countless souls would enter the netherworld. Su Hong had already died for many years. His soul must have long entered the 6 paths after arriving at the netherworld and achieved reincarnation with his current whereabouts unknown. As for Xianxia, up till now, the Martial Tao Prime Body did not know what had happened to her. Xianxia had once passed away in his arms. However, in the end, Xianxia's corpse vanished into thin air in the coffin. The Martial Tao Prime Body had once thought that he might be able to find some clues in the netherworld. From the looks of it, even if he could enter the netherworld, he would probably not be able to find anything. How did you come to the hell world? Consort Yu had a puzzled expression and asked. From the looks of it, you don't look like you were born from the 9 springs of hell. I was pushed down an abyss in a secret ground and arrived here. The Martial Tao Prime Body described the entire process briefly. At the mention of that, he was still puzzled. Who was the old monk guarding the tomb? What did he have to do with the hell world? What was the old monk's motive for pushing him down? Consort Yu was confused about that as well. It was clear that she had never heard of the old monk guarding the tomb or Avicii. Your cultivation isn't slow. The spirit consciousness of the Martial Tao Prime Body swept past Consort Yu and he changed the topic. Consort Yu's cultivation was equivalent to a heaven immortal of the heavenly world and was similar to the other old friends of Tianhuang mainland. Consort Yu smiled. I transformed in the Hell Frost Springs and gained the bloodline of the ancient nether race as well as the cultivation technique of it. In the dark and sinister hell world, Consort Yu was much happier now that she was with an old friend from Tianhuang mainland. Unknowingly, a smile appeared on her face. In addition, the ancient nether race can cultivate a taboo mystic classic, the 9 Springs Hell Sutra. Consort Yu added, taboo mystic classic? The expression of the Martial Tao Prime Body changed. Only cultivation techniques cultivated, created, perfected, and passed down by great emperors could be called taboo mystic classic. How could a taboo mystic classic be cultivated casually by ancient nether race beings? When Consort Yu saw the strange expression on the Martial Tao Prime Body's face, she said, to be precise, it's only one section of the 9 Springs Hell Sutra, the Frost Springs section. Although it's only a single section and is not at the level of a taboo mystic classic, it can still be considered the best cultivation technique. The Martial Tao Prime Body asked. In that case, the 9 Springs Hell Sutra should have 9 sections corresponding to the 9 Springs of Hell? Consort Yu nodded. Every section is beside their respective hell's spring water. The ancient nether race of Frost Springs Hell can only cultivate the Frost Springs section. If they cultivate the other sections at the same time, there will be a huge problem. At best, their cultivation will dissipate. At worst, they might even die. I heard that before the Dharma-ending era, apart from the Lord of Hell, there were also some living beings of Hell who could cultivate many sections. However, ever since the Lord of Hell died, no one has been able to cultivate multiple sections. The Martial Tao Prime Body asked, why? Consort Yu replied, it's said that apart from the 9 sections, there's also the most important general section that combines and condenses the 9 sections. Only by mastering this general section can one cultivate the complete taboo mystic classic. This general section was engraved on an ancient mirror that the Lord of Hell carried with him. Ever since he died, the ancient mirror was lost as well. As time passed, this general section was gradually lost. When he heard that, the Martial Tao Prime Body's heart skipped a beat. He took out the Netherworld treasure mirror and handed it to Consort Yu. This is Consort Yu probed. The martial Dao prime body said, an ancient mirror I picked up in Avicii. It's rather evil and might be the ancient mirror of the Lord of Hell back then. However, the general section you mentioned is not on this ancient mirror. The martial Dao prime body turned the ancient mirror to the back. There are only 3 words on the back of the ancient mirror, Netherworld treasure mirror. Nothing else apart from that. Just as the martial Dao prime body flipped the Netherworld treasure mirror around, his palm brushed past the edge of the ancient mirror, and he felt a pain in his palm. It was bleeding. The gaze of the martial Dao prime body froze. How strong was his physique? When the true martial Dao body was cultivated to perfection, even ordinary grotto heaven spirit treasures could not injure him at all. Right now, the edge of the ancient mirror had inadvertently injured his palm. That was not all. Just as the martial Dao prime body was about to place the ancient mirror aside to check on the wound, a powerful devouring power burst forth from the edge of the ancient mirror. The Netherworld treasure mirror seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty weapon as it gulped down the bloodline of the martial Dao prime body along the wound like it was thirsty. Humph! The eyes of the martial Dao prime body flashed coldly and he flung it, wanting to throw the Netherworld treasure mirror down. However, it was as though the Netherworld treasure mirror had already grown in his wound. The edge of the ancient mirror was embedded into the wound and even went deeper. The martial Dao prime body could clearly sense that his bloodline was being plundered crazily by the Netherworld treasure mirror at an astonishing speed. If he could not stop this process, he would probably be sucked into a dried corpse in a dozen breaths. 2672 Mystic Classics. The martial Dao prime body summoned the Hell Suppression Tripod and smashed it towards the Netherworld treasure mirror. Clang! There was a loud bang. The Hell Suppression Tripod collided with the Netherworld treasure mirror and a sanguine light appeared on the mirror of the Netherworld treasure mirror, emitting an extremely evil and filthy power. Instantly, the Hell Suppression Tripod bounced off and enveloped the martial Dao prime body. The martial Dao prime body's heart skipped a beat. The evil and filthy power was extremely powerful and even the perfected true martial Dao body could not withstand it. The dermic Dao runes contained in his bones and body showed signs of dissipating. To think that the martial Dao prime body would be dragged into danger by the evil ancient mirror before he could encounter any powerful opponents in Frost Springs Hell. The martial Dao prime body did not have time to think. He summoned his soul lantern and released the martial spirit fire, igniting it. The soul lantern burned and was filled with a golden halo, dispelling the evil and filthy power in the surroundings. The martial Dao prime body wielded the soul lantern and placed it beneath the Netherworld treasure mirror, burning it with the flames of the soul lantern. Ah! A tragic cry sounded from the Netherworld treasure mirror. Immediately after, the Netherworld treasure mirror shuddered and fell from the wound on the palm of the martial Dao prime body, becoming silent once more. The martial Dao prime body heaved a sigh of relief. There was a high chance that the reaction of the Netherworld treasure mirror was caused by the weapon spirit. The awakening of this weapon spirit should have been triggered by the endless grotto heaven powers absorbed during the battle in the North Ridge. After the weapon spirit awakened, it made use of the Netherworld treasure mirror to devour essence blood crazily. Earlier on, the weapon spirit even harbored designs on the martial Dao prime body. The soul lantern possessed an extremely terrifying lethality towards spirit bodies and souls. Therefore, although the martial Dao prime body could not injure the Netherworld treasure mirror after summoning the soul lantern, it caused immense damage to the weapon spirit. The martial Dao prime body roasted the Netherworld treasure mirror with the soul lantern for a while more. The Netherworld treasure mirror was silent and did not react anymore. It was as though the weapon spirit had already been destroyed by the soul lantern. The martial Dao prime body extinguished the soul lantern and put it away before picking up the Netherworld treasure mirror again. This time round, a strange feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. It was as though he had already established a faint connection with the Netherworld treasure mirror. The martial Dao prime body speculated that the appearance of this feeling might be related to the Netherworld treasure mirror devouring his bloodline earlier on. He tried to activate it a few more times, but there was no reaction from the Netherworld treasure mirror. Up till now, he still did not know what use the ancient mirror had and how to activate it. However, this time round, when his spirit consciousness surged into the Netherworld treasure mirror, he seemed to have sensed something. With a thought, dense strange runes appeared slowly on the mirror of the Netherworld treasure mirror. There are words. Consort Yu looked at the strange runes on the Netherworld treasure mirror and exclaimed softly, "It's the Nether language." The martial Tao prime body took a look. The strange runes on the Netherworld treasure mirror clearly came from the same source as the words in the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra that the Green Lotus True Body had shown him. "This is the Nether language?" the martial Tao prime body asked. Consort Yu nodded and paused for a moment before shaking her head. "I don't know the details either. However, the living beings of hell call them Nether language. The Nine Springs Hell Sutra is written in such words." The martial Tao prime body asked again, "Can you understand the Nether language?" "Yes." Consort Yu nodded. She had transformed in the Hell Frost Springs and stayed in Frost Springs Hell for thousands of years, so she was already proficient in such strange runes. Consort Yu looked at the strange runes on the Netherworld treasure mirror and said excitedly, "This is the general section of the Nine Springs Hell Sutra. Put it away quickly and don't show it to anyone." The martial Tao prime body said casually, "It's fine. Take a look as you please." Consort Yu's heart skipped a beat as she glanced at the martial Tao prime body quickly before retracting her gaze. The general section could sort out the 9 sections of the Hell Sutra and contain the core Dharmic Tao of that secret manual. It's no small deal. Back then, only the Lord of Hell was in control of the general section. If the other Hell Lords made great contributions, they could obtain a reward from the Lord of Hell, and he would impart a few sentences from the general section to them. Even so, it was enough for those Hell Lords to benefit endlessly. But now, the person before her did not hide anything and allowed her to read the Secret Skill Sutra as she pleased. Consort Yu's heart could not help but stir. Right then, the martial Tao prime body continued, "After you're done reading, you can explain to me the meaning of the Nether language." So that's his intention. Consort Yu thought to herself with a look of disappointment. She abandoned those distracting thoughts and gathered her attention before long to read the general section of the Netherworld treasure mirror. As she read it herself, she explained the Nether language on the Netherworld treasure mirror to the martial Tao prime body word by word. It took Consort Yu an entire night to finish annotating the general section. This night was a huge drain on her spirit as well. The Dharmic Tao contained in the general section was indeed incomparably profound. If she wanted to comprehend the essence of it, she would need some time to figure it out. Of course, this general section allowed her future cultivation path to suddenly become incomparably broad and bright. If she had the chance in the future to obtain the other 8 sections of the Hell Sutra, it would be equivalent to her obtaining the complete 9 Springs Hell Sutra. The cultivation realm of the martial Tao prime body was even higher. He had read many high-grade cultivation techniques and even a few taboo mystic classics. Given his judgment and talent, he naturally benefited even more overnight. Initially, he had doubts about whether the 9 Springs Hell Sutra was a taboo mystic classic. However, after reading the general section, he was almost certain that the 9 Springs Hell Sutra was a taboo mystic classic. The Dharmic Tao contained in the sutra was exquisite and only taboo mystic classics could reach that level. In that case, the Lord of Hell of the past should have cultivated to the level of a great emperor. Of course, the martial Tao prime body did not only obtain the general sutra of a taboo mystic classic overnight. Through Consort Yu's explanation, he understood a lot more about the Nether language. There were only 600-odd words in the 2 sections of the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. Right now, the martial Tao prime body could already read the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra on his own. The martial Tao prime body merely browsed through it briefly and felt that the 600-odd words in the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra were even more profound. Every single word and sentence seemed to contain some maxim of the great Tao. If one pondered for a moment, they would be able to comprehend other Dharmic Taos with endless profundities. The Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra seemed to be of a higher level than the 9 Springs Hell Sutra. At the very least, it was a taboo mystic classic as well. Right? As though she had recalled something, Consort Yu said with a grim expression. If word gets out about today's battle, the experts of the other 8 hells won't sit idly by. Yes. The thoughts of the martial Tao prime body were focused on the 2 cultivation technique sutras as he replied distractedly. In fact, I suspect that the 8 hells will join forces to deal with you. Afraid that the martial Tao prime body did not know the pros and cons, Consort Yu continued. Didn't you see Tang Kong's bitter expression when you made him Hell Lord Frost Springs? He must have realized the consequences of this matter as well. You can't be careless. 2671 Hell Frost Springs. The martial Tao prime body pondered in silence. If the 8 hells joined forces, it would indeed be quite troublesome. Previously, when he killed Hell Lord Frost Springs, he caught the latter off guard and made use of the Hell Suppression Tripod. If the combat strength of the 8 Hell Lords was comparable to Hell Lord Frost Springs, once they joined forces, it would be difficult for him to defend even if he summoned the Hell Suppression Tripod. The Netherworld Treasure Mirror was too evil, and he did not know how to activate it. The Soul Lantern was extremely harmful to the essence spirit and soul. However, it was difficult for the Soul Lantern to cause direct damage to the various Hell Lords who possessed actual bodies and bloodlines. Furthermore, there was an invisible danger hidden in his Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. Every time he released the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven, his spirit perception would warn him. If this danger could not be resolved, he had to be careful in the future battles and could not casually summon the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. Fortunately, there were no Emperor Realm experts in the Hell World under the envelopment of the Dharma Ending era. If he could take the most critical step in his martial Tao, he would not be afraid even if the 8 Hell Lords joined forces. The martial Tao prime body asked, "Is there a place here where I can enter seclusion?" Right now, the most important thing for him was to make the best use of his time and cultivate in seclusion. He had to absorb and digest the 2 sutras he had just obtained and perfect the next step of the martial Tao. After all, the 8 hells had been independent for many years. It was not easy for all that power to join forces within a short period of time. This was an opportunity for the martial Tao prime body. Consort Yu said, beside the Hell Frost Springs, there are a few secret chambers where the Hell Lord used to cultivate. There are array formations and restrictions engraved outside that prevent others from approaching. The Nether Chi beside the Frost Springs is also the richest, and you can better absorb the power of the Hell Frost Springs. All right, the martial Tao prime body nodded. It was a good opportunity for him to experience the legendary 9 springs of hell that possessed strange powers. Consort Yu sped into the depths of the hall with the martial Tao prime body. The closer they were to the back of the hall, the colder the temperature became. The surrounding hall was clearly covered in a layer of frost. By the way, there's one more thing, Consort Yu reminded. The Frost Springs exudes a bone-chilling coldness and has an obvious suppression on living beings of other bloodlines. It's the most harmful to aquatic living beings. As an ancient nether race being, Consort Yu was born from the Frost Springs and was resistant to the Hell Frost Springs. However, other living beings of hell could not approach at all. The martial Tao prime body remained silent. As the 2 of them went deeper and the temperature decreased, Consort Yu was fine. However, she was surprised to discover that the martial Tao prime body could move freely as well, as though he was not affected at all. On the contrary, when she stood beside the martial Tao prime body, she could still sense that there was a gigantic walking furnace beside her that was warm and extremely comfortable. Even ancient nether race beings from the other hells had to release grotto heavens to defend against the chill. The 2 of them passed through a long passageway, and before long, their vision cleared up. What entered their vision was a gigantic lake that was filled with mist and transformed into various living beings in midair. At the center of the lake, a water stream the size of a well could be seen surging continuously. Broop, broop. The spring water flowed towards the surroundings, creating ripples that formed the gigantic Frost Springs lake. If he was not wrong, the surging water in the middle of the lake should be the eye of the Hell Frost Springs. The martial Tao prime body swept his gaze and realized that he could vaguely see traces of the mud beneath his feet being submerged by the Frost Springs previously. Consort Yu explained, I heard that before the Dharma Ending era of hell, the water flowing in the Frost Springs was much larger than what we saw before. The lake formed was also several times larger than the one before us and could drown more than half of this main hall. Later on, the world shattered, the great Tao was damaged and the laws were incomplete. As a result, the frost springs gradually dried up and the lake shrank, resulting in its current state. The martial Tao prime body looked at the hell frost springs before him in deep thought. The nether chi around the hell frost springs was indeed the densest. In other words, it was not an exaggeration to call it the center of Frost Springs Hell. Its use and status might be even more important than the builder tree to the heavenly world. In the heavenly world, the builder tree could gather heaven and earth essence chi and form a regional continent suitable for all kinds of living beings to cultivate. As for the hell frost springs before him, it could be said to be the source of the nether chi in Frost Springs Hell. The spring water was different from the builder tree. The builder tree grew in the central area of the heavenly world and was motionless. As for the spring water, it flowed continuously and traced its source. There had to be a spring on the other side of the frost springs. The eye of the hell frost springs was right in front of the martial Tao prime body. In that case, where was the source of the spring? The martial Tao prime body was curious as to what kind of spring source could evolve into such dense nether chi. The powerful power even nourished the spring water of the entire Frost Springs Hell. The martial Tao prime body stepped forward and arrived at the side of the Frost Springs Lake. The temperature by the lake was even lower. Even with the terrifying blood chi of the martial Tao prime body, he could feel a needle-like chilliness on his body. His eyebrows and long hair were covered in a layer of frost. He looked towards the Frost Springs Lake and narrowed his eyes slightly. Through the layers of coldness, one could vaguely see balls of light of various shapes floating in the lake, nurturing different living beings. There were humans, demons, giants, and dragons. At a glance, there were countless living beings of the 10,000 races. Those balls of light were like fetal membranes. The living beings in the fetal membranes were souls that had entered the Hell Tao. The souls soaked in the water of the frost springs and absorbed the power of the hell frost springs continuously, using that power to gradually derive flesh and blood to obtain new life. The souls that had just entered the Frost Springs Lake sank to the bottom of the lake. As time passed, these souls absorbed enough power and regained their bodies. When they were about to wake up, they would float up. That scene looked a little strange and hair-raising. There were also some guards guarding the Frost Springs Lake. The guards already knew the outcome of the battle outside and looked at the martial Tao prime body with fear. Consort Yu explained, "These are the escort guards of the ancient nether race who guard this place. For the transformed ancient nether race, guards will guide them and impart the Tao to awaken their bloodlines before letting them head over to cultivate the Frost Springs section." Following Consort Yu's gaze, the martial Tao prime body saw a tall stele standing beside the Frost Springs Lake. There were dense words engraved on it, all of them strange runes. The martial Tao prime body approached and read the Frost Springs section from top to bottom. He first read the general section of the Nine Springs Hell Sutra before reading the Frost Springs section. It was much smoother and some obscure points became easy to understand. The martial Tao prime body memorized the Frost Springs section again before arriving at a secret cultivation chamber at the side under Consort Yu's guidance. Although it was called a secret chamber, it was actually rather spacious and was equivalent to a rather large cave abode. There were many miscellaneous items inside. The martial Tao prime body gave Consort Yu a few more instructions before entering seclusion in the secret chamber to cultivate. This seclusion was extremely important. It would be a leap of a major realm that determined the upper limit of the martial Tao in the future. 2672 opportunity. It had been 10 days since the 9 firmament meet. During this period of time, the news of desolate martial of the fiend domain causing a ruckus at the 9 firmament meet spread through the heavenly world and caused a huge commotion. Almost everyone in the heavenly world knew that a new fiend had been born in the fiend domain. At the 9 firmament meet, he suppressed the immortal kings of the 2 domains and even alarmed the emperor experts of the 2 domains. This matter had even spread to the heavenly world, and the living beings and experts of the other worlds had heard of it. The news of the 9 firmament meet spread continuously in the heavenly world and attracted countless discussions. No one knew that the instigator of this matter, desolate marshal of the fiend domain, had already fallen into the hell world and was completely isolated from the medium kiliocosm. As for the Green Lotus true body, he cultivated in seclusion in the battle kingdom of the Green Firmament Immortal domain in search of an opportunity to break through. At the 9 firmament meet, Su Zimo made use of the Builder Tree, and the Green Lotus true body had already absorbed enough energy essence to support him in condensing his Tao fruit and advancing to the perfected One realm. However, it was far more difficult for him to become a perfected immortal than other cultivators and living beings. That was because the Green Lotus true body had cultivated many completely different Dharmic Taos. Furthermore, the power of every Dharmic Tao was extremely strong. Almost all of them were comprehended after cultivating taboo mystic classics and could not be assimilated and devoured by other Dharmic Taos. As the human monarch and immortal Queen Ling Long had said, if not for the fact that he was the creation Green Lotus, his body and essence spirit would not have been able to contain so many Dharmic Taos and would have exploded long ago. Due to the creation Green Lotus, be it the immortal, Buddhist, fiend or demon Taos, they were all his creations and opportunities. Before reaching the perfected One realm, he did not encounter much trouble. However, if he wanted to advance to the perfected One realm, he had to condense a Tao fruit. The Tao fruit was condensed from the essence and profoundness of one's Dharmic Tao and could be said to be the culmination of his skills. However, the 4 different Dharmic Taos of the immortal, Buddhist, fiend and demon Taos would face immense repulsion and conflict once he attempted to condense a Tao fruit. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Su Zimo needed an opportunity. If it was before this, it would be difficult for him to obtain this opportunity in a short period of time. He might not be able to take that step even in 10 years or 100,000 years, let alone 10 days. However, immortal Queen Ling Long's guidance and translation of the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra was too helpful to him. Given his current cultivation, he could not comprehend his own Dharmic Tao from the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra. Even so, he had obtained many insights from the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra for the past 10 days. All things in the world possessed the Dharmic Tao of Yin and Yang. There were equivalent embodiments of everything. Heaven and earth, the sun and moon, day and night, cold and heat, motion and stillness, opening and closing, life and death. Yin and Yang was the Tao of heaven and earth and the outline of all living beings. It was the beginning of life and death where the gods took residence. If he wanted to condense the Dharmic Taos of the immortal Buddhist, fiend and demon Taos into a Tao fruit, he had to supplement it with the Tao of Yin and Yang and fuse the 2 opposing powers into a single unity. In the cave abode, Su Zimo suddenly opened his eyes. His left eye was pitch black and his right was pure white. The 2 nether illumination stones seemed to have transformed into Yin and Yang as they flashed through his eyes. Su Zimo floated down from his seat. At the entrance of the cave abode, Lin Luo woke up from her cultivation when she heard the commotion inside and stood up. For the past few days, she had been protecting Su Zimo here. If Su Zimo had any instructions, she could help at any time. How's everything? Lin Luo looked at Su Zimo with a hint of anticipation. The 2 of them had the same cultivation realm. However, she had yet to find an opportunity to break through. Su Zimo did not say anything and merely nodded. Lin Luo was smart and instantly understood what Su Zimo meant. Her eyes lit up. I'll inform Mother right away. She pushed open the cave abode and was about to send a message when Lin Zhan's figure suddenly appeared not far away. Luoer, what's wrong? For the past few days, Lin Luo was not the only one. Lin Zhan did not go far either. He presided over the vicinity while Su Zimo cultivated. Su Zimo bowed to Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan's face was clearly much rosier than 10 days ago. The Yin Yang Talisman Sutra was indeed a strange book. In just 10 days, it had a considerable effect on Lin Zhan's injuries. Of course, after all, the time was too short. Lin Zhan's injuries had yet to recover, and he was not at his past peak. Before Lin Luo could speak, Lin Zhan swept his gaze across Su Zimo and sensed the immense energy that was about to spew out from his body. This was a sign that he was about to break through. Good, good, good. Lin Zhan nodded repeatedly. Ling Long has been setting up an immortal formation for the past few days to block the detection of auras. Follow me. Lin Zhan tore through the void with Su Zimo and Lin Luo and descended into a valley. This is the territory of the Battle Kingdom and is uninhabited within a radius of 500 kilometers. Lin Zhan explained. With the help of the Immortal Formation and Ling Long casting dermic arts to help you conceal the heavenly secrets, you will be able to undergo tribulation transcendence here without attracting the attention of anyone. It'll help you hide from the world. Thank you, seniors. Su Zimo bowed in thanks. This was of utmost importance to him. The tussle between him and the mastermind had long begun. Prior to this, he was passive in every aspect and was in the open. In fact, he did not even know who was manipulating his fate. But now, with the help of the human monarch and immortal Queen Ling Long, he could take the initiative in this tussle. Right then, immortal Queen Ling Long sensed the commotion and approached as well. Lin Lei followed behind her. Both of them looked pale and their auras were weak. In order to set up this immortal formation for 10 days, immortal Queen Ling Long and Lin Lei clearly expended a lot of energy. Su Zimo was grateful and thanked her once more. He looked at Lin Lei and cupped his fists as well. Brother Lin, thank you. Lin Lei nodded and said indifferently, There's no need to thank me. If not for the Soraka fruit and 9 revolutions yang reversion pill you gave my younger sister back then, I wouldn't have bothered to help you. Su Zimo smiled and did not say anything. Immortal Queen Ling Long frowned slightly and shook her head helplessly, thinking to herself, Child, if you knew that you and Luor were saved by him in Langfeng City of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain back then, I wonder how ashamed you would be now. This matter involved Su Zimo's secret and immortal Queen Ling Long could not explain it. She could only roll her eyes at Lin Lei. Immortal Queen Ling Long turned to look at Su Zimo and said gently, Zimo, this immortal formation has already been set up. Just focus on tribulation transcendence here and don't have any reservations. What you have to do is deal with the perfected one heavenly tribulation properly and not be careless. Lin Zhan also reminded. The perfected one heavenly tribulation is no small matter. Especially from the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation onwards, it will produce a qualitative increase and its power will increase exponentially. You have to be careful. Lin Zhan glared at Lin Lei again. Back then, when Layer underwent the perfected one heavenly tribulation, he was almost struck to death by the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation. At the mention of this, Lin Lei's face flushed red. Lin Lei could not stand being scolded by his father in front of others and did not dare to retort. He could only mutter softly, Let's talk about it if he even attracts the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Generally speaking, the stronger one's talent and potential were, the more terrifying the perfected one heavenly tribulation would be. Thunder Monarch Feng Cantion and Human Monarch Lin Zhan had once attracted the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Lin Lei and Immortal Queen Ling Long both received the baptism of the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation in the past. Those that could attract the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation were already rare paragons. 2673 perfected one heavenly tribulation. The two of you can go back. Immortal Queen Ling Long glanced at Lin Lei and Lin Luo and suddenly said, Su Zimo's tribulation transcendence this time round was no small matter. During the process of resisting the heavenly tribulation, the bloodline of the creation Green Lotus would definitely be exposed. Of course, Immortal Queen Ling Long believed in her 2 children. However, this matter concerned Su Zimo's life and safety. The fewer people who knew, the better. Lin Lei did not say anything. He was not interested in Su Zimo's tribulation transcendence to begin with. A look of disappointment flashed through Lin Luo's eyes. She had also cultivated to become a grade 9 heaven immortal, but she did not sense the opportunity to break through. To her, Su Zimo's perfected one heavenly tribulation was not only a rare experience. It might also allow her to gain some insights and find an opportunity to break through. Su Zimo's expression changed. Sensing the change in Lin Luo's emotions, he could not help but smile. Seniors, let them stay here and watch. Well, Immortal Queen Ling Long was a little hesitant. Su Zimo shook his head gently, indicating that it was fine. He could tell what Immortal Queen Ling Long was worried about. However, he had a feeling that after today's tribulation transcendence, His Green Lotus bloodline might not be able to remain hidden. Even if the mastermind did not attack, he would choose to lay his cards on the table. Furthermore, for the past few days, Lin Luo had been guarding him in the cave abode while Lin Lei set up an array formation here. Letting them watch from the side could be considered repayment for the two of them. Immortal Queen Linglong was overjoyed to obtain Su Zimo's agreement. The tribulation transcendence of the creation Green Lotus was rare in history and was bound to be a great wonder since the ancient times. No one knew what would happen. However, what was certain was that if Lin Lei and Lin Luo could watch from the side, it would definitely be an opportunity that could only be chanced upon by luck. "Aren't you going to thank him?" Immortal Queen Linglong reminded from the side. Lin Luo cupped his fists at Su Zimo happily. "Brother Su, thank you. What's there to thank him for?" Lin Lei was puzzled and pouted. "What's there to see? It's not like I haven't passed the perfected one heavenly tribulation before." "Humph." Lin Zhan swept his gaze and said coldly. Back in the Fiend domain, the Thunder Monarch was lucky enough to witness Desolate Marshal undergo tribulation transcendence, and was able to enter the Grotto Heaven to be bestowed the title of king. "What do you mean, what's there to see? Can you compare to the Thunder Monarch?" Lin Lei was the most afraid of his father. After being reprimanded by Lin Zhan, he did not dare to retort and remained silent. However, he did not think much of it and lamented internally. "I can't compare to Senior Thunder Monarch, but Su Zimo isn't Desolate Marshal either." At that moment, Su Zimo had already arrived at the center of the valley. Human Monarch Lin Zhan, Immortal Queen Linglong, Lin Lei and Lin Luo retreated one after another and arrived at the peak of a mountain at the edge of the valley, watching from afar. Bang! Boom! The moment Su Zimo stood still, a deep and rumbling thunder sounded from the skies, as though countless gods were driving chariots that were approaching slowly from the firmaments. A moment ago, the sky was clear and cloudless. The next moment, countless dark clouds floated over and condensed continuously, spinning slowly, forming a gigantic black cloud vortex above the valley. As time passed by, the color of the cloud vortex darkened and changed violently, as though ink could drip from it. Red lightning bolts were already faintly visible in the black clouds. Massive and dense black clouds covered the skies, and the entire valley seemed to be enveloped in a gloomy black. Space seemed to have frozen, and the atmosphere was oppressive. An immense might lingered in the world, and everything was silent. Lin Lei frowned slightly. Although it was only the first level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation, he could clearly sense that the first level was much stronger and more terrifying than the one he experienced back then. "It seems a little stronger than the one Big Brother faced back then," Lin Luo whispered as well. Crack! The moment she said that, the first heavenly tribulation descended. A scarlet bolt of lightning descended from the skies and tore through the night, landing on Su Zimo's body in a blinding manner. Boom! Su Zimo stood on the spot motionlessly, letting the scarlet lightning strike his head as his body was surrounded by electric arcs. He bathed in the lightning and used the perfected one heavenly tribulation to temper his Green Lotus true body crazily. During this process, the Green Lotus true body grew rapidly as well and advanced towards grade 12. To Su Zimo, transcending the perfected one heavenly tribulation was not only about condensing the Tao fruit. His Green Lotus true body would also be reborn in this heavenly tribulation and grow to its peak, completely mature. To use the heavenly tribulation to cleanse and temper one's body, one would only have the confidence if their physique and bloodline were strong enough. In Su Zimo's eyes, the perfected one heavenly tribulation was not a killing calamity but a huge opportunity. The Green Lotus true body could only transform completely after bathing in lightning and enduring the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. Boom! 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 There were a total of 9 heavenly tribulations in the first level. Each one was stronger than the other and was filled with a ferocious might. The first heavenly tribulation was only as thick as a baby's arm. By the 9th bolt, it had already transformed into a scarlet sea of lightning that surged towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo stood unmoved in the sea. Not only did his aura not weaken at all, it was rising continuously. When the lightning sea faded and the first level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation ended, Lin Lei and Lin Luo could clearly see that Su Zimo was unharmed. He did not move a single finger right from the beginning. How powerful! Lin Luo heaved a sigh of relief and praised. It's all right. Lin Lei nodded as well. Sister, do you still remember that back when I transcended the perfected one heavenly tribulation? I relied on my physique and bloodline to survive the first 3 levels of the heavenly tribulation. Lin Lei did not say it explicitly, but his meaning was clear. He wanted to prove that he was stronger than Su Zimo. Of course, Lin Luo understood. She smiled and did not say anything. As the two of them spoke, the second level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation had already descended. Yellow lightning fell continuously with a tremendous might that shook the world. The first, second, ninth. The ninth heavenly tribulation of the second level had already transformed into a golden sea of lightning that shone with a blinding golden light that pierced through the void, as though it wanted to destroy the entire valley. Su Zimo was still motionless, as though his feet had already taken root deep underground. No matter how the sea of lightning struck and how great the tsunami was, it could not destroy him. After the second level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation ended, as though it sensed that it could not pose any threat to Su Zimo, the third level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation descended quickly without giving Su Zimo any chance to catch his breath. Green lightning struck one after another. The bloodline in the green lotus true body circulated continuously and absorbed the surrounding lightning crazily, like a whale swallowing a cow. Every single bone in Su Zimo's body began to flash with electric arcs. Enveloped by the heavenly tribulation and washed by the lightning, he closed his eyes and multitasked. He even began to cultivate the Void Thunder manual and used the power of the heavenly tribulation to temper his body and bones once more, changing his blood through marrow cleansing. Cultivating a cultivation technique during the tribulation transcendence could be said to be unprecedented. In the blink of an eye, the third level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation dissipated. Su Zimo stood on the spot the entire time without moving or even opening his eyes. Lin Lei gradually frowned. Back then, although he relied on his physique and bloodline to survive the first 3 levels and a total of 27 heavenly tribulations, he was also in a sorry state and was covered in injuries. He was not as calm as how Su Zimo was now. Those who did not know better would think that this person had fallen asleep during the tribulation transcendence. Lin Luo glanced at Lin Lei with a faint smile. By now, the difference between the two of them was obvious. 2674 opening his eyes to break the lightning tribulation. The fourth level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation accumulated. Blue lightning intertwined and condensed into a gigantic beam of light that descended from the skies and smashed onto Su Zimo. Against the fourth level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation, Su Zimo still did not choose to use any divine powers, secret skills, or divine weapons. He closed his eyes the entire time and bathed in lightning, tempering his body with the heavenly tribulation. Boom! 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 Thunder rumbled deafeningly. Under the continuous bombardment, in the blink of an eye, the ninth heavenly tribulation of the fourth level had already condensed. In the sky above the valley, an azure sea had already formed and surged, as though it wanted to destroy everything in the world. It washed over the figure in the middle of the valley continuously, wanting to destroy it. However, the figure stood at the bottom of the deep sea motionlessly. The aura in his body was still rising continuously and getting stronger. This seemed to be a provocation to the heavenly tribulation. Lin Lei pursed his lips tightly and remained silent. He knew very well the power of the fourth level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation. Back then, he survived the fourth level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation entirely because of the divine weapon his father forged for him. Bang! Boom! In the blink of an eye, the fifth level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation descended. Purple lightning surged over and the lightning was world-shaking. Purple light filled the world and it was bedazzling. Among the 4 people watching from afar, Lin Luo's cultivation realm was the lowest. She felt her vision burn and there was only endless purple light left. She could not even see Su Zimo's figure. Even though she was standing at the edge of the valley, she could still sense the terror of the purple lightning tide in the valley. Lin Luo was secretly shocked. Given her condition, even if she broke through now, it would be difficult for her to survive the 5th level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation. The experience of watching from the sidelines made Lin Luo realize her shortcomings. Instead, she calmed down and was no longer in a hurry to find an opportunity to break through. She was prepared to continue cultivating and sharpen her dermic Dao. Finally, the purple lightning tide retreated. Lin Luo focused her gaze. Su Zimo was still standing in the distance without moving. Even the vegetation around him was destroyed by the purple lightning tide, and the sand and soil were charred. However, he was still dressed in green robes and was spotless. He took on the first 5 levels of the perfected one heavenly tribulations with just his physique and bloodline. Immortal Queen Ling Long looked at Lin Zhan and said softly, "Back then, you seem to have done the same." Lin Zhan shook his head gently. "Back then, in order to temper my body, I chose to undergo tribulation transcendence with my own body. However, I could only last until the 5th level at most. My skin and flesh were lacerated by the heavenly tribulation and I was mangled. It was far from as easy as him. In my opinion, with his physique and bloodline, it won't be a problem for him to take on the 6th level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation head-on." When he heard that, Lin Lei's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he said, "Previously, there were rumors that Su Zimo was a member of the dragon race and possessed the bloodline of the dragon race. Could that be true?" According to what he knew, among the living beings of the 10,000 races, only a few races such as the God race and the dragon race could survive the 5th level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation with their bodies. Furthermore, they had to be peerless monster incarnates of their races. "Rumors can't be trusted," Immortal Queen Ling Long said indifferently. As they spoke, the 6th level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation had already descended. The gray lightning was mixed with a deathly aura and life was destroyed wherever it passed. Gray lightning bolts descended one after another, as though they were not heavenly tribulations but scythes from the netherworld that harvested life. The gray lightning struck Su Zimo's body with a series of loud bangs. Right in front of the 4 of them, Su Zimo finally moved. However, he merely swayed slightly before returning to normal. Su Zimo still did not open his eyes. Ever since the tribulation transcendence, he had stood there and allowed the heavenly tribulation to attack him one after another. He stood tall like a god who controlled lightning. Even though the 6th level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation was about to end, Su Zimo was not injured at all. Not to mention that they had never seen or heard of such a tribulation transcendence method. Even Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Ling Long did not dare to imagine it with their knowledge. As expected of the creation Green Lotus, the 2 of them looked at each other and lamented. Suddenly, Lin Luo said, "Brother Su, will he attract the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation?" The 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Upon hearing those words, Lin Lei was shocked and said immediately, "How is that possible? The 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation might not even appear in 1,000,000 years in the heavenly world. Back then, even Father only faced the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Furthermore, how powerful is the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation? Throughout history, according to ancient records, more than half of the paragons and monster incarnates died under the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. If a 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation is truly provoked by him, he might end up dying instead. In reality, Lin Lei could tell that given the current situation, the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation was clearly not Su Zimo's limit. From that point of view, Su Zimo had already surpassed him. Bang! Boom! The 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation was condensed and the color of the lightning was even darker. It had already turned pitch black and emitted a shuddering aura. Lin Lei clenched his fists instinctively. Although he had already undergone the tribulation transcendence many years ago, the sight of the black lightning still evoked some fear in the depths of his memories. Back then, he truly had a slim chance of survival against the impact of the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation. He knew very well how terrifying the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation was. Lin Lei believed that Su Zimo could not defend against the impact of the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation with just his body and bloodline. Boom! The first heavenly tribulation of the 7th level descended. The pitch-black lightning was like a black spear that was indestructible and unstoppable. Su Zimo remained motionless and did not even open his eyes. Just as the black spear was about to pierce the top of his head, he suddenly extended a finger and collided with the black spear. When the spearhead collided with the fingertip, the world trembled. A visible void ripple spread in all directions and airwaves surged with lightning. The black spear shattered. Just like that, the first heavenly tribulation of the 7th level was destroyed by Su Zimo with a single finger. Lin Lei was dumbfounded. He could undergo tribulation transcendence like that? Back then, the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation that slashed him half to death was destroyed by a single finger of this person. There were no divine powers, secret skills, divine weapons, or dermic treasures. How could Lin Lei know that Su Zimo's green lotus true body had already grown to the peak of grade 11 with the baptism and tempering of the previous heavenly tribulations? There was also the refinement of the taboo mystic classics, the Jade Pure Jade Manual and the Heaven Burial Sutra, on top of the augmentation of the divine elephant breathing technique, the Void Thunder Manual and many other top-tier cultivation techniques. Even top-grade divine weapons could not compare to his physique and bloodline. Boom! The second heavenly tribulation of the 9th level descended. Su Zimo closed 2 fingers and formed a sword art, pointing towards the heavenly tribulation. Bang! The second heavenly tribulation dissipated once more. Boom! 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 A few heavenly tribulations descended from the skies one after another. Su Zimo closed his eyes and merely waved one hand. His fingers, fists, palms and seals changed wantonly and shattered the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation at will. In the blink of an eye, the 8th heavenly tribulation of the 7th level had already ended. The 9th heavenly tribulation condensed continuously in the firmaments and countless lightning bolts spun slowly, forming a pitch-black lightning tide, prepared to accumulate the power of the heavenly tribulation to its peak before pouring down. Right then, Su Zimo raised his head and opened his eyes. A blinding light burst forth from his right eye. Boom! The beam of light charged into the pitch-black lightning tide and exploded it into pieces. 2675 fighting the heavenly tribulation. Well, Lin Lei and Lin Luo were dumbfounded. That was the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation, the black lightning tide that almost killed Lin Lei back then. But now it was destroyed by a single gaze from Su Zimo. Even human monarch Lin Zhan and immortal Queen Ling Long revealed shocked expressions, let alone the siblings. The two of them had long known about the bloodline of Su Zimo's green lotus true body. However, they did not expect him to be so powerful. A single visual technique shattered the final lightning tide of the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation. What kind of method was that? Lin Zhan glanced at Lin Lei beside him. You should have realized the difference between the two of you by now, right? Lin Lei remained silent. This meant that if he was a grade 9 heaven immortal, Su Zimo would be able to suppress him with that visual technique alone. The difference was way too great. Lin Lei clenched his fists and consoled himself internally, thinking to himself, tribulation transcendence is only a process and can't represent future achievements. Perhaps when Su Zimo advances to the perfected one realm and cultivates to my realm, it's still unknown who's stronger. Lin Lei had a preconceived impression of Su Zimo and thought that Su Zimo approached Lin Luo with ulterior motives. That was why he was biased. It was not that Lin Lei was targeting Su Zimo on purpose. It was because over the years, the Battle Kingdom had been plagued by internal and external troubles and was unstable. There were countless enemies and opponents watching them in the dark. There were people who had designs on Lin Luo in the past as well, so Lin Lei had no choice but to be careful. When the two of them first met, Su Zimo was only a grade 5 heaven immortal. Initially, Lin Lei did not take Su Zimo seriously given the disparity in their cultivation realms. But now, when he saw that Su Zimo was showing signs of surpassing him, he could not accept it for a moment. While Lin Lei was letting his imagination run wild, the 8th level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation had already been condensed. Crack! a white heavenly tribulation descended from the skies. This time round, Su Zimo did not stand on the spot. Instead, he soared into the air and charged towards the heavenly tribulation. Back then, the martial Tao Prime body made that choice when he welcomed the 8th level of the true martial heavenly tribulation. Now, the green lotus true body chose to fight the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation as well. Boom! Su Zimo raised his hand and punched, colliding with the white heavenly tribulation. His body shuddered and his momentum of soaring into the skies stopped instantly in midair. White electric arcs surged into the green lotus true body through his pores, washing through his flesh, bones, and organs. Su Zimo frowned slightly. The power of the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation had been raised to another level. Although the green lotus true body received the first 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation, he suffered quite a blow as well. The 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation is no small matter. Lin Zhan said sternly, since ancient times, no one has been able to withstand the impact of the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation with their bodies. Immortal Queen Ling Long said, back then, you were severely injured by the impact of the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation and almost lost your life. The situation at that time is still unforgettable. In midair, Su Zimo stood in midair, as though he was digesting the power of the first 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Crack! The 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation did not give him any chance to catch his breath as the second heavenly tribulation arrived instantly. Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he summoned his innate divine power, the 6-tusk divine strength. Behind him, 6 ivory tusks that were as white as jade pierced through his flesh and grew rapidly. They were sharp and emanated a powerful ancient aura. Su Zimo's flesh and essence spirit strength increased by 6 times instantly. Eh? Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Ling Long exclaimed softly. The two of them could clearly see 2 other tusks vaguely appear beneath the 6 divine elephant tusks behind Su Zimo. However, the 2 tusks were extremely young and there were only 2 phantoms. They could not compare to the 6 divine elephant tusks at all. Although there were only 2 additional young tusks, Su Zimo exuded a strange aura. Peerless divine power? Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Ling Long looked at each other and could tell what the other party was thinking. That innate divine power had already touched the threshold of a peerless divine power. In reality, after Su Zimo obtained the divine elephant breathing technique, he would deduce and comprehend it every time he entered seclusion. After the 6-tusk divine strength was synthesized with the divine elephant breathing technique, that innate divine power gradually transformed as well. However, due to the limitations of his cultivation realm, Su Zimo had yet to completely comprehend it and the 6-tusk divine strength had yet to transform and evolve. If that innate divine power could transform into the 8-tusk divine power, there was a high chance that it would reach the level of a peerless divine power. Boom! With the help of the 6-tusk divine strength, Su Zimo raised his hand once more and shattered the second 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation that descended. The green lotus true body endured the first 2 8 of 9 heavenly tribulations with his body. Immediately after, the 3rd heavenly tribulation descended. Spirit Turtle Shield. Su Zimo released another innate divine power which was almost his strongest defense so far. Boom! With an earth-shaking bang, the Spirit Turtle Shield shattered. Relying on the enhancement of his 2 innate divine powers, Su Zimo rose against the tide and continued to climb, getting closer and closer to the tribulation clouds in the sky. Crack! The 4th heavenly tribulation descended. Great Vajra Wheel Seal. Great Mount Meru Seal. 2 supreme dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries erupted in succession. It was as though 2 gigantic and majestic mountains had descended from the tribulation clouds in the sky, shattering them. However, the heavenly tribulation was not over. Just as the tribulation clouds shattered, they gathered rapidly again. Crack! The 5th heavenly tribulation descended. Killing word art. Incinerating firmament boiling sea. Paramitha bridge. Lotus with every step. Star plucking hand. Su Zimo's essence spirit was terrifying and extremely condensed, releasing 5 supreme divine powers in succession. Instantly, the ground shook and the weather changed. Bang! 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 5 supreme divine powers soared into the skies. Not only did they shatter the 5th heavenly tribulation, they charged into the tribulation clouds and stirred them up once more. Lin Zhan was shocked. Given his essence spirit, he was already close to his limit after releasing 3 supreme divine powers in succession. If he forcefully released a 4th supreme divine power, his essence spirit might suffer some hidden injuries. If he released 5 supreme divine powers in succession, his essence spirit would probably collapse first. Crack! The tribulation clouds condensed once more, and the 6th 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation descended. White Tiger Corpse Collection. Su Zimo's body was filled with a blood fog and malevolent qi as he pointed towards the west. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar and violent winds, a gigantic white tiger sacred beast appeared from the west and swallowed the 6th heavenly tribulation in one gulp. Thereafter, the white tiger sacred beast charged into the tribulation clouds and galloped. Under the impact of the white tiger sacred beast, the tribulation clouds condensed much slower. Su Zimo's figure continued to rise. The repeated attacks of the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation could not stop him at all. Crack! The 7th heavenly tribulation descended. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. When the earth's killing intent is released, the dragon snake shall rise. When the human's killing intent is released, heaven and earth shall topple. The heaven, earth and human slaying sword arts were released at the same time. Billions of sword chi soared into the skies. Countless stars appeared in the firmaments with starlight and sword beams. The dragon snake circled, summoning wind and rain. The sword intent of the human-slaying sword art caused the world to spin. 2676 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. The 3 sword arts burst forth at the same time, and the tribulation clouds in the firmaments were riddled with holes, sliced into pieces. Sword chi surged into the skies, and the earth quaked. Even Lin Zhan and the other 3 who were far away at the edge of the valley could sense an intense sharpness that surged towards them like a spike. He was way too strong. Back then, even human monarch Lin Zhan almost died when he defended with all his might against the impact of the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation. But now, Su Zimo had actually risen against the tide and fought the heavenly tribulation head-on. What was even more terrifying was that Su Zimo's every attack was clearly stronger than the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Even the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation could not stop Su Zimo's rising figure. Crack! The 8th heavenly tribulation of the 6th level descended. Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit, and the dermic art in his hands changed once more. 4 balls of flames of different colors appeared beside him, emitting a terrifying aura. Under the control of his dermic art, the 4 balls of flames rapidly condensed and fused, forming a gigantic fireball that charged towards the incoming heavenly tribulation. At the same time, an essence spirit flame released from Su Zimo's glabella and fused into the fireball. Phew! The flames intensified. The gigantic fireball seemed to have turned into a blazing sun that rose rapidly in the valley. It was blinding and burned the surrounding void until it distorted. Lin Zhan and the other 3 who were standing at the edge of the valley felt the sharpness of the sword chi earlier on. In the blink of an eye, it was as though they were at the mouth of a volcano. Their faces shone with red light, and they had shocked expressions. The Pankati Dao fire erupted. Boom! The heavenly tribulation collided with the fireball with a loud bang. The heavenly tribulation dissipated, and a huge hole was blasted in the fireball. The surface of the ball was filled with cracks, and countless fire rain fell. However, the dermic Dao of the Pankati Dao fire had yet to dissipate. Go! Under Su Zimo's holler, the fireball that was about to shatter continued to rise and charged into the tribulation clouds before exploding. Boom! A red light exploded from the tribulation clouds and burst forth with a blinding glow that spread rapidly, enveloping all the tribulation clouds. Red clouds filled the skies, and all the tribulation clouds seemed to have burned, forming shattered clouds of fire. Half of the sky was burning. There was only one more 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation left. It was also the most powerful one among all the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulations. Although the tribulation clouds in the sky were burned red, they still tried to condense, wanting to release the last 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation. At that moment, Su Zimo had already arrived in the firmaments and stood in the middle of the tribulation clouds. His gaze was deep as he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and roared. Gore! A deafening dragon roar that reverberated through the world burst forth. That roar was filled with endless might. The dragon roar secret skill was released. The roar almost materialized and shook the void, forming visible ripples that swept in all directions like water waves. The tribulation cloud that had just condensed was shattered by the roar before it could release the final 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation. The tribulation clouds dissipated and the sky returned to blue. Well, Lin Lei's gaze was dull and he could not recover for a moment. You can undergo tribulation transcendence like that? Lin Lei widened his eyes and could not help but ask. He shattered the final 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation with a single roar? Even after witnessing it with his own eyes, he still could not believe it. Immortal Queen Ling Long shook her head gently. To be precise, it's not just a sound domain secret skill. In reality, Zimo had the upper hand in every round of divine powers and secret skills. There were some dermic das such as dermic powers, sharp sword intent and searing flames accumulating continuously in the tribulation clouds before erupting completely with that roar. Lin Lei was enlightened. The heavenly tribulation continued to accumulate power as lightning descended one after another. It was only when the 9th heavenly tribulation arrived that this power was pushed to its limits. As for Su Zimo, he countered attacks with attacks. Similar to the heavenly tribulation, he was also accumulating continuously. In the end, he was able to erupt and defeat the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation in one go. Lin Lei could no longer tell if the heavenly tribulation was transcending Su Zimo or Su Zimo was undergoing tribulation transcendence. Lin Luo had just snapped out of her daze and chuckled. Although Brother Su and Father both underwent the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation, Brother Su is clearly in a much more relaxed state than Father was. He's almost unharmed. Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Ling Long did not say anything. Instead, they looked at the sky above the valley with grim expressions. Father, Mother, I'll go over and congratulate Brother Su, Lin Luo said with a smile and was about to step forward. Immortal Queen Ling Long suddenly reached out and pulled Lin Luo back. What's wrong? Lin Luo was a little puzzled. When she saw her mother's strange expression, she followed their gazes. Above the valley, Su Zimo was still standing in midair with his head raised slightly, having no intention of leaving. At some point in time, thick tribulation clouds appeared in the blue sky. The tribulation clouds seemed to come from the end of the world. In the depths of the firmaments, they shone brightly from time to time and were filled with a terrifying aura that made one shudder. This is... Lin Luo gradually opened her mouth and paused for a moment before exclaiming, 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Lin Lei shuddered slightly when he heard that. There had never been a single 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation in the heavenly world in 1,000,000 years. In the past 1,000,000 years, only Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain had reached that level. Although the upper world was known to have the Trichiliocosm, there should not be more than 100 monster incarnates who could attract the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation in this generation. But now he was lucky enough to witness it with his own eyes. It was only at that moment that he understood the deeper meaning behind why Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Ling Long wanted to let them siblings stay and watch. The 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation nurtured many dermic daos. Being able to watch from the side was extremely beneficial to their cultivation. Furthermore, it was rumored that a peerless divine power would descend in the final 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. That was an opportunity for everyone who could watch. In the end, it would depend on who could seize that opportunity. The tribulation clouds condensed and a terrifying pressure descended slowly. Before the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation descended, Su Zimo, who was above the valley, felt immense pressure. Although the Martial Dao Prime Body had experienced the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation before, the Green Lotus True Body could only feel the pressure of the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation after experiencing it for himself. It was a suffocating and irresistible might. Su Zimo's gaze was burning and he had a fearless expression. He knew that the previous 8 heavenly tribulations combined could not compare to the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. However, he was not afraid at all. His Tao heart was indestructible and unshakable. Crack. Finally, thunder exploded. The first 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation descended. Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he soared into the skies, resisting the first 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation with his green lotus true body. This scene was like a moth flying into a flame. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, a gigantic halo burst forth in midair and spread continuously. A figure descended from the skies and landed heavily on the ground. 2677 Destruction and Rebirth. A human-shaped pit appeared in the middle of the valley. It was covered in scorch marks and billowing green smoke. Before long, a charred figure stood up slowly from the huge pit. Su Zimo's green robes were tattered from the first 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, and his entire body seemed to have been burned into charcoal. Through his tattered clothes, one could clearly see that the surface of Su Zimo's body was cracked, and there were faint scarlet bloodstains. During the tribulation transcendence earlier on, not only was Su Zimo not injured, he even rose against the tide and released many divine powers and secret skills, passing the 8th level of the perfected 1 heavenly tribulation with incomparable ease. But now, the first 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation had already dealt such a terrifying blow to him. Immortal Queen Linglong was a little worried and said in a deep voice, "The 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation is known as an extreme heavenly tribulation that destroys everything. According to what I know, many monster incarnate living beings who attracted the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation failed to survive. This was only the first 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. The later it was, the stronger the heavenly tribulation was." Crack. The second 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation descended. Unlike usual, Su Zimo did not release any divine powers, secret skills, or divine weapons. Stomping the ground, he soared into the air once more and endured the heavenly tribulation with his body. Boom! Su Zimo's figure fell into the huge pit earlier on at an even faster speed. Cough, cough. This time round, Su Zimo was beaten even more miserably. He crawled out of the huge pit slowly with injuries all over his body and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood with a dispirited expression. "Mother, what is he doing?" Lin Luo was a little anxious and could not help but ask, "Even if you want to temper your body, isn't that too risky?" Lin Luo was not the only one. Lin Lei did not know either. However, Su Zimo looked like he had lost half his life from the 2 heavenly tribulations. How could he withstand the remaining 7 heavenly tribulations? Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Linglong had long been conferred the title of king, and their judgment was even more brilliant. They could tell something else from Su Zimo. Su Zimo's injuries were indeed serious. However, the life force in his body was endless as well. Everlasting vitality was healing his injuries crazily. The speed of recovery was extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, the perfected 1 heavenly tribulation did not give Su Zimo any chance to catch his breath. The third 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation descended once more. This time round, Su Zimo stood on the spot motionlessly, allowing the 3rd heavenly tribulation to arrive and penetrate his body. His chest and lower abdomen had been pierced and his organs were destroyed. Lightning circled continuously, blocking the self-healing of the green lotus true body. More than half of the flesh on his arms and feet was washed away by the 3rd heavenly tribulation, revealing the green bones inside. The third 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation almost washed away Su Zimo's flesh, leaving only a green skeleton standing on the spot in a shocking manner. His injuries were way too severe. Indeed, grade 9 heaven immortals could be reborn with a drop of blood. However, there were restrictions. Under the envelopment of such a terrifying heavenly tribulation power, it was impossible for him to recover from his injuries, let alone use blood rebirth. Lin Lei estimated that if he were to suffer such a serious injury, he would probably have to recuperate for a year and a half before he could recover. What a pity, Lin Lei thought to himself. In his eyes, Su Zimo was indeed above him to be able to attract the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Unfortunately, the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation could also take Su Zimo's life. If Su Zimo was already beaten to such a state by the third 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, how should he defend against the next 6? It was a situation of absolute death. During the process of tribulation transcendence, it was useless even if someone saved him. Just as Lin Lei was deep in thought, his gaze swept past Su Zimo once more, and his expression changed as he exclaimed softly. Surrounded by countless lightning bolts, flesh grew rapidly on Su Zimo's bones, and his shattered organs healed crazily. The speed of self-healing was too fast and could be seen with the naked eye. Endless life force surged through Su Zimo's body, and he was almost enveloped by a green glow, filled with vitality. What's going on? Lin Lei was dumbfounded. Only Lin Zhan and immortal Queen Ling Long could tell something. Su Zimo had the body of the creation Green Lotus, and his self-healing ability far surpassed other living beings and other bloodlines. But now, Su Zimo made use of the power of the heavenly tribulation thunderbolts to unleash the healing power of the creation Green Lotus to its limits. Apart from destruction, lightning contained life force as well. Everything in the world would be revived with the sound of lightning in the spring. Apart from severely injuring the Green Lotus true body, the lightning that descended from the skies also awakened all the life force of the Green Lotus true body. Shatter and recovery, destruction and rebirth. Throughout the entire process, the Green Lotus true body transformed continuously and was reborn, growing rapidly towards the peak of grade 12. In just a few breaths, Su Zimo's flesh regenerated and he returned to normal. His condition was even better than before, and there were no injuries on his body. When the Martial Tao Prime body attempted the first 9 of 9 heavenly tribulations, he relied on his Martial Tao body to survive. Although the Green Lotus true body had not reached that level, he was safe even after the 3 heavenly tribulations thanks to the powerful bloodline of the creation Green Lotus. The 4th heavenly tribulation did not have a specific form. Instead, it was the bloodline tribulation that acted directly on Su Zimo's body. Su Zimo channeled his blood qi and green light burst forth from his body. His blood qi rose and his aura increased exponentially. The Green Lotus bloodline in his body circulated and the sound of a tsunami rumbled. Ever since Su Zimo ascended, he had almost never used the Green Lotus bloodline because he was worried that his Green Lotus true body would be exposed. Now that the Green Lotus bloodline that he had suppressed for a long time was completely released, he felt an unprecedented joy. What bloodline is that? Lin Lei looked at Su Zimo in the middle of the valley and frowned slightly with a puzzled expression. Given his experience, he could not recognize the origin of Su Zimo's bloodline. After the bloodline tribulation, the 5th heavenly tribulation was the Essence Spirit tribulation. The Essence Spirit tribulation descended silently and formlessly into Su Zimo's consciousness. Under normal circumstances, the Essence Spirit tribulation was the most dangerous of the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Throughout history, many monster incarnates died because of this Essence Spirit tribulation. However, although the Essence Spirit tribulation was terrifying, it posed no threat to Su Zimo. His Essence Spirit was way too strong. After the Green Lotus Essence Spirit synthesized with the Dragon Phoenix Essence Spirit, it cultivated the taboo mystic classic, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, which was known as the number 1 spirit refinement technique. Even before the tribulation transcendence, his Essence Spirit realm had already reached the perfected 1 realm. Furthermore, Su Zimo controlled many Essence Spirit secret skills. The Green Lotus Essence Spirit sat on the Lotus platform with many lotus seeds surrounding him. The Lotus platform beneath him spewed countless green rays of light. The Essence Spirit tribulation descended silently and ended without a trace. After the Essence Spirit tribulation, it was the 6th heavenly tribulation, the Tao Heart tribulation. This was a test of a cultivator's Tao heart. Be it the Green Lotus true body or the Martial Tao Prime body, their Tao hearts were the same and they were on the same level. Back then, the true martial heavenly tribulation could not shake the Tao heart of the Martial Tao Prime body. Naturally, the Tao heart tribulation today could not threaten the Green Lotus true body. The 7th heavenly tribulation was the Karma tribulation. The tribulation clouds in the sky surged and sparks floated down, landing on Su Zimo's body and igniting instantly. The flames burned rapidly from the inside out. Karmic fire burned karma. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged. As he endured the pain, he sensed the dermic Tao contained in the karmic fire on his body to improve the red lotus karmic fire he cultivated. 2678 The final tribulation under the burning of the red lotus karmic fire. Su Zimo almost turned into a gigantic flaming man. His entire body was flushed red and his bones turned almost transparent. However, a tremendous vitality continued to surge in his body, resisting the red lotus karmic fire. Su Zimo controlled 5 powerful flames himself. While enduring immense pain after receiving the baptism of the red lotus karmic fire, he could also comprehend the dermic Tao of flames from it. The red lotus karmic fire lasted for an extremely long time. However, the life force in Su Zimo's body was never extinguished. In front of him was a fiery red fan. It was the 7 Tails Phoenix Feather Fan. Under the tempering of the red lotus karmic fire, the 7 Tails Phoenix Feather Fan was also transforming. Initially, the fan only had 7 fan bones. But now it was gradually condensing an 8th or even 9th fan bone. Roar! As time passed, an earth-shaking roar sounded from the fan. When the 7 Tails Phoenix Feather Fan landed in Su Zimo's hands, the spirit of the divine phoenix inside had already awakened. However, that roar was not the voice of the divine phoenix at all. Su Zimo injected the power of his essence spirit into the fan and fanned it gently. Phew! Immediately after, a terrifying demon beast crawled out of the fan. It was bathed in flames and resembled a dragon and phoenix. Its dragon horns were towering and its claws were sharp. It even had a pair of wings on its back. Taboo Dragon Phoenix, Lin Zhan said sternly. Immortal Queen Ling Long nodded. His fan has already transformed into a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure. After the Taboo Dragon Phoenix appeared, it guarded Su Zimo and circled him continuously, devouring the red lotus karmic fire in large mouthfuls and helping Su Zimo resist the karma tribulation. The pressure on Su Zimo decreased rapidly and his flesh and bones were healing at a visible speed. Finally, the 7th tribulation ended. The 8th tribulation descended. The weapon tribulation. The tribulation clouds in the sky surged and the power of the heavenly tribulation within condensed continuously. In fact, it even transformed into various divine weapons and dermic treasures that descended from the skies like rain. Although they were not true dermic treasures, they were even more terrifying than true dermic treasures. Every divine weapon and dermic treasure contained the power of the 8th heavenly tribulation condensed in a pure manner and was frighteningly lethal. The power of each divine weapon was equivalent to a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure. Right now, weapons rained down with a terrifying might, slashing towards Su Zimo in the valley. Such a terrifying scene sent chills down one's spine. There were ancient bells, heavy cauldrons, sharp sabers, swords and long arrows that tore through the air. There were also many unorthodox weapons such as horsetail whips, needles, ancient mirrors, pearls, jade butterflies. Everywhere that was visible was filled with killing intent that filled the skies with a cold glint. That's too terrifying. Lin Luo was speechless and exclaimed softly. Even the proud Lin Lei had a thought. How could mere human strength withstand such a heavenly tribulation? Ah! Right then, Su Zimo suddenly roared and released his supreme divine power. 3 heads, 6 arms. Instead of retreating, he advanced and leaped into the air. Suddenly, a few weapons appeared in his hands. A horsetail whip that was emerald green danced with 3,000 threads of dust. There was also an exquisite, auspicious jade. The head was in the shape of an auspicious cloud and was embedded with 3 beads. There were also 9 dragons circling around the handle. One of his palms grabbed a handful of seemingly ordinary yellow sand. His 4th hand held the 9 Tails Dragon Phoenix fan. The remaining 2 free hands held different immortal seals. Prior to this, Su Zimo did not summon the primordial unity horsetail whip, Trinity auspicious jade and 9 heavens living soil mainly because there was no need. The 3 divine weapons were a part of his body to begin with. At the same time as tempering the green lotus true body, the 3 divine weapons could be tempered. But now, in the face of the weapon tribulation, Su Zimo did not dare to be careless and summoned the 3 divine weapons and the 9 tails dragon phoenix fan that had just transformed into a 9 tribulations spirit treasure. Not only that, Su Zimo changed hand seals continuously and communicated with the ancient stars, releasing the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram. Behind the tribulation clouds in the sky, a large number of stars appeared faintly and endless starlight scattered down, surging into Su Zimo's body. Borrowing the power of billions of stars, Su Zimo released 3 heads 6 arms. Wielding the 4 divine weapons, he went against the heavens and charged into the weapon tribulation. Clang, 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 boom, boom, boom. In midair, the sound of divine weapons clashing could be heard and sparks flew. The killing intent of the weapon tribulation came from all directions. As for Su Zimo, with the help of 3 heads 6 arms and a defensive dermic treasure like the 9 heavens living soil, he could be protected from almost everything. Even if he was struck by some divine weapons and dermic treasures, he could defend against them head-on with his green lotus true body that was infinitely close to grade 12. The weapons were endless and Su Zimo relied on his powerful and robust blood chi to fight against them. Su Zimo was like a tireless god of war as he rampaged through the sea of weapons that covered the skies, shattering the countless divine weapons and dermic treasures condensed from the heavenly tribulation into nothingness. He's too strong. Even Lin Lei could not help but express it at this moment. If he were in the same position in the past, he might not have been able to last more than 3 breaths. After an unknown period of time, the divine weapons and dermic treasures in the sky gradually thinned and were knocked down by Su Zimo before dissipating. The 8th heavenly tribulation was over. Su Zimo stood in midair and took deep breaths to recover his essence chi. When the 4 people at the edge of the valley saw Su Zimo successfully pass the 8th heavenly tribulation, not only did they not relax, they even became nervous. That was because after the weapon tribulation ended, there was only the last heavenly tribulation left. The 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, the pinnacle of the perfected 1 heavenly tribulation. No matter what paragon or monster incarnate anyone were, they might die in the final 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Of course, if they could survive it successfully, it would be an unimaginable opportunity for those undergoing the tribulation transcendence. That was because the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation was also known as the divine power tribulation. Typically, a peerless divine power would descend from the final 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Even the 4 people watching from the side also had a chance to cultivate this peerless divine power. However, the 4 of them were only spectators after all and were far from experiencing the tribulation transcendence of that peerless divine power personally. Mother! Lin Luo had a worried expression and said softly, "From the looks of it, he's almost used up all his trump cards. I wonder if he can survive." Immortal Queen Ling Long remained silent. Su Zimo's condition was indeed not bad. After receiving the impact of the heavenly tribulation, not only did he not suffer any losses, his aura and strength even surpassed when he had just undergone tribulation transcendence. However, the final 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation was no small matter. It was far from what the weapon tribulation earlier on could compare to. Without extraordinary methods, there was no way he could survive. Even Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Ling Long were not confident. Even though they had long been conferred the title of kings and condensed their grotto heavens, this was the first time they had witnessed the legendary 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. The 2 of them did not know what level the final 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation would reach either. Lin Zhan said softly, "There are only a few peerless divine powers in the upper world. If he's lucky and meets with a peerless divine power with relatively weaker killing power, he should be able to tide through it successfully." 2679 4 heads 8 arms. In reality, divine powers that could be called peerless were not weak at all. However, some peerless divine powers focused in different directions. What Lin Zhan meant was that if a peerless divine power like astral imprisonment descended, it would be less of a threat to Su Zimo. However, if it was something like the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation that was extremely terrifying, Su Zimo would be in danger. Although the 4 of them stood at the edge of the valley and watched, they were still nervous. After the 8th tribulation disappeared, The last 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation did not appear for a long time, as though it was giving Su Zimo enough time to rest. Finally, the tribulation clouds in the sky churned, forming a gigantic vortex that emitted a majestic might. At the center of the vortex, it was as though a terrifying living being was awakening. Its aura became stronger and rose continuously. There, light and darkness intertwined, as though a single eye was staring at Su Zimo in the middle of the valley. What peerless divine power is that? Lin Lei could not help but ask. Immortal Queen Ling Long shook her head gently and recalled carefully. She said in confusion, "I'm not sure. The precursor and aura of this peerless divine power are different from the peerless divine powers I know." Finally, a tall figure appeared gradually from the tribulation clouds. He was bathed in lightning and his muscles were knotted, like hard rocks embedded in his body. The living being was nearly 100 feet tall and had no facial features or appearance. This was a living being condensed from the power of the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. What's going on? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The martial Tao prime body had once attracted an unprecedented 10th tribulation. Only in the 10th tribulation would such a terrifying expert appear. Now was merely the final 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Why did such a terrifying living being suddenly appear? Su Zimo faced the tall godly being in midair, as insignificant as an ant. Lin Zhan frowned and said in a deep voice, "I've never seen such a peerless divine power either. The power in this living being's body is so powerful." The living being lowered its head slightly and faced Su Zimo with its featureless face, as though it was looking at the tiny human in front of it. Suddenly, the tall living being extended a finger and pressed down towards Su Zimo's head. A large shadow appeared and Su Zimo's vision darkened. A single finger released an incomparably ferocious and violent aura, as though it wanted to crush him into blood foam. Su Zimo's expression was cold and the fighting spirit in his eyes rose once more. So what if it was a living being that was 100 feet tall? He had killed living beings that were 1,000 feet or even 10,000 feet tall. Furthermore, this tall living being was only condensed from the last 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation and was not a true living being at all. Humph! Su Zimo gathered the power in his body and soared into the air. He waved the primordial unity horsetail whip and trinity auspicious jade towards the finger of the tall living being. Bang! A loud bang sounded from midair and the finger stopped. Thereafter, the tall living being felt pain and his arm trembled slightly before he suddenly retracted. Roar! Deep roars sounded from the body of the tall living being, as though Su Zimo's counterattack enraged him. Suddenly, the hands of the tall living being began to conjure a series of strange dermic arts as his fingers intersected and changed continuously. Immortal Queen Ling Long's eyes lit up as she hurriedly said, "Watch this dermic art carefully." Lin Lei and Lin Luo looked over hurriedly. After a series of dermic arts, the aura of the tall living being increased exponentially. Suddenly, 2 brand new heads appeared on his neck. Accompanying them were 4 new arms. When he saw that, Lin Lei was stunned and murmured softly, "Isn't that 3 heads, 6 arms? It's just a supreme divine power. It's nothing much, right?" The moment he said that, another head appeared beside the 3 heads of the tall god. At the same time, 2 more arms grew out of the 6 arms. "This is..." Lin Lei was shocked. 4 heads, 8 arms. Immortal Queen Ling Long exclaimed. A puzzled look flashed through Lin Zhan's eyes as he glanced sideways and asked, "I've only heard that the legendary Azura race has the innate divine power of 3 heads, 6 arms when they advance to the Emperor realm. What's with this 4 heads, 8 arms?" Even with Lin Zhan's knowledge, he had never heard of 4 heads, 8 arms. Immortal Queen Ling Long explained, "Back when I accepted Great Empress 9 Heaven's mystic maiden's inheritance, I saw some ancient portraits in the ruins with 4 heads and 8 arms carved on them. That peerless divine power has been lost for many years. To think that it would be passed down again in this generation and land on Zimo." A hint of disappointment flashed through Lin Lei's eyes. Initially, he was looking forward to having a chance to learn and comprehend peerless divine powers, such as the immortal vanquishing sword, 6 paths of reincarnation and eternal night. In his knowledge, 4 heads 8 arms did not seem to be something impressive. Lin Lei muttered, "It's just 1 head and 2 arms more than 3 heads 6 arms. His combat strength won't increase much either." Immortal Queen Ling Long shook her head. 4 heads 8 arms is not as simple as having an additional head and 2 arms. Back at the divine firmament Immortal meet, the reason why Su Zimo could hold an absolute advantage and suppress Yun Ting was because of 3 heads 6 arms. If he had another head and 2 arms, Su Zimo's combat strength would increase exponentially. Immortal Queen Ling Long pondered for a moment and said, "This peerless divine power has been lost for many years. There must be a deeper meaning for it to suddenly descend on Zimo in this generation. It's just that I can't explain it clearly yet." Immortal Queen Ling Long did not explain and continued watching. In midair, Su Zimo was stunned when he saw the tall living being condensed 4 heads 8 arms. In the 8 arms of the tall living being, he held the sun and moon condensed from the heavenly tribulation in 2 hands. He held a treasure bell in 1 hand, a golden seal in another, a bow in another, and a halberd in another. He held immortal dermic seals with his 2 free hands. The tall living being waved his 8 arms and charged towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo was fearless. Waving his 3 heads 6 arms, the 9 heavens living soil, primordial unity horsetail whip, Trinity auspicious jade, and 9 tails dragon phoenix fan, he fought against the tall living being. In melee combat, no one could defend against the killing power of the green lotus true body. Even Yun Ting was suppressed when he was in his 3 heads 6 arms state. Clang, clang, boom, boom, boom. A huge battle broke out between the 2 of them as divine weapons and dermic treasures collided continuously. They fought in melee combat, causing violent winds to howl and sand to fly. Even the world trembled. The moment they exchanged blows, Su Zimo realized that something was amiss. The strength of this tall living being was not inferior to him at all and was even above him. Furthermore, the tall living being displayed extremely brilliant melee combat killing techniques. Against Su Zimo's attacks, he was at ease and could even counterattack. Actually, this tall living being was condensed from the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Throughout history, many paragons and monster incarnates had gone against the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. The melee combat killing techniques of the paragons and monster incarnates had already been absorbed by the heavenly tribulation. Now they were all augmented on the tall living being. 2680 Quasi-Peerless Divine Power. He's too strong. Lin Zhan, who was watching from the side, could not help but sigh. Under normal circumstances, even the power released by the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation would not cause an immortal king expert to sigh. However, the battle between the 2 parties had already reached the peak combat strength that could be released at that level, and it was an eye-opener for him. Human monarch Lin Zhan had powerful blood chi and an invincible body. He was the strongest in melee combat. Among those of the same cultivation realm, there were only a handful of immortal king experts who could defend against his melee combat attacks. But now, Lin Zhan felt that he would definitely not be able to withstand the attacks of this tall living being if he were in Su Zimo's shoes. In melee combat, 3 heads 6 arms could increase one's strength by a notch. In that case, 4 heads 8 arms would allow a cultivator's combat strength to rise even more. Lin Zhan said in a deep voice, "That peerless divine power is simply the strongest dermic Dao in melee combat." Immortal Queen Ling Long nodded and paused for a moment before shaking her head. In her opinion, the significance of 4 heads 8 arms to Su Zimo was probably not just a peerless divine power that could increase melee combat strength. Throughout history, there were countless paragons and monster incarnates who were good at melee combat. If it was only a peerless divine power that could increase melee combat, it would have been passed down long ago. However, 4 heads 8 arms had disappeared for a long period of time. Initially, it was in the era of Great Empress 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden before going dormant for many years. Finally, it descended into the world again in this generation. Above the valley, Su Zimo, who had 3 heads 6 arms and wielded 4 divine weapons, fought continuously against the tall living being with 4 heads 8 arms and 6 dermic treasures. Su Zimo's melee combat was extremely strong and his attacks were ferocious. At times, he resembled a divine dragon. At times, he took on the form of an anaconda. At times, he was as agile as an ape, and at times, he was as ferocious as a tiger. Apart from what he learned in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, his close-range offensive skills were also tempered through countless life and death experiences and bloodshed. Up till this point of his ascension, even a rare monster incarnate like Yun Ting was suppressed by him. But now, Su Zimo was at a disadvantage against the tall living being with 4 heads 8 arms. Initially, both parties could still maintain their attacks. As time passed, Su Zimo's counterattacks decreased and he could only defend passively in the end. In fact, Su Zimo even released the 9 palace subtle steps, wanting to resolve the attacks of the tall living being. However, when he released that footwork, the tall living being followed him like a shadow. The latter also released the 9 palace subtle steps and followed every single step. The memories of countless monster incarnates from ancient times who had faced the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation were gathered on the tall living being. It was not surprising that he could release the 9 palace subtle steps. He's too fierce. Immortal Queen Ling Long had a grim expression and deep worry in her eyes. I've never even seen many of this living being's melee combat killing techniques. Lin Zhan nodded as well. Both parties are about the same in strength. However, this living being has more and stronger offensive skills. With an additional head and 2 arms, Zimo has no advantage at all. Immortal Queen Ling Long said, Zimo's bloodline is special. If he can defend against the attacks of this living being and continue dragging it out, there might be a turn of events. The blood chi of the Green Lotus True Body was strong and robust, specializing in attrition fights. However, Lin Zhan shook his head gently. Not necessarily. This living being is completely condensed from the power of the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. As long as the heavenly tribulation doesn't dissipate, his strength is endless as well. If this drags on, Zimo's bloodline won't be able to hold on either. In reality, Su Zimo had the same thought as well. He wanted to exhaust the power of this tall living being as much as possible. However, after fighting for a long time, the power released by the tall living being did not show any signs of weakening. However, he was already feeling weak under such a high-intensity resistance. I can't drag this on any longer. With a thought, Su Zimo's 3 pairs of eyes intensified and shone brightly as his aura increased exponentially. The tall living being with 4 heads 8 arms was evolved from a peerless divine power after all. Only the power of a peerless divine power can go against another peerless divine power. Right now, Su Zimo had yet to truly master a peerless divine power. However, the secret skills he mastered had already touched the threshold of a peerless divine power. Su Zimo's 3 heads channeled his essence spirit at the same time and his 6 arms conjured different dermic arts. In front of Su Zimo, a gigantic blood-colored sword appeared between his hand seals, emitting an extremely sharp killing intent. The sharpness of the blood-colored sword seemed to be able to slash through everything, vanquishing all immortals and fiends alike. After the blood-colored sword appeared, even the tribulation clouds above the tall living being's head were pierced by the sword chi, revealing a gigantic hole. The immortal vanquishing sword. Immortal Queen Ling Long's eyes lit up. Immortal vanquishing sword. The peerless divine power that's combined from the 3 great sword arts? Lin Lei asked in shock. He was already at the peak of the perfected One Realm and had yet to master a peerless divine power. Su Zimo was only a grade 9 heaven immortal and he had already mastered a peerless divine power? Immortal Queen Ling Long quickly shook her head. It's only the embryonic form of the immortal vanquishing sword. It hasn't truly reached the level of a peerless divine power. Lin Zhan said, even so, the power of this immortal vanquishing sword far surpasses other supreme divine powers and has reached the level of a quasi-peerless divine power. The moment the immortal vanquishing sword was condensed, Su Zimo's other head and 2 arms emitted a blinding golden light. Immediately after, tall figures appeared beside Su Zimo. Buddhas appeared, stepping on lotus flowers and holding dermic weapons. chanting sutras and paying respects to the Buddha. Sanskrit reverberated through the world incessantly. At the same time, divine dragons circled around the Buddhas, and divine elephants roared into the skies. The valley seemed to have formed a pure land of bliss and a nation of Buddhas. A blinding golden light soared into the skies and pierced through the tribulation clouds in the sky, filling the skies with multicolored light. Buddha, dragon, elephant, Lin Lei exclaimed. Back at the nine firmament meet, Supreme Arhat Shurwunyan had released this supreme divine power. Furthermore, Buddha Dragon Elephant had already touched the threshold of a peerless divine power in Shurwunyan's hands, and its power increased greatly. Lin Lei had not expected that the divine power released in Su Zimo's hands would be the exact same as Shurwunyan's dermic art back then. This meant that his Buddha Dragon Elephant had already reached the level of a quasi-peerless divine power. After the Immortal Vanquishing Sword and Buddha Dragon Elephant were released, they affected the tribulation clouds in the sky greatly. As for the thick tribulation clouds, they were the source of power for the tall living being. The impact on the tribulation clouds clearly caused the aura of the tall living being to weaken significantly. Right then, Su Zimo's remaining two arms completed a dermic art as well. A terrifying aura spread. This aura was definitely not inferior to the Immortal Vanquishing Sword and Buddha Dragon Elephant. Pest! Lin Lei gasped. Shurwunyan controlled a quasi-peerless divine power and was enough to become the number one of the Arhat ranking and be conferred the title of Supreme Arhat. But now, there were three quasi-peerless divine powers. Furthermore, they were all released by a single person at the same time.